Hello guys, welcome back to my new channel. Today we will see what if Harry Potter story. If you enjoy this story, please leave a like, share and comment and share with your friends. Let's start the video.
A familiar shiver rippling beneath her pillow. It was her wand, vibrating with a pulsating hue. Argency that could only mean one thing: duty called. With a groan, she dragged herself from the warm embrace of her bed, her limbs protesting as she battled against the crushing exhaustion that threatened to overwhelm her. The past week had been a grueling marathon of triple shifts, and the tortuous schedule made her body ache with the effort of keeping up with the relentless pace of the ministry's internal affairs department. The 3-hour nights of sleep and hellish schedule gave rise to the temptation to stay wrapped up in her cocoon of warmth and softness. Daphne knew that she couldn't succumb to the seductive pull of slumber. Not today. It was her friend Tracy who weighed most heavily on her mind. Daphne's closest friend had been struck down by a mysterious curse during the Battle of Hogwarts. Just barely managing to survive the heavy damage to her spinal cord and brainstem. Every year on the anniversary of that fateful day, her condition worsened for the weeks leading up to it. Trailing the event, and Daphne had always happily taken on Tracy's workload, ensuring that she received the intensive therapy and medication she needed to survive. As a member of the raiding team, Daphne had no respite from her duties. The team captain, Mario Ghetto, was unrelenting in his demands, insisting that they stick to the schedule no matter what. Tracy's absence had left a gaping hole that needed to be filled, and Daphne, her closest confidant, had been chosen to take on her responsibilities. Managing the evidence and preparing for any disciplinary hearings was no easy task, and the weight of the work was crushing. Daphne longed for the comfort of her bed, the sweet embrace of sleep, but she knew that her duty lay elsewhere. Daphne stumbled towards the bathroom, her eyes heavy with exhaustion. The soft light of the morning sun filtered in through the window, casting a warm glow across the room. She splashed cold water on her face, hoping to shake off the last vestiges of sleep. But the fatigue clung to her like a shroud, dragging at her every move. As she brushed her teeth, Daphne stared at her reflection in the mirror. She looked haggard, with dark circles under her eyes and her hair in disarray. But she refused to let the weariness show. She straightened her back, squared her shoulders, and reminded herself of her purpose: to help Tracy, to serve her team, and to do her duty to the ministry. With a deep breath, Daphne made her way to her closet. She pulled out her uniform, a crisp white blouse and black trousers, and dressed quickly. She tied her hair back in a neat ponytail and slipped on her shoes. She picked up her wand, feeling its weight and warmth in her hand, and tucked it into her pocket before heading down the hallway of her family home. She reached the kitchen and paused for a moment, taking in the familiar sights and smells. The coffee machine sat on the counter, gleaming in the morning light. Her fiancé had given it to her as a gift, a small token of his love and support. She smiled at the thought of him, of his warm embrace and his gentle voice. He had been her rock during these long weeks of triple shifts, and she was grateful for his presence in her life. Daphne poured herself a cup of coffee and took a sip, relishing the bitter warmth. She closed her eyes, letting the caffeine seep into her veins, and tried to focus on the task ahead. Today would be a raid on the Department of Mysteries, one of the most secretive and mysterious divisions of the ministry. The Unspeakables were known for their formidable powers and their ruthless tactics against any form of accountability, and Daphne knew that they would be a formidable foe. But she was determined to see it through, to do her part and to help her team succeed. She took one last look around the kitchen, at the familiar objects and the comforting smells, and then made her way to the front door. She stepped out into the cool morning air, feeling the sun on her face and the breeze in her hair. She took a deep breath, feeling a sense of purpose settle over her. She was ready to face whatever the day had in store, to do her duty, and to help those who needed her. One more day, she said aloud to herself. Tonight I get a full night of sleep, and then a full weekend off. She smiled, feeling a sense of hope and determination. The fatigue clung to her like a weight, dragging at her every move. But she refused to show it. She was a member of the Internal Affairs raiding team, a soldier in the war against corruption, and she would not let her weariness show. She was ready. The next morning was just as brutal for Daphne, as she peeled open her bleary eyes and struggled to rise from her restless slumber. Her limbs felt like they were made of lead, heavy and unresponsive. And the mere act of moving felt like a Herculean task. With a groan, she shifted onto her side, her eyelids still drooping with the weight of exhaustion, and caught a glimpse of her calendar perched on the nightstand beside her bed. But as she squinted at the day's date, the calendar seemed to sneer back at her with a wicked glint in its eye, taunting her with the reminder of the appointment she had marked for today. Sleep, that elusive mistress, had evaded her once again despite all her prayers to the contrary, leaving her feeling like a walking corpse. The only silver lining in this dismal cloud was the thought of seeing her fiancé, Harry, for breakfast before they embarked on a marathon 72-hour snuggle and movie session. With a heavy heart, Daphne heaved herself out of bed, her legs shaky and unsteady beneath her. She stumbled towards the washroom, her thoughts a tangled mess of confusion and exhaustion. The cool water splashed over her face, and as if by magic, the fog of sleepiness began to lift, allowing her mind to clear. Despite the weariness that clung to her like a heavy cloak, Daphne's heart lifted at the thought of seeing Harry. They had planned this breakfast date a week ago. And with both of them having the day off, there was no reason to cancel it. Besides, she admitted to herself, I don't think I've had the time to eat in 2 days. But then reality hit her like a ton of bricks. She was exhausted beyond measure, and the clock on the wall seemed to be ticking at an impossible pace. With a heavy heart, she realized she had very little time left to get ready. She grabbed her bag from the previous day and ran towards the fireplace, her father's amused headshake following her out the door. With a swift motion, she tossed the flow powder into the lanes and silently shouted her destination, eager to start her day with the man she loved. Daphne darted through the busy pub, her heart racing with anxiety as she searched for Harry. The sea of people felt suffocating, and every second that passed felt like an eternity. She wondered if she would ever find him amidst the chaos. Finally, his messy hair caught her eye as he disappeared through the door of the leaky cauldron. With renewed determination, she pushed her way through the throngs of visitors, apologizing profusely as she bumped into them. Her heart was pounding in her chest, and her breaths came in short gasps as she called out to him. Harry, Harry, wait. She managed to call out, her voice strained with exhaustion. She could feel the weight of the double shift she had worked he week before in every bone of her body. She reached out and grabbed onto his coat, using it as an anchor to steady herself. She locked eyes with him, her gaze intense with emotion. The relief at finding him washed over her, like a wave crashing onto the shore. Harry turned to her with a grin, knowing full well the stress that Daphne had been under lately. As a horror, he was always under pressure to solve cases quickly and efficiently. And the consequences of failure were dire, and knew that her job was equally as stressful. Harry had witnessed her exhaustion firsthand earlier that week when she had come to his department to do a raid. He had seen how hard she worked, how dedicated she was to her job, and he loved her for it. Don't worry, I just got here too, he reassured her, sensing her guilt at being late. Daphne narrowed her eyes suspiciously. You're not just saying that to make me feel better, are you? She said bluntly, her voice laced with skepticism. Harry chuckled. No, I promise. I had a late night too. Come on, let's get some breakfast. He took her hand and pulled her towards the door, a small smile on his lips. They had both been through a lot lately, but they had each other. And that was enough. Together, they stepped into the alley, their spirits lifted by the prospect of a relaxing morning and some much-needed sustenance. With a skip in their step, Harry and Daphne made their way through the bustling Diagon alley to a small and secluded corner shop near the end of the shopping center, flanked with a wraparound porch with white painted tables adorned by pots of flowers. Harry's hand tapped rhythmically on the front door, causing it to open to reveal their destination, Lily's Eatery. It was a quaint little cafe that only served breakfast and lunch. It held a special place in Harry's heart as it was named after his mother, Lily Evans. As they approached the eatery, the tantalizing aroma of fresh pastries and breakfast foods filled the air. Rai proudly informed Daphne that he had ordered their breakfast in advance, knowing her tastes perfectly. Daphne couldn't help but smile at Harry's thoughtfulness, despite feeling guilty for being late. Once inside, they settled at a small table near the window, overlooking the bustling street. She could remember the first time she and Harry had eaten there together. They had dined there the previous day along with Harry's Auror partner. And he had took her back the next day for breakfast. As Harry had served the food during what she considered their first date, he had told Daphne about the discovery of his mother's journal in the main Potter family vault, and how it was something he had only gained access to after dealing with the bank in the aftermath of the war. He had explained that his mother had not only been an expert in charms and potions, but she also had a passion for baking. He showed Daphne a page from the journal where Lily had written about her love for making cakes and desserts. Despite not having much formal training, Lily's talent and love for baking shone through in her creations. So as a tribute to her, he decided to open the cafe under a shell company he had founded. And ever since it had been one of Diagon Alley's best-kept secrets. After all, if everyone in the world knew Harry Potter owned a restaurant, there would be no chance in the world he would be able to keep the cafe as the friendly, quaint and quiet little diner he envisioned. Daphne couldn't help but be charmed by the story, imagining Lily Potter as a young girl baking with her mother during the holidays away from Hogwarts. It was moments like these that made her grateful for Harry's company, and for the warmth and love that radiated from Lily's eatery. Harry reached across to take Daphne's hand in his. "You know, I was just thinking about that day we first came here together," he said, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Daphne's heart fluttered at his touch. "Yeah, I remember. You ordered the same thing for me then too, didn't you?" she replied, returning his smile. Harry chuckled. "Of course, I know you too well." Her smile was a small thing, but it was there nonetheless. A brief flicker of light before it vanished into the shadows. Daphne looked down at the table, her hands fidgeting with the napkin. "I'm sorry for earlier this week, Harry. I was just doing my job," she said. Her voice filled with remorse. Harry didn't want her to feel guilty, so he spoke up. "You don't have to apologize, Daph. You're a professional, and I understand that," he said, his words a soothing balm to her troubled soul. He knew her well enough to realize that Daphne always felt bad when she had to raid the Aurors department. It was a trait that he admired in her, but also one that he wished she didn't have. "But still," she began, her voice trailing off. "You did what you had to do. I won't get involved because it's not my place to do so," Harry said firmly. He knew that his boss was furious as well. Because the raid had resulted in the confiscation of a lot of evidence, which was going to be used in a disciplinary hearing. Head Auror Robarts was also angry about it. He nearly threw a paperweight through Jefferson's head. "All the Aurors who work in that room are going to be punished. They deserve what's coming to them. The laziness and incompetence of those Aurors is staggering." Daphne seethed with disgust, her voice laced with venom. "The amount of evidence that was unlabeled or missing is unbelievable. We'll have to investigate 15 different convictions now." Harry watched as Daphne's expression grew darker with every word. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for her. He knew how much she cared about her job, and seeing her colleagues' careless mistakes must have been hard. "I checked your squad's room, by the way. It's clean," Daphne continued, her tone slightly calmer now. "But you might want to check the office next to you. It's really bad," she added, shuddering at the memory. Their food arrived, and Daphne's attention was momentarily diverted as she searched through her bag. Harry noticed the pained look on her face and asked, "Is something wrong?" "Oh no. I seem to have forgotten my galleons," Daphne said, her face contorted with regret. Harry reassured her, "Here at this establishment, we dine for free, my dear Daphne. After all, I do own the place." Daphne protested. "Nevertheless, it still doesn't sit well with me that you are treating me, especially when we are not yet married. But soon enough, my dear, you will be my wife. And this place will be yours as well," Harry said, trying to lighten the mood. "Business is business, Harry. I still don't like cutting into your profits like this," Daphne retorted. "Let's eat," Harry suggested, flashing a smile. He didn't want to argue anymore. Daphne pouted but relented, and they began to dine together. Harry had chosen a delicious spread for Daphne, pancakes dusted with powdered sugar and maple syrup, along with ice cream and berries, while he opted for a full English breakfast. The two ate in silence for a while before Daphne finally broached the topic they were supposed to discuss that morning. As Daphne sat across from Harry, a slight breeze crept in through the window and rustled the curtains, casting shadows on their faces. She leaned forward, her eyes meeting Harry's. "Have you reached out to the wedding organizer we decided to hire for our big day?" Daphne's voice was soft, but laced with a tinge of anxiety. Harry paused, his fork hovering over his plate of food. He swallowed the morsel of chicken he had been chewing on, then wiped his mouth with a napkin before responding. I have. Harry's voice was deep, his words measured. They confirmed that our preferred date is available, and I have already paid the booking fee, he shrugged, as if the task had been a simple one. Daphne felt a weight lift from her shoulders, and she let out a sigh of relief. My mother has been pestering me about it incessantly, she confided. And I wouldn't know what to say if you hadn't taken care of it. I am glad I won't have to evade her inquiries anymore, she said. A smile lighting up her face. Harry couldn't help but chuckle at his fiancée's unique behavior. Sometimes I wonder who is the one getting married. My mother seems to be the stressing and planning more than both of us. Daphne grumbled, rolling her eyes in frustration. Harry listened attentively, not daring to interrupt her. He knew that Daphne just wanted to be heard. But in the midst of her rant, he caught a suspicious movement from someone in his peripheral vision. He quickly diverted his attention to the figure and began tracking their movements, no longer listening to Daphne's tirade. His heart pounded in his chest as he watched the person move in and out of the shadows, their identity shrouded in mystery. Noticing that Harry had stopped listening to her, Daphne followed his line of sight with a furrowed brow. However, she had forgotten her glasses and could not see what Harry was looking at clearly. Despite her attempts to focus her vision, she failed to discern anything. What are you looking at? She demanded impatiently, but Harry only gave her a vague response that further irritated her. He had to protect her, and he couldn't let her in on his suspicions just yet. Harry, she exclaimed, her voice rising in frustration. Oh, I'm so sorry, Daphne. I have to go. Harry gave Daphne an apologetic glance before dashing outside to pursue the person he had been observing. His heart raced as he navigated through the crowded street, determined to catch up to the mysterious figure. Daphne watched in stunned silence as Harry left, but she quickly regained her composure and chased after him. Her heart beating faster with each passing moment. It's not so easy to shake me off, Harry. She exclaimed irritably, causing Harry to wince. Daphne was determined to keep up with Harry. Her footsteps pounding the pavement with fierce determination. Her fiery spirit burned like a wild flame, and Harry knew that it was futile to try and convince her otherwise. He should have known that once Daphne had set her mind to something, there was no stopping her. Easy there, Daphne. Focus and stick close to me, he ordered, glancing over his shoulder to make sure they weren't being followed. We don't want to draw any attention to ourselves. Who are we after, and why? Daphne asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Harry shook his head, silently cursing Hims. Elf for not giving her more information earlier. Harry seems to have forgotten what my job is. She was still annoyed with Harry momentarily. She was in the DMLE as well, after all. Look over there. See that tall bloke with the green scarf and the crooked nose? Walking out of the cauldron shop. Harry whispered, subtly nodding his head in the direction of the man. You know about the bombing case. I've seen him lurking around 4 of the crime scenes during the investigations, and now he's headed towards Ollivanders with a large black sack. We've been trying to track him down for months. She knew what the case he has dealing with. A few days before he had bluntly told the entire IA team about what progress they had made so far during the inspection as he walked them through the evidence. Room and case files to demonstrate everything was where it should be. The bombing case, Daphne would have preferred that he was on the serial killer case over this one, at least it had some actual leads to follow. The 2 cases seemed never-ending, like a tangled web that had ensnared the entire wizarding world in its grip. The bombings had started with low-intensity blasts, leaving behind no casu altis but spreading fear and panic in their wake. But the situation had escalated quickly, and now there were 2 large explosions that had claimed the lives of several witches, wizards, and even some innocent muggles. The serial killer case was no less gruesome, with a trail of bodies left in its wake. It had started with the murder of a head of department's son, and since then, it had claimed T. He lives of 2 recent Hogwarts graduates and a shop owner in Hogsmeade. The killer's modus operandi was chillingly consistent. Each victim's throat was cut, and their body would burst into flames when touched by forensic experts, leaving nothing behind for investigation. Every lead seemed to end in a dead end, but at least there were connections between the victims, unlike the random and seeming unconnected bombings that had been driving Harry insane in his attempts to solve. But Harry and Daphne were not ones to give up easily. They continued down the dimly lit alley, their wands drawn and their senses alert. They could hear the man's footsteps echoing down the alley, the sound of his ragged breathing growing louder with each passing moment. "Stop right there, sir," Harry said firmly, pointing his wand at the man's chest. The man just giggled, his eyes darting back and forth as he shifted the bag on his shoulder. The man, who had been trying to slink away unnoticed, stopped in his tracks at the sound of Harry's voice. He turned to face the Auror, his eyes narrowing as he sized Harry up. After a moment of tense silence, he chuckled, a low, mocking sound that set Daphne's teeth on edge. "Ah, an Auror," he said, his voice dripping with mock respect. "And Harry Potter, no less." He raised his hands slowly, his hunched posture giving him an eerie, menacing quality. His hair was tied back in a greasy, uneven ponytail. And his teeth were yellow and rotting. His clothes were ragged and tattered, stitched together in places with crude, uneven stitches. Daphne stood beside Harry, her wand at the ready, her eyes never leaving the man's face. She knew that this was no ordinary criminal, that there was something off about him that she couldn't quite put her finger on. "What's your name?" Harry barked, his wand arm tensing as he fixed the man with a sharp gaze. "And what's in the bag?" His Auror's voice held a commanding edge, cutting through the murky air of Nocturne Alley like a knife. Daphne couldn't help but admire Harry when he was like this. He had a way of taking control of a situation that was both admirable and intimidating. "It's Wibbly," he said, his tone dripping with disdain. "And I'm a squib." Before Harry could say anything, the man reached into his bag and pulled out a lumpy, foul-smelling package. The odor that emanated from the bag was overwhelming, causing Harry's nostrils to flare in disgust. "Dragon dung," Harry muttered under his breath, cursing his luck. He had been hoping for something more substantial, something that would lead them closer to the dark wizards they had been tracking for weeks. The man sneered at Harry's reaction, his mouth twisting into a cruel grin. "Am I carrying something illegal? Last I checked, squibs are allowed to buy a bag of shit from the apothecary." Daphne bristled at the man's insolence, but Harry remained calm. He knew that losing his temper wouldn't do them any good. Instead, he fixed the man with a hard stare. "If you're carrying anything that could be used for dark magic, then I have every right to search your bag," Harry said, his voice cold and measured. The man laughed, a sharp, bitter sound that grated on Daphne's nerves. "Dark magic, as if. You wizards just love bragging and putting us down. If you want to arrest me, you'll need proof, Harry Potter," he spat, casting a disdainful glance in their direction. "And last time I checked, dragon dung wasn't on the list of banned substances." With that, the man slung the bag over his shoulder and strode off into the shadows of Nocturne Alley. Harry watched him go, his mind racing with frustration. It seemed like they were always hitting dead ends in this case, always chasing shadows and never finding anything concrete. "We're not finished here, I haven't told you to leave," Harry repeated, his voice low and firm. His eyes locked onto the suspects, daring him to make a move. Daphne stood close behind, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. The man's face contorted with rage, his anger so thick it was almost palpable. "You lot are so stubborn. Just because you have magical powers," he snarled, his fists clenched tightly. Daphne felt a shiver run down her spine. She had seen Harry in many dangerous situations before, but something about this suspect made her uneasy. He seemed to radiate a malevolent energy that made her skin crawl. "What do you know about the recent bombings?" Harry cut to the chase, his eyes fixed on the man's face. The suspect sneered, his lips curling into a mocking grin. "Why are you asking me? I'm hardly capable of blowing up anything without magic," he reasoned, as if he were merely humoring them. But Harry wasn't fooled by the man's evasions. He stepped closer, his wand held steady in his hand. Daphne mirrored his movements, her eyes scanning the surroundings for any sign of trouble. "I know you know something," Harry said calmly, his voice carrying a steely edge. "I saw you at multiple crime scenes. And every time we try to question you, you always run off into Muggle London." The man's face twisted in a mixture of hate and fear. "You must be mistaken," he said evasively, his eyes flicking from side to side as if searching for an escape route. But Harry was relentless. As he drew even closer, he noticed a strange tattoo on the man's wrist, a box-shaped design that seemed oddly familiar. "Nice tattoo," Harry remarked, his eyes fixed on the design. "Where did you get a tattoo like that?" The man immediately pulled his hand away, his eyes darting around nervously. "None of your business," he spat, his tone defensive. Harry's heart raced as he realized the significance of the tattoo. He had seen it before, but where? His mind raced as he tried to make sense of the clues. "It could be my business if you turn out to be the bomber," Harry replied firmly, his wand at the ready. "Now tell us what you know." His eyes bore into the suspect's, daring him to resist. "I don't know nothing. I just purchased some fertilizer," Wibbly repeated, his voice a high-pitched whine of fear that grated on Harry's nerves. He looked at the man in disgust, noting how the sweat glistened on his forehead and how his eyes darted around the room like a trapped animal. Something about Wibbly's statement triggered a memory, but it remained just out of reach. Harry's mind raced as he tried to recall a true crime show he had watched with Daphne about a devastating bombing in Muggle America in the mid-90s. Something about the chemical composition of the bomb. Harry's thoughts were interrupted by a sudden memory that came unbidden to his mind. It was a statement by a witness to one of the attacks, a woman who had survived the blast. She had said that the air smelled foul, like burning sulfur and decaying flesh. The smell of dragon dung. Harry shuddered at the thought of such a horrific odor and the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. "Who instructed you to purchase the fertilizer, and what was it for?" Harry demanded, grabbing Wibbly by his collar. He could feel the man's pulse racing under his fingertips, and he wondered if he was about to have a heart attack. Daphne intervened, her hand on Harry's arm. "Harry, please, calm down," she said softly, her voice like a soothing balm to his frayed nerves. "I won't tell you." Wibbly cackled madly, his eyes bulging with madness. "You'll all perish. Britain will be purged of wizards and witches. Long live the squibs. This is the price you'll pay for your oppression." Daphne's eyes widened in horror as Wibbly's delirious ramblings grew more sinister. Harry felt a surge of anger and frustration as he realized that Wibbly was not going to cooperate. In a fit of rage, he shoved Wibbly to the ground, his wand in hand. "Harry, let's bring him to the ministry. We'll sort this out with a proper warrant," Daphne suggested, nodding with assurance. "You'll come with us to the ministry for further questioning," Harry declared firmly. His eyes boring into Wibbly's. "I won't let you capture me." Wibbly scrambled to his feet, fumbling with something in his pocket. Despite Harry's efforts to apprehend him, Wibbly managed to palm a small vial of an amber liquid, and drop it into the bag of fertilizer. Harry's heart raced as he realized what was happening. He tried to cast a spell to disarm Wibbly, but it was too late. Daphne quickly cast a Patronus to report the arrest to the ministry, but before the message could be sent, Wibbly taunted them with a final threat. "I'll never be subjugated by you and your filth. I'll take you all down with me." With a final maniacal laugh he stared at the bag of dung, now glowing a dangerous orange. The burlap sack began to smoke as the liquid in the vial triggered a massive explosion that rocked Diagon Alley. Harry instinctively shielded Daphne, but the blast was too close, and they were both thrown off their feet. The sound of the explosion echoed through the alley, shattering windows and sending debris flying in all directions. Harry felt a searing pain in his side and knew that he had been hit by something as he and Daphne were thrown off their feet as a massive fireball engulfed them. The aftermath of the explosion was catastrophic. Harry and Daphne's bodies were torn apart, their blood and flesh scattered across the once bustling wizarding thoroughfare. As the smoke cleared, the gruesome scene came into view. Nearly a dozen innocent bystanders lay dead or dying, their bodies mangled beyond recognition. The scent of dragon dung lingered in the air, a stark reminder of the heinous act that had just unfolded. But something strange happened amidst the chaos. As the explosion rocked the alleyway, a forgotten object inside Daphne's purse was hurled out and shattered on impact. It was a half-repaired time turner, a powerful artifact that had been illegally hidden in a Department of Mysteries employee's cubicle. Daphne had discovered it during her exhaustive week and had planned to return it to the ministry, but it had been overlooked when her week of exhaustion finally ended with her almost passing out before she made it to the flow. The impact of the shockwave burst the glass, sending the sands of time flying out as their souls, unbeknownst to anyone, were transported back in time to the year 1995, to the very moment when the tattoos on the bomber's wrist were first inked. Daphne Greengrass stirred awake to a sensation that slithered through her veins like a serpentine force, coiling around her being. It was an unfamiliar feeling, one she had never experienced before. Her body felt refreshed, rejuvenated, and inexplicably whole, as if she had been reborn. She rubbed her eyes, disoriented, and peered out of the window, squinting against the sunlight that streamed through the curtains like 1,000 fiery swords. Had she ever opened the curtains so wide? As she rose from her bed, a strange feeling settled over her like a swarm of biting insects. Something was amiss. Her room seemed different, somehow. The air tasted off, like a stale perfume lingering in the musty corners of an abandoned mansion. She frowned and scanned the room, taking in the details with a keen eye. Where her bookcase once stood, a porcelain white cupboard loomed like a ghostly apparition. Butterflies fluttered down its length, their wings painted with vivid hues of blue and gold, making a knot twist in Daphne's stomach. The walls were no longer a light cream shade, instead, they were drenched in a bright, royal purple that made Daphne wince at their jarring intensity. Her head twisted around the room, only to stop dead in her tracks as a poster caught her eyes. The poster. It was her fiancé, looking a lot younger, flying on a broom like a daredevil. His garish red Gryffindor robes fluttering in the wind like a flock of fiery birds, his emerald eyes fixed on the small golden snitch. A blush crept onto her face like a wildfire, scorching her cheeks. She could have sworn she had destroyed the poster before Harry had first visited her home. Her heart stilled, like a bird caught in a hunter's trap. This was her room, no doubt. She had lived here for several years, just not recently. A chill slithered down her spine, making her shiver. What had happened to her? And where was she now? A deluge of memories from the previous day flooded Daphne's mind like a torrential storm. And her heart raced like a wild stallion as she recalled the mission with Harry. They had been tracking a dangerous suspect who had set off a suicide bomb, and they had both perished in the explosion. The pain and horror of that moment lingered like a festering wound, gnawing at her soul. So how was she here, in her bedroom at Greengrass Manor, unscathed and alive? It was a question that defied all logic and reason, a mystery that chilled her to the bone. Daphne quickly made her way to her walk-in closet, hoping to find some answers in the enchanted mirror she kept there. As she stepped closer to the mirror, a gasp escaped her lips. The reflection that stared back at her was almost unrecognizable. She looked younger, as if time had reversed itself and taken her back to a time when she was just a girl on the cusp of womanhood. Her once toned frame, sculpted by years of intense exercise with her fiancé, was now gone. The defined muscles in her legs and stomach had all but vanished, leaving behind a softness that she had long forgotten. And then there was her height. Nearly 5 centimeters had disappeared, leaving her feeling small and vulnerable. Gone was the slight T. And she had worked so hard to acquire over the years, replaced by an almost porcelain complexion that she had once considered a curse. Her blonde hair was longer than she normally wore it, cascading past her shoulders and draping onto her smaller chest. It was like looking at a ghost of herself, a memory that had been locked away in the deepest corners of her mind. But now it was back, staring at her with hauntingly familiar eyes and a pale complexion. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. That this wasn't just a trick of the light or a temporary glitch in reality. How? What the? She trailed off, her mind reeling like a broken carousel. It can't be true, am I in the past? She muttered to herself, frantically trying to make sense of the situation. Then, she remembered the object she had discovered at work, the time turner she had confiscated for being improperly stored. Shit, I never took it out of my purse. But this isn't how time turners work. On instinct, her hand went to her side, looking for her purse, where the time turner should have been, before realizing in her reflection her attire was a pair of sweatpants and t-shirt she vividly remembered as one of her favorite outfits from her school years. She rubbed her temples, feeling a headache blooming like a poisonous flower in her skull. Before she could process any further, her mother's voice interrupted her thoughts. And she turned to see her mother standing in the doorway. She paused speechless at the sight in front of her, incapable of believing her own eyes. A torrent of emotions pounded in her heart as she was petrified at the visage of the angle of a woman before her, and it took all of her emotional control to not burst out in tears. The platinum strands of her mother's hair glimmered in the sunshine cascading across the bedroom, the subtle gray streaks that had threaded through her locks nearly invisible in the almost silver sheen of her hair. Her eyes, a stormy gray hue, sparkled with unshed tears that threatened to spill at any moment. While her father had passed down his striking blue sapphire eyes to her, her mother's had always been more subdued and storm gray, yet no less mesmerizing. And then there was their figures. In the future, Daphne's sporty, toned, and curvy body was a far cry from her mother's tall, petite, yet busty frame. As she took in her mother's appearance, Daphne noticed the faint lines etched into her skin. The contrast to the last time they had seen each other was stark. Back then, the war had left its mark on her mother, etching lines of worry and fear onto her face. But now, it was something else entirely that caused her such pain. Despite her youthful appearance, her mother's eyes were ringed with a sadness that Daphne had never seen before. But upon seeing Daphne up, relief flooded her mother's face like a sunrise breaking through the storm clouds as she saw that Daphne was unharmed. The room felt like a trap, suffocating her with its strangeness. And Daphne longed to escape its claustrophobic grip. Daphne's voice came out like a soft whisper, as if she was afraid of disturbing the thick blanket of silence that enveloped the room. "Good morning, Mother," she said weakly, feeling like a child again, unable to come up with a better response. Her mother's face lit up like a sunflower, relief flooding her fetu. Res like a wave crashing against the shore. But beneath the surface, there was a hint of worry, a nagging sensation that refused to be ignored. "Daphne, you're awake," her mother exclaimed, her words dripping with emotion. She moved towards her daughter like a hurricane, her arms open wide, ready to embrace her. Daphne furrowed her brow, noticing the unusual tone in her mother's voice. It was as if something terrible had happened. Something that her mother was trying to hide. "I am," Daphne responded, her words slow and cautious, like a tortoise poking its head out of its shell. Her mother's embrace was like a vice, squeezing the air out of her lungs, leaving her gasping for breath. She felt as if she was drowning, suffocating in a sea of emotion. "Are you okay, Mom?" Daphne inquired, her fingertips tracing the spot where her mother's hand had rested. It was an odd gesture, one that she had never witnessed before. Her mother's eyes were red-rimmed, tears threatening to spill over at any moment. "I should be the one asking you that," her mother corrected, her voice trembling with emotion. She took a seat beside Daphne's bed, her body vibrating with an energy that was hard to ignore. "How are you feeling? You almost gave me a heart attack. Please don't ever scare me like that again." Her scolding tone softened into one of sadness, her words like a knife twisting in Daphne's heart. "I'm not ready to lose you," she sobbed, her tears like tiny diamonds, shining in the light. Daphne stood frozen in place, staring at her mother with disbelief. What had happened to make her mother so distraught? It was unlike her to be so emotionally vulnerable. The room was suffocating, like a tiny box with no way out. The air was thick with tension, like a rope stretched tight, ready to snap. Finally, Daphne forced herself to sit on the edge of the bed, like a soldier facing the enemy. "I'm not going anywhere, Mom," she reassured her mother with a cheerful smile, though uncertainty gnawed at her insides. "See, I'm fine." Her hand found her mother's, squeezing it gently, like a lifeline in a stormy sea. Daphne's heart raced as she watched her mother weep uncontrollably. The tears flowed like a raging river, threatening to drown them both. She probed tentatively, trying to make sense of her mother's distress. It was as if something catastrophic had happened, and Daphne braced herself for the worst. "What the hell happened, Mother?" she demanded, the fear and confusion evident in her voice. The silence stretched out, broken only by her mother's ragged breathing as she struggled to contain her emotions. "It was like a nightmare, my dear Daphne," her mother began, her voice trembling. "Do you not remember what happened last night?" Daphne shook her head, the memory elusive. Her mind reeled with the possibilities. Had she been cursed, poisoned, or worse? The uncertainty gnawed at her insides, threatening to consume her. "What happened to me, Mother?" Daphne pleaded silently, hoping for answers. But her mother's answer was as terrifying as it was unexpected. "Last night, my dear, you were gravely ill. Your father was in a state of panic, and Astoria was crying hysterically." She paused and placed a hand on her daughter's leg. "We were afraid we would lose you," she revealed, her voice thick with sorrow. The words hung in the air like a death knell, sending a shiver down Daphne's spine. Daphne's heart lurched as her mother's words sank in. Gravely ill. The phrase echoed in her mind like a death knell, and she felt a chill crawl up her spine. The events of the night before were a blur. As if part of her brain knew it to be true, but something deep in her soul screamed that it was not, like a disjointed jigsaw puzzle with none of the pieces willing to fit together. Her mother's tears had subsided. But her eyes were red and puffy, and her voice trembled as she continued. You were burning up with fever, my love. Your body was racked with convulsions, and we couldn't do anything to ease your suffering. Daphne's mind raced, trying to comprehend what her mother was saying. She couldn't remember feeling ill, but the evidence was undeniable. She searched her body for any lingering signs of illness. But all she found was a dull ache in her head. How long was I like that? Daphne asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Almost the entire night, my dear, her mother replied. A hint of relief in her voice. But then, just before dawn, you suddenly went still. It was as if some unseen force had drained the illness from your body, leaving you weak but alive. Daphne shuddered at the mental image. What kind of magic had she been subjected to? She opened her mouth to speak, but no words came out. Her mother's words had taken her breath away, leaving her gasping for air. I'm just glad you're still with us, her mother continued, taking Daphne's hand in hers. We love you, Daphne. Never forget that. Are you certain that you are feeling well? Her mother asked. Her concern etched on her face. I am sure, mother, Daphne snapped, frustration lacing her words. Would I be sitting here talking to you if I wasn't? Daphne's heart plunged into a freefall at the news. The weight of the situation crashing down upon her like a ton of bricks. But despite the gravity of the situation, she couldn't help but feel oddly detached, like she was watching the scene play out from behind a thick pane of glass. Before her mother could provide any further explanation, the door to the room exploded open, and her father stormed in, dragging a scruffy-looking man behind him. The healer's clothes were rumpled and stained with what looked like dried blood, and his eyes were sunken and rimmed with dark circles. Daphne couldn't help but wonder how long they had been up, and what horrors they had been forced to endure. Daphne. Her father's voice was hoarse, his eyes bulging out of their sockets as he took in the sight before him. But how, you were. He trailed off, at a loss for words as he stared at his daughter, who was now sitting upright and chatting as though nothing had happened. Daphne could sense the tension in the room ratcheting up a notch. And she knew that someone would have to explain things soon. Father, she said, her voice steady despite the tumultuous emotions swirling inside her. Hopefully, she would soon be able to gather the answers she needed. Daphne's mind was a tempest, the storm of her thoughts lashing against the shore of her consciousness. She tried to piece together the events that had led her to this moment, to this body. It was as if she was trapped in a nightmare, one that she couldn't wake up from. The healer had told her she was in perfect condition, and their words brought a measure of relief to her psyche. But Daphne could see the worry etched on her parents' faces. She couldn't blame them. Seeing their child in such a state was bound to send even the bravest of souls into a spiral of worry. The healer had been a godsend, and his assistance had allowed her to recover. She needed to know the year, to understand the landscape of this alien world. She called for Jo, her house elf, and implored her to fetch the newspaper. Dreading the confirmation of what she already suspected. As she read the headlines, her blood began to boil. The media was relentless in their pursuit of Harry, determined to paint him as a liar. Daphne felt the urge to destroy the paper, to lash out at the injustice of it all. But she held herself back, remembering that the prophet had smeared Harry and Dumbledore for a few years back in the day. So the headlines didn't help narrow it down by much more than she could determine by her surroundings. Focusing on why she had asked for the paper in the first place, she carried on. As she combed through the pages, her heart sank. It was the year when Harry and Dumbledore had been accused of lying about Voldemort's return. Daphne cursed under her breath, her frustration boiling over. She knew it was going to be a tough year, one that would test her resolve, but she was determined to do whatever she could to help Harry. Daphne collapsed onto the floor of her closet, the weight of her thoughts pressing down on her. "Oh Harry," she whispered into the darkness, "what have we gotten ourselves into?" The dining room, a cramped and gloomy space within Sirius' abode, seemed to swallow the whispers of the gathered. Harry sat in an uneasy silence, his nerves frayed as flickering candles cast long, menacing shadows across their faces. The late hour only added to the mounting tension, and the darkness outside pressed against the windows like a malevolent force. The air was thick with the scent of fear and uncertainty, suffocating in its intensity, as they discussed their next move in the war against the Dark Lord, Voldemort. Sirius spoke gravely, his voice a low rumble that reverberated off the walls. It looks like the meeting at the Ministry will be attended by all members of the Wizengamot. Harry's forehead creased in confusion as he exclaimed, I don't understand. What does the Ministry of Magic want from me? Sirius shrugged nonchalantly, his face obscured by the dancing shadows. You'll find out soon enough, Harry, he said, his voice a whisper. But take a look at this. Motioning to Shacklebolt, he passed a newspaper to Harry. Reluctantly, Shacklebolt handed over the newspaper. And Harry snatched it from him in a bewildered daze. As he perused the slanderous headlines about himself and Dumbledore, his eyes widened in shock. The accusations were vile, their implications damning. He also attacked Dumbledore. Harry heard the others murmuring in hushed tones behind him as he read the paper in disgust. The Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, is using all his powers to silence those who believe that the Dark Lord has returned, continued Sirius, his voice growing more serious. He's afraid that Dumbledore is after his job. Why? Harry asked in disbelief, his voice rising. The newspaper felt like a hot coal in his hands, and he almost tossed it into the fireplace if he hadn't held himself back. He thinks Dumbledore is a threat, chimed in Remus Lupin, his voice heavy and tired, matching his face perfectly. That's insane. No one in their right mind would believe. Harry protested, but he was cut off by Sirius, his voice low and dangerous. Exactly. Fudge is out of his mind with fear. Sirius' words hung heavy in the air, his voice a low rumble that echoed through the room. Fear clouds people's judgment, Harry. The last time Voldemort was in power, he destroyed almost everything we held dear. And now that he's back, I fear the Ministry will do whatever it takes to avoid facing this terrifying truth. Harry's heart raced as he listened to Sirius speak, his words painting a grim picture of what was to come. We believe Voldemort wants to rebuild his army, he said, his eyes dark with concern. 14 years ago, he had a vast following. Not just among wizards, but all manner of dark creatures. Harry gasped, his mind racing with fear. The thought of Voldemort with an army was a horror beyond imagining. But Sirius wasn't finished. He's currently recruiting heavily, and we'll be doing the same. But that's not all he wants. Sirius hesitated, his words measured. We believe Voldemort may be after something. Moody growled menacingly. But Sirius paid him no mind. Something he didn't have back then, he said, deliberately casual. Harry's mind raced with possibilities, each more terrifying than the last. Like a weapon, he guessed, his voice low and uncertain. But before anyone could answer, Molly Weasley interjected in her overbearing motherly tone. That's enough. He's still a child. He does not need to be bothered with this. It is a fight for adults. She scolded, wrapping her arms around Harry in a suffocating embrace. Harry bristled with irritation, his desire to fight burning bright within him. He wanted to be part of the fight, not coddled like a baby. Good, he exclaimed, breaking free from Molly's embrace. I want to join. If Voldemort raises an army, I want to fight him. His words hung heavy in the air, his resolve unshakable. Sirius' grin spread across his face, victorious in his assumption that Harry would want to join the fray. The tension grew thick, and just when things were reaching a boiling point, Harry plummeted off his seat and thrashed violently on the floor. The cacophony of screams echoed throughout the room, piercing the air like 1,000 knives. Sirius leapt to Harry's side, his fingers gripping the boy tightly as he writhed in agony. Fetch Pomfrey! Fetch Pomfrey! He howled in a panic. The muscles in his face contorted with fear, and then he added, and get Dumbledore. Now! Arthur Weasley sprang into action, casting flow powder into the fireplace as he bellowed for aid. Chaos erupted around them, but Sirius remained unwavering in his focus on Harry, praying with all his might for the boy to pull through. Harry's eyes bulged with terror, his gaze fixed vacantly on the ceiling. He felt as though his body had been set ablaze, consumed by a scorching pain that seared from his scar. It was as though someone had taken a hatchet to his skull, splitting it into two. He wriggled and writhed, his agony escalating with every passing moment. Then, all at once, the pain began to abate. Harry's scar ruptured, and thick, viscous blood spewed out of the wound. The odor was putrid, like corpse-rotten sewage, and Sirius gagged as he caught a whiff of it. Harry unleashed a piercing shriek before he fell into unconsciousness. "What in the devil's name is happening?" Sirius bellowed, his eyes wide with terror and confusion. He rallied his composure and scooped Harry up in his arms. Carrying him into the nearest empty room, the very one he had originally intended to be Harry's private quarters before the Weasleys intervened, without so UCH's sparing a word for Molly as she demanded that Harry be taken to the room he shared with Ron. The atmosphere crackled with tension and fear, thick enough to slice with a knife. Hermione's heart thundered against her ribs, tears streaking down her face as she grappled with the weight of the past few minutes. Ron clung to her like a lifeline, his embrace tight enough to leave bruises. The din-ing room was filled with chaos when Harry collapsed, his body shaking uncontrollably as he hit the ground. Hermione had never felt so helpless as she watched her best friend convulse, his eyes rolling back in his head. "I'm sure he'll be okay," Ron muttered, his voice hollow in the charged air. Hermione's response was choked, barely above a whisper. "How can you be so sure? Saw it yourself, it had to have been bad." They had vaguely been aware of the whoosh of the flow activating, and Madame Pomfrey, followed by Professor Snape and Dumbledore, all but sprinting up the stairs 3 at a time in a rush to get to Harry. And they followed shortly after when the area cleared. When the two arrived in the hallway outside Harry's room, shouting rang out as Sirius's voice growled in anger as an unseen force pushed him outward into the hall where Remus already was standing as the door slammed shut. Tersely, they walked over and met eyes with Remus, who nodded with a forced smile. Silently, they took up the wall opposite and joined in the vigil. The tension in the hallway was palpable as they waited for news of Harry's condition. Everyone was on edge, unsure of what was happening to their friend. Hermione paced back and forth outside the room, her hands twisting in her hair as she tried to come up with a solution. Ron sat near her on the floor, his eyes locked onto the door to the bedroom as if willing it to open. Apparently, it was magically locked, as Sirius stood guard beside its side like a fierce dog, his eyes scanning the corridor outside for danger. Beside him, Remus Lupin looked just as on edge. And also equally as irritated. It felt like an eternity before the door swung open, and the two adults rushed in before anyone could stop them, leaving the teens behind. As the two men crossed the threshold, they nearly collided with the headmaster, flanked by Snape and Madame Pomfrey. A sense of foreboding clung to the group as Sirius hurried where Harry lay. Harry looked so small and fragile, his skin unnaturally pale against the white sheets. Madame Pomfrey was bustling around him, checking his pulse and running diagnostic spells. Sirius scowled at the sight of Snape, his animosity palpable in the air. Remus murmured something in his ear, and he took a deep breath before grudgingly allowing them to enter the room. With a wave of Snape's wand, the door closed behind them with a resounding thud. And Hermione and Ron rushed forward, desperate to hear what was happening inside. The air was thick with tension, every second stretching out like an eternity as they waited for news of their friend. Sirius Black stood resolute by Harry's bedside, his tall frame casting a protective shadow over his godson's small body. His eyes were fixed on Harry's face, watching over him, with a fierce determination that could not be swayed. Even the great Albus Dumbledore, the wizarding world's revered leader, couldn't make him budge. "You had no right to make me leave his side, Albus. You had no right to lock me out of this room," Sirius snarled, his voice low and dangerous. His words sliced through the air like a sharpened blade, cutting off Snape's spiteful remarks before they had a chance to spill out. Madame Pomfrey intervened, standing by Sirius's side like a loyal soldier. "Let Mr. Black stay by his side, he is family," she pleaded, her eyes brimming with tears as she fought to keep her emotions in check. She cast a series of spells over Harry's body, searching for clues to the cause of his convulsions. Dumbledore waited patiently, his heart heavy with concern. The room was silent except for the sound of Madame Pomfrey's spells and Harry's labored breathing. The boy was lying on a rather Spartan bed, his thin frame racked with pain. His face was twisted in a grimace, his skin pale and clammy. And his body small and fragile, like a bird with a broken wing. And the entire time he was as still as a corpse, as if the life had drained and rigor mortis had begun to set in. Madame Pomfrey's results were inconclusive, leaving the group in a state of anxious uncertainty. Dumbledore stepped forward, his wand at the ready as he cast a series of detection charms over Harry's body. His face grew grave as he detected something amiss, an unknown activity within Harry's scar. He knew what this meant, and was scared of the possibility ever since a certain 12-year-old boy had emerged from the Chamber of Secrets clutching a diary and a sword. It seems that Voldemort is attempting to invade Harry's mind, Dumbledore explained to the worried onlookers. His voice was strained with fear, his mind racing with the implications of what he had just discovered. We must act quickly to prevent any further damage. Sirius was the first to speak up, his tone urgent and demanding. Tell me the truth, Albus. He pressed. I feel there is more going on here than you are telling us, and something tells me you know what it is. Dumbledore let out a heavy sigh, his shoulders slumping in defeat. The scar. I am worried about it, he admitted, his eyes betraying his deepest fears. Did Harry ever tell you about his dreams of Voldemort? Sirius hesitated for a moment before nodding slowly. I remember his letters from last year. Something about Voldemort, Wormtail, Crouch, and an old mansion, he said quietly, his voice laced with sadness. Dumbledore turned to Snape, a flicker of hope igniting in his eyes. Snape met his gaze with a cold, steely resolve, the two men communicating silently without the need for words. It was time to act, to take the fight to Voldemort and protect Harry at all costs. Absolutely not, Albus. I refuse to teach a spoiled brat like him. Snape hissed, his voice dripping with venomous disdain. Watch your tongue, Snape. Sirius bellowed, his anger seeping through his skin like hot tar. His fists clenched tightly, as if he were holding back a force of nature that threatened to break free. If it weren't for Remus holding him back, Sirius might have cursed Snape on the spot. He glared back at Snape with equal spite, his eyes burning with a fury that could have set the whole castle on fire. But Albus stepped in, his voice measured and cryptic, like a wise old sage dispensing wisdom to the ignorant. Please, Severus, he said, his eyes piercing into Snape's dark soul. It's the only way to sever their connection. We can't risk another incident until the time comes. Sirius started to grasp what Albus was suggesting, and begrudgingly he agreed with the sentiment. He had wanted nothing more than to teach Harry himself, to be the father figure that he never had. But his traumatic experiences with the Dementors and his time on the run had taken a toll on his mental and emotional fortitude. He simply wasn't as strong as he used to be, and would be incapable of teaching occlumency. Perhaps he could still impart basic knowledge, but he couldn't handle the practical application. He had no choice but to relent and let Snape take over. The thought of which made his skin crawl. He glanced at Remus, who seemed vacant, lost in his own thoughts. He let out a deep sigh, frustration boiling within him like a simmering cauldron of emotions. Damn it all, he muttered under his breath, his shoulders slumping in defeat. This is not how I wanted it to be. Snape smirked, a look of self-satisfaction plastered on his greasy face. Sirius felt his blood boil at the insult, but he held his tongue, knowing that any further provocation would only make things worse. Instead, he turned his gaze to Dumbledore, who had a glint of sadness in his eyes. It was as if he knew that this decision would tear Sirius apart, leaving him with nothing but the bitter taste of regret. Albus, Poppy, and Snape had slunk away from Harry's chamber, escorted out by Remus. Sirius had chosen to remain, keeping vigil at his godson's bedside, and shortly after his friend had returned. He let out a heavy sigh, feeling the weight of frustration set on his shoulders like a cloak of lead. Albus had been about as helpful as a screen door on a submarine, obsessing over Harry's visions and dreams instead of addressing the root of the problem. And as for Snape, Sirius couldn't fathom why the old man had entrusted that slimy snake with teaching Harry instead of someone more trustworthy. Poppy had assured him that Harry's fever would break and he'd recover fully once he came to. But until then, Sirius was stuck in this stuffy, suffocating room, feeling useless and angry. He rose from his chair, contemplating a trip to the library to pass the time, when the door creaked open. Two familiar faces appeared, looking at him with concern etched into their features like a carving on a gravestone. He instantly recognized them as his godson's best friends. The girl with the wavy hair spoke up, her voice soft and anxious. "How is Harry?" Sirius snarled, his frustration boiling over like a pot left too long on the stove. "Why are you still lurking about?" he snapped, his words dripping with sarcasm. "We just want to know how he's doing," the red-haired boy said, his eyes wide and pleading. Sirius felt his temper rise, like a storm cloud gathering on the horizon. "Leave him be," he growled, his voice low and dangerous. "He needs to rest." Remus stepped forward, trying to calm the situation. He placed a hand on Sirius's shoulder, but Sirius brushed it off with a scowl. "You two stay away from him," he warned. "Or else." And with that, he stormed out of the room, leaving a tired-looking Remus and two sheepish teenagers behind. Remus gave them a small smile, trying to reassure them. "Sirius will come around," he said. "He just needs some time to cool off. Snape has a way of getting under his skin, especially when it comes to Harry." Remus leaned against the wall, his eyes flickering from Ron to Hermione, scanning their worried expressions. He cleared his throat and spoke in a low, soothing tone. "Seems to me, you two can't lay eyes on Harry right now. He's been through a rough patch, needs to rest." He paused and looked down at Harry, his heart heavy with concern. "But no need to sweat it. He's strong, he'll bounce back, you'll see." Ron and Hermione exchanged a worried glance, their eyes darting back to Harry's still form. Remus could see the fear and uncertainty etched on their faces. He recognized that look all too well. Had seen it on his comrades' faces during those long nights when James, Sirius, and even Peter had tried to storm into the infirmary to see their wounded mate. Madame Pomfrey had always chased them away, insisting on his recovery. Clearing his throat, Remus tried to reassure them. "Soon as Harry opens his eyes, you'll be the first to know," he promised, his voice thick with emotion. "But for now, you both need to rest. Worrying isn't good for the soul." He waved a hand tiredly, urging them to leave. As they backed away from the bed, Ron and Hermione looked back at Harry, their eyes filled with concern. Remus watched them go, his heart heavy with worry. He knew the toll anxiety could take on a person, had felt it himself during those long years of war. He hoped they'd take his advice and catch some much-needed sleep. Harry's eyes blinked open, disoriented and confused. He sat up, rubbing his eyes, trying to get his bearings. Something was off. The room he was in was familiar, but different somehow. As his eyes adjusted to the dim light, Harry began to piece together his surroundings. As he took a closer look around the room, he realized that everything was just as he remembered it, but from a different time period. The trinkets that were now strewn haphazardly around the room had been meticulously arranged on shelves and desks, and the walls were adorned with posters and pictures that were now yellowed with age. The room he was occupying is his former office. He had chosen it explicitly for the spacious windows, which opened up to the bustling streets outside. The room had once housed his thriving business, Lily's Eatery, and was filled with bookshelves, desks and a mini-fridge for when he had to spend long nights working from home. But now, the room had undergone a metamorphosis. With trinkets and belongings strewn haphazardly around that Harry distinctly remembered spending weeks laboring over organizing. So only one question remained left in his mind. What the hell is going on? As he stumbled through the dimly lit room, his eyes finally adjusted to the murky darkness. It was then that he caught sight of the mirror lurking in the corner, waiting like a predator in the shadows. He slowly made his way towards it, his heart pounding in his chest, and as he drew closer, he couldn't help but notice his reflection. His once handsome face was now gaunt and sickly, his clothes torn and baggy. And the broken glasses perched precariously on his nose. But what confused him the most was the bandage wrapped tightly around his forehead, covering the spot where his famous scar had once been. With trembling fingers, he reached up to remove the bandage, a sense of dread creeping up his spine. As the blood-soaked cloth fell away, he was met with an empty space where the scar had once been. He couldn't explain it, couldn't rationalize it. There was only one possible explanation for his current appearance, and it should be impossible. Hermione's words echoed in his mind, reminding him that time-turners cannot reach so far back in the past nor restore youth to the body. And Harry himself had no time-turner to speak of, so how could this be possible? But as he stared into the mirror, he knew with a sickening certainty that he had been flung back in time, to a world where the impossible was now reality. With a jolt, Harry recalled Daphne, her life hanging in the balance after the explosion. Had he managed to save her? Was she alive? Harry could only hope that she had survived, that she could forgive him for leaving her behind. His heart weighed heavy with sorrow as he thought of her. Yet, as he pondered her fate, a glimmer of hope shone through the darkness. For he knew that he would meet her again, though not as the Daphne he knew. And he would do everything in his power to bring her back. The moment he realized what had happened, Harry bolted out of the room, his heart racing with a mix of panic and determination. He had to find answers, and fast. He couldn't let himself get caught up in the boy who lived, master of death, chosen one nonsense all over again. He had done his duty, fought his battles, and now he deserved a peaceful existence. If some long-lost prophecy or cursed trinkets had done this to him, he hoped beyond hope that he'd find some answers in this twisted time warp that had sent him tumbling down the rabbit hole. Maybe Dumbledore would appear, all twinkly-eyed and full of mystical guidance, just like in that time he'd encountered him in the Forbidden Forest before his confrontation with Voldemort. Except instead of magical visions and apparitions, he made it 5 steps down the hall before face-planting face first into a tired and disheveled Sirius Black, alive, healthy, and carrying a plate of food for his godson. And by the pain he felt in his backside from falling to the ground, he could immediately tell this was not some sort of spectral messenger. He looked up at his godfather, and his thoughts turned to the future. Would he be able to survive in this unfamiliar time, where the shadows of the past loomed like a gathering storm? The prospect of reliving his past trials and tribulations made his skin crawl. But then, a glimmer of hope pierced through the darkness like a shard of sunlight. Could he have been sent back to change things, to right the wrongs that had led to so much pain and suffering? Perhaps he could save countless lives, including that of his dear godfather, Sirius. But Harry knew the truth. He had not traveled back in time with his physical body, only his mind. He was still the same Harry, with all his flaws and frailties. This was not like his previous time travel escapades with Hermione, where they had gone back together. This was a solitary journey, a test of his mettle, a battle against the demons of his own mind. He spent a good few hours with his godfather, his mind a tumultuous storm of confusion and uncertainty. Sirius had filled him in on what had happened. He had fallen ill in the middle of his debriefing after being rescued. But even as Sirius spoke, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Sirius had reluctantly departed, promising to return with Harry's friends who were itching to lay their eyes on him. But as the minutes ticked by, Harry began to hatch contingency plans and cover stories for himself. He couldn't shake off the feeling that Dumbledore couldn't be trusted, not after his previous life, a phrase that made his skin crawl with revulsion. Too many unanswered questions swirled around his old mentor's motives, and until he could unravel the true extent of the headmaster's scheming and manipulations, Harry resolved to win his trust and slip under his radar. He would deal with Dumbledore later, and would wait to see how this new turn of events would impact the headmaster's attitude towards him this year. He had the sneaking suspicion that his occlumency lessons would be starting earlier than his first run through 1995. But his thoughts were interrupted by a loud rapping on the door, prompting him to bid the visitors enter. The door creaked open, revealing Ron and Hermione beaming at him with a hint of unease. His godfather had mentioned that he and Remus were restricting his visitors to a select few, mainly keeping Molly away so he could recuperate without being smothered by the overbearing woman, and he was grateful for their assistance. He smiled at his friends, nearly having to do a double take after seeing them so young once again. Harry settled onto the bed, his wand at the ready. With a flick of his wrist, he waved his wand and transfigured a nearby footstool and an umbrella into 2 chairs for his friends, causing Hermione's eyes to bulge and Ron's jaw to drop in awe. The magic came naturally to him, a reflex honed over years of practice, but as he watched his friends' reactions, he inwardly winced at acting on his instincts and casually casting magic more advanced than he should know. "Sit down, guys. How have you been?" he asked, hoping to divert their attention from his little magic show. "Where did you learn that, Harry? And you're using magic here. What if the Ministry finds out and expels you for good this time? You have a hearing tomorrow." Hermione blurted out, her disapproval practically tangible. Harry winced inwardly, while Ron shot him an apologetic look. "Calm down, Hermione. Sirius taught me that. And anyway, it's perfectly legal to use magic in a wizard's home. This place is guarded by some powerful enchantments, and there are plenty of grown-up wizards around. So there's nothing to worry about, Harry assured her. A wizard's home, Hermione repeated incredulously. Harry frowned, sensing the righteous anger in his friend. So we can use our wands at my house, then? Ron asked eagerly. Harry furrowed his brow and nodded. Yeah, as long as there's an adult wizard living in the house, you can use magic indoors, or at least that's what Sirius told me. Didn't you know, Ron? Harry asked, only to receive a vigorous shake of the head from his red-headed friend. Mum and Dad never mentioned it. I wish I'd known earlier, Ron grumbled, while Hermione remained silent, her mind racing. Harry shrugged. Maybe there's a reason behind it. So we don't get too complacent and reliant on magic. I'm not sure. But you could ask your mum, Ron. He had to saint. Eiffel a chuckle as Ron recoiled at the thought of incurring his mother's wrath, especially after all the times Fred and George had used apparition to move their belongings one room at a time over the summer. Hermione's anger crackled like a live wire, her frustration barely contained within the confines of her tight-lipped expression. So let me get this straight, she said, her voice sharp as a knife. If there's an adult wizard in the household, we can perform magic. She demanded again, her voice edged with steel. Harry didn't miss the flash of indignation in her eyes. As Sirius suggested, that seems to be the case. I don't think I need to comment on what happens when I do magic at the Dursleys, he replied, his own irritation rising, remembering all the grief Mafalda Hopkirk had caused him over the years. Hermione's protests were swift and sharp, her irritation mounting by the second. This is grossly unfair. Harry's response was cautious, as if he was treading on thin ice. Maybe it's a matter of safety, he said. His words careful and measured. Minors require guidance, don't they? And if we mess up a spell, we can't just undo our mistakes. Who would rectify it, do you suppose? Your parents are my relatives. They're ill-equipped for such tasks. But Hermione was not one to be placated so easily. Harry winced inwardly as he anticipated the deluge of research she would undertake in the library as soon as they returned to Hogwarts. Using his knowledge from the future, he had already disabled the tracking charm on his wand when he was alone in his room, but it hadn't OCCU. RRED to him that Hermione would demand justice for the matter. Harry sighed inwardly, knowing Hermione was far from finished with the argument. Fine, we'll research it more when we get back to Hogwarts, he acquiesced. Hoping it would appease her for now. You never did answer my earlier question, he said, eyeing his friends curiously. And what brings the two of you here, anyway? We just missed you, mate. You've been asleep for 6 days. Ron blurted out, grinning like a fool. Harry raised an eyebrow skeptically. If you missed me that much, you could have sent a letter, he pointed out, his mind flashing back to the long, lonely days of summer, the memory still aching his heart even after all the years. Ron and Hermione exchanged guilty glances. Yeah, sorry about that, Ron muttered. Dumbledore, he wouldn't let us. Hermione cut in before Harry could say anything else. How are you holding up? Are you prepared for tomorrow's trial? I'm fine, thanks for asking, Harry said, his voice flat and distant. It's just a disciplinary hearing, so I'm sure it won't be too bad. Don't worry about me. Hermione gazed at him intently, her brown eyes searching his face for any sign of weakness. Harry knew she was worried. But he didn't have the energy to reassure her. His mind was already preoccupied with thoughts of the upcoming trial. It was sickening to have to go through it all over again. He repeated to himself, act like 15-year-old Harry, repeatedly, trying to tap into the younger version of himself. Even though his soul was over a decade older and an expert on self-defense law. It was necessary to play the part. He felt guilty for mentally taunting Daphne in the past for getting slammed with double shifts. Now, he had to deal with the same fate because, in addition to defeating Voldemort, he had to find the culprits behind the future bombing. Was this karma? Harry winced. He would apologize to Daphne as soon as he saw her, even if her past self would be confused as to why. Hermione jolted awake as if remembering something, and produced a stack of papers from her pocket. Harry flinched as the papers landed roughly on his lap. What's this? He asked, scanning through the papers she had given him. Laws and Procedures of the Court of Wizarding Britain. You don't have to do this, Hermione, Harry said, looking guilty, but he took the papers anyway. He knew it was useless to argue with her when she was in this state. She was always like this before a big test or a trial, burying herself in books and papers until she was satisfied that she knew everything there was to know. It was one of the things he loved about her, but right now he didn't have the patience for it. "I know you're prepared, Harry," Hermione said firmly, her voice laced with determination. "But this will help you be even more prepared. Knowledge is power, remember." Harry sighed, knowing he wouldn't win this argument. "Thanks, Hermione," he muttered, shuffling the papers into his bag. "I'll take a look at them later." But he knew he wouldn't. His mind was already too full of other things to worry about, and he was quite confident he had the trial completely handled. Meanwhile, Ron's face bloomed a deep shade of scarlet, his embarrassment radiating like a beacon in the dimly lit room. "Sorry, mate," he muttered, his voice small and sheepish. "This is all I can offer you." With a wide, nervous grin, he extended a handful of parcels containing chocolate frogs, the wrappers crinkling with the slightest movement. Harry couldn't help but chuckle at his friend's awkwardness, accepting the humble gift with a grateful nod. "Thank you," he said, his voice heavy with sarcasm. "It truly means a lot." He paused for a moment, then added, "This isn't poison, is it? It's not a trick from the twins, is it? It's safe, right?" Ron's eyes bulged out of their sockets at the suggestion, his defense rising like a wall. "Merlin's beard, of course not," he exclaimed, his tone bordering on the edge of irritation. They all laughed, the tension lifting like a heavy fog. For the rest of the afternoon, the trio talked and laughed about various topics, their friendship stronger than ever. But as the sun began to set and the shadows grew longer, Molly's voice echoed through the house, summoning them to dinner, leaving Harry once again to the solitary confines of his thoughts. As Ron and Hermione shuffled off, Harry was left alone with his thoughts, or so he thought. A sharp knock broke the silence and the door creaked open, revealing none other than Sirius Black. He waltzed in, a tray of dinner in tow, with Remus Lupin close behind. Harry's heart leapt with joy at the sight of them. It was like a mirage, an oasis in a desert of loneliness. As he laid eyes on Remus, the resemblance to his godson Teddy was eerie, their faces, their grins, were like mirror images. But the thought of his 10-year-old godson made Harry's heart feel heavy. He missed the little Tyke. Something fierce and feared he might never see him again. Would Teddy even exist in the first place? What about the Teddy from his time, who was 10 now and growing up without him? Harry knew better than to tamper with fate. But he couldn't help but wish for a happier ending for Remus and Tonks. After all, if he was going to save the future, why only focus on the big picture? He pictured himself as a fun-loving uncle to little Teddy, taking him to Quidditch matches and buying him sweets. The thought made him to himself. Sirius interrupted Harry's reverie with a jolly grin. "So, what do you reckon, Harry? You look quite chipper." Harry laughed, relieved to be distracted from his thoughts. "Oh, nothing. I'm just glad the food's here. I thought you'd leave me to starve," he replied with dramatic flair. Sirius chuckled and summoned a paper towel to use as a makeshift table, placing it on Harry's lap before setting the tray of food before him. The menu for the evening was steak and kidney pie, accompanied by a few bottles of butterbeer. "Are you two not eating?" Harry asked, puzzled as he noticed only one portion on the tray. "We've already eaten, actually. We did so deliberately, so that we could keep you company while you dine," Sirius explained as he popped open 3 bottles of butterbeer and handed one to Harry. As he pulled up the new chairs, Sirius's eyes caught sight of Th's sleek design and he let out a low whistle. "Well, I'll be damned," he muttered, running a hand over the smooth surface. "When did we get such fine seats in this depressing dump?" His cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he realized that he had been neglectful in removing the chairs before Sirius and Remus arrived. Harry spoke up, his tone apologetic. "I transfigured them earlier for Ron and Hermione. I hope you don't mind," he explained, hoping to alleviate the tension in the room. Sirius barked out a laugh, his eyes shining with amusement. "You're a chip off the old block, Harry. Your dad could turn lead into gold, I swear," he praised. His mind wandered for a moment, lost in memories of his youth. He was a natural at transfiguration. That's how we were able to become animagi at 15. James found the trick, you see. Someone had to keep this lump of mangy fur company on the full moons, after all. Remus rolled his eyes, his fingers tapping on the bottle of butterbeer in his hand. It's not something to be taken lightly. Sirius, he warned, his voice low with concern. You could end up as a permanent fixture in the animal kingdom. Not that I'm not grateful for your offer, he added with a stern look. But I'm still a bit peeved at that. I never wanted you to risk your life just so I could have a companion during the full moon. Sirius shrugged off his friend's worries, a devilish glint in his eye. Where's the fun in life without a bit of danger? He asked with a smirk. Turning to Harry, he offered a piece of advice. If you ever feel like joining the club, make sure you let McGonagall know. Don't want to end up like these two fools, he said, gesturing to himself and Remus with a grin. I had my left leg stuck as a dog's for 2 weeks during took my owls with the overwhelming urge to scratch behind my ear. I made up a story about spilling a bunch of potions on myself. Less trouble than admitting to performing illegal magic, you see. And Moony here was responsible for a flea outbreak in Ravenclaw. After a study session with the bookworms in blue. Remus shook his head, a wry smile playing on his lips. Well, if you were attempting to scare him off the path of becoming an animal. I must say job well done, Padfoot, he retorted. Ignoring his friend's comment, Sirius fished a worn, maroon journal out of his pocket and handed it to Harry. Check this out, he said. Excitement bubbling in his voice. Harry thumbed through the blank pages, failing to find anything noteworthy. What is it? He asked, confused. Sirius leaned in, his eyes glinting with mystery. It's a diary, Harry. The most interesting kind, he whispered. It's not what you can see that matters, Sirius said eagerly. It's what's hidden inside. Harry regarded Sirius with a skeptical eye. What do you mean? He asked, his voice laced with doubt. Tap it with your wand and say the password, Sirius replied, his tone carrying a hint of impatience. What password? Harry couldn't help but tease. Sirius let out an exasperated sigh, catching on to Harry's playful mood. The password for the map, of course. Oh, that password, Harry said, a sly grin spreading across his face. I solemnly swear I'm up to no good. As soon as the words left his mouth, the book began to glow with a fierce intensity, its pages transforming before his very eyes. The cover now read, J. Potter, in elegant golden script. With a caricature of a figure flying on a broomstick. Sirius spoke up, I found it buried in my school trunk. I was planning on enchanting the words to change to limericks as a prank back in our 7th year. And must have forgotten about it. Harry felt a lump form in his throat as he opened the book and flipped through its pages, each one more precious than the last. After discovering his mother's diary in the Potter family vault, he had wondered if his father had something similar, but have been unable to find it despite years of searching and inquiries. Now, as he traced his fingers across the tidy yet masculine letters, he felt the strings of his heart ache. He had never seen this book before, managing to retrieve depressingly little of Sirius's belongings from the Vario. As black markets he had come across after the war, and took great pleasure at locking Mundungus Fletcher in the darkest hole he could find in Azkaban, especially after it was revealed he had done similar acts of theft to various families that had been attacked in the war. Unknowingly, tears began to stream down his face, but he made no move to wipe them away. Sirius and Remus smiled warmly at him, their own eyes glistening with emotion. Thank you, Harry said softly, closing the book and holding it close to his chest. I'll read it when I'm alone. He turned his attention to them then, his heart overflowing with gratitude. And gave them a tight embrace. With a groan and a crack of his back, Harry dragged himself out of bed early on the day of his hearing at the Ministry of Magic. His mind was already a swarm of buzzing bees. Thanks to his unique position as a time traveler. He knew what was coming. The corrupt officials of the ministry would try to hang him out to dry. But Harry was no naive teenager as the minister no doubt expected to find. As an Auror with a thesis on self-defense law and court malpractice, he had the knowledge and the skill to defend himself, and was more and eager to participate in the biggest self-indulgent power fantasy he wished he would have been able to achieve back in school. He would never admit it, even Daphne had no idea, but while finishing his thesis for the Auror Academy he had fantasized exactly how he would slap down the ministry's farce of a trial if he could have. And now was his chance. Yet, there was one thing that gave him pause. Dumbledore, the great wizard, his former mentor, and headmaster of Hogwarts, had always been a trusted ally. He needed time to consider whether he should trust Dumbledore or not. For now, he would keep the old man at bay and find a way to get through the trial on his own. Last time, he remembered how Dumbledore seemed to be more concerned with convincing Fudge about Voldemort's return, but Harry knew that would be a fool's errand without having him directly seeing the Dark Lord. I need to focus on making Fudge seem as mad as a hatter. If attempting to reveal the truth about Voldemort didn't work last time, at least I can try to make the Wizengamot see that something is deeply rotten in the Ministry. Harry deftly adjusted his suit, casting a quick tailoring charm to make it fit like a second skin. The dark gray three-piece suit with black pinstripes and gold buttons was a devilishly handsome ensemble that his godfather Sirius had procured for him, quite similar to the attire gifted by Daphne, who had playfully jested that her big, strong detective needed to look the part. Harry was grateful that this outfit didn't come with a fedora to complete the cliché, unlike the one he received from Daphne. Sirius, the self-proclaimed handsome devil and stylish rogue, had told Harry that every handsome young man needed 4 things to attract the ladies: good looks, a nice watch, polished dress shoes, and a proper suit. Well, we can make 3 of those things happen at least. Unfortunately, you got most of your dad's looks, he had quipped. Harry chuckled at the thought, checking himself out in the mirror. Sirius had told him that Madame Pomfrey specifically left a potion regiment to follow when he woke up, and while it tasted like straight grease from a deep fryer and left him feeling like he had consumed enough fish and chips to feed 20 people, it seems to have done wonders in returning the color to his face, along with adding a few kilograms to his skinny frame. Now near as healthy as he had been in the future, but still better looking than his first time through 1995. He was grateful for the opportunity to go back in time, despite the dangers that came with it, and vowed to himself that he would do everything in his power to keep Sirius alive this time around. With a final appraisal in the mirror, Harry trudged downstairs to meet Mr. Weasley. The staircase groaned under his weight as he descended, and the sound of Mrs. Weasley bustling about in the kitchen filled the air. The aroma of freshly brewed coffee wafted up to him, and he breathed in deeply. In the kitchen, Mr. Weasley sat at the table, poring over a thick newspaper. "Good morning, Harry," he greeted, looking up with a smile. "I hope you slept well." Harry shook his head. "Not really. I'm anxious about today's hearing." Mr. Weasley patted his shoulder sympathetically. "I understand, Harry. But you must be strong. Remember what the Muggles say, if you can't beat them, confuse them." Harry blinked, unsure of what phrase Mr. Weasley meant to reference this time, and took a sip of the hot coffee that Mrs. Weasley had poured for him along with breakfast. The brew was bitter and potent, just the way he liked it. "I'll do my best," he declared, a spark of determination igniting in his chest. He was more than ready, after all. The journey to the Ministry was a tedious and trying one. Just as boring as he remembered from his first time, full of the usual chaos and confusion of the city. Harry and Mr. Weasley made their way to the tube station, surrounded by a throng of commuters in a hurry to get where they were going. Indefinitely annoyed as Mr. Weasley held up the line at the turnstile. As the train rumbled along the tracks, Harry noticed Mr. Weasley struggling with the gate pass. He held the pass in his hand, examining it as if it were some kind of cryptic riddle. Harry sighed inwardly, knowing that this was going to be a long journey. "Here, let me show you," Harry said, taking the gate pass from Mr. Weasley's hand. He quickly showed him the proper procedure, as Mr. Weasley watched with interest as Harry deftly handled the gate pass and the coins, his brow furrowed in concentration. Swiftly, he led him along to a carriage towards the middle of the train. They had finally reached their destination, the Ministry's entrance looming before them like a forbidding fortress. Despite its mundane appearance, the phone booth, with its reflective glass panels, stood like a sentinel on the lonely street corner, beckoning them with its sinister glow of its internal fluorescent lights. They squeezed themselves into its suffocating confines, feeling as if they were being swallowed up by the booth's claustrophobic walls. Harry couldn't shake the sense of unease that permeated his every nerve as they descended into the depths of the Ministry. The journey downward was like hurtling into a black hole, the sensation of falling overwhelming. He could feel his stomach churning, the whir of machinery and the creak of metal filling his ears, despite the fact that it was entirely magical. It was as if the ministry was trying to swallow them whole, contrary to the relatively slow descent speed. Or maybe it was just protection against any accidental muggles who managed to be unfortunate enough to call the wrong number. Such an event would surely be disorienting anew. To utterly confuse someone who wasn't expecting it. Harry's mind wandered back to the day when a clueless muggle had stumbled into the Ministry of Magic by mistake, dialing the wrong number while trying to call his ex-girlfriend. The security desk had gone into overdrive, scrambling to convince the poor sod that he had stumbled across a top-secret MI5 facility. The incident had locked down the entire atrium, cutting off all flow access, and Harry had been late for his shift. The memory brought a smirk to Harry's face as he recalled the picture frame hanging in the Aura Department bullpen. It showed the man's visitor badge, which proclaimed him as a love-struck moron. Harry couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all, earning a grin from Mr. Weasley, who was excited at the chance to use the visitor's entrance for a change. The toilet-to-flow system used by ministry employees was truly the worst invention anyone had ever come up with in either the wizarding or muggle world. Harry perfectly understood where the older man's excitement was coming from. Whoever thought it was a good idea to take the unpleasant experience of flow travel then at the sensation of being water boarded deserved to be thrown through the veil, in his opinion. When they finally emerged from the booth, Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him as he stumbled out onto solid ground. But the atrium was no less unsettling. With its grotesque statue that dominated the center of the room, it made his skin crawl, but Harry and Mr. Weasley pressed on towards the security desk, determined to reach their destination. They made their way to the lift and Harry braced himself for the update that the man named Perkins would deliver on the trial they had come to attend. This is it, next stop, courtroom 10, he thought to himself. Harry couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding, as if they were about to enter the belly of the beast. The courtroom loomed before Harry Potter, casting a chilling aura that seemed to emanate from its very core. It was as if the walls themselves were privy to his destiny, whispering his fate with every breath. But Harry, unyielding and resolute, refused to succumb to the oppressive atmosphere. He had already emerged victorious, his name cleared of any wrongdoing. Cornelius Fudge, perched upon his towering podium at the center of the stands, barked at Harry with an air of self-satisfaction. His voice echoed through the room, staining the air with disdain, as if relishing the opportunity to besmirch Harry's reputation. "You're late," Fudge spat, his eyes gleaming with smug satisfaction. He savored the chance to tarnish the hero's image, reveling in his own authority. "It would appear so," Harry responded, his tone cool and collected. "The ministry's abrupt alteration of the schedule caught me off guard, and the protective enchantments at my current abode proved rather finicky when confronted with unauthorized owls. But I stand before you now, fully prepared to embark upon this hearing." Quote. With a confidence that bordered on audacity, Harry swaggered toward the chair situated at the room's epicenter. He gracefully removed his suit jacket, draping it across the back of the chair with a flamboyant flourish. Dust particles danced in the air as he ostentatiously brushed off the arms, the metallic clang of the chains resounding through the chamber. Finally, he settled into the seat, emitting a contented sigh that betrayed his unyielding resolve. Fudge scowled, realizing the shrewdness of Harry's observation. It would not bode well for the minis. Tear of magic to question the impenetrable privacy wards shielding a noble family's heir. Particularly when numerous members of the esteemed Wizengamot relied on similar safeguards. Very well, Fudge grumbled begrudgingly. Since the accused is now present, let the proceedings commence. Is the court scribe prepared? Yes, sir, squeaked Percy Weasley, perched at the edge of the front bench, his eagerness palpable. Disciplinary hearing of the 12th of August, pertaining to the violations committed under the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery by the name of Harry James Potter. Dwelling at the distinguished address of number 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, Fudge intoned, his voice laced with self-importance. Yes, sir, Harry replied, his voice unwavering and measured. I reside there with my aunt, uncle, and cousin. As the hearing commenced, a faint thud resonated against the door, a subtle disturbance that only Harry noticed. A grin tugged at the corners of his lips, the result of his successful wandless locking charm. It was a clever little trick, designed to keep Dumbledore preoccupied, if only for a few precious moments. Now then, Fudge pressed on, his voice laden with authority. The inquisitors presiding over this trial shall be none other than myself, Amelia Bones, and Dolores Umbridge. Percy Weasley shall serve as our court scribe. Any objections or additional statements to be made? Harry rose from his seat, his tone infused with an unwavering determination. Minister Fudge, Madam Bones, I intend to represent myself in this hearing. I pled my innocence, invoking the protection of Clause 7 within the reasonable restriction of underage magic. The magic in question, a Patronus charm, was cast solely in defense of myself and my cousin. Fudge interrupted him abruptly, thrusting an accusatory finger in Harry's direction. So, you openly admit to employing underage magic in the presence of a Muggle. I move to escalate the charges, accusing you of violating the sacred statute of secrecy. This motion is passed with the full authority vested in the Chief Warlock. A sharp strike of the gavel punctuated Fudge's declaration, and his gaze shifted to Umbridge. An insidious grin curving his lips. Minister Fudge, this is entirely improper, protested a woman with a distinguished salt and pepper coiffure, her monocle perched precariously on her nose. To amend the charges during a trial, the approval of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement is an absolute prerequisite. I, for one, do not endorse this change. Harry allowed himself a private smile. For he knew all too well that riling up Amelia Bones against Fudge required but a modicum of effort, and her opposition would prove invaluable to his cause. Fudge's smug countenance morphed into a sneer, his arrogance oozing from every pore. Robes billowing with self-importance, he adjusted them ostentatiously, his disdain for the witch seated across him palpable. That rule applies to a lower court. Madam Bones, he drawled, his voice dripping with condescension. As the acting Chief Warlock, I possess full authority over the esteemed Wizengamot. I endorse these amendments and proceed with the interrogation of the accused. Mr. Potter, do you confess to casting a spell in the presence of a Muggle? With a racing heart, Harry nodded, his pulse pounding in his chest like a captive bird. I was merely defending myself and my cousin against two Dementors, sir, he replied, the weight of the situation bearing down on him. My cousin is aware of the existence of magic, rendering him exempt from any breach of the statute of secrecy. Fudge's rage flared, the color draining from his face like paint stripped off a wall. That was not the question posed, Mr. Potter, he roared, his voice reverberating through the chamber. Such testimony shall be expunged from the official record. Undeterred, Harry forged ahead, his determination unyielding. It is abundantly clear, Minister, that your aim is to assail me, as I should have foreseen after the Dementor attack. After all, as you yourself sanctioned, the Dementors fall under the direct jurisdiction of the Ministry. You authorized the execution of the Azkaban escapee, Barty Crouch Jr., without so much as a semblance of a trial. No evidence supports the claim that it was Crouch, Fudge spat back, his voice seething with indignation. And even if it were true, the Dementor's kiss is the prescribed punishment for absconding from Azkaban, hence no crime would have been committed. As it stands, the Dementor fulfilled its role as my personal guardian, shielding me from a perilous lunatic who sought to attack me. This shall be disregarded and expunged from the official record. Amelia Bones, her fury marring beneath a veneer of composed restraint, finally interjected before Fudge could continue his vitriolic diatribe. Mr. Potter, she interposed, her voice resolute yet measured, are you certain? The presence of Dementors at the scene. Harry gave Madam Bones a resolute nod, his eyes ablaze with determination. There were two of them, madam, he said, his voice steady and firm. Two bloody Dementors. My cousin and I were just taking a jog in a park near Little Whinging when those soul-sucking abominations descended upon us, right before the sun went down. I barely managed to whip out my wand and cast a corporeal Patronus before they could suck out my cousin's soul. Fudge scowled at him like a cranky bulldog and adjusted his robes, his beady eyes glittering with malice. Laws can be changed, Mr. Potter, he snarled, his voice dripping with venom. And as far as we're concerned, you're a liar and a troublemaker. This cock and bull story of yours is nothing but pure fiction. Harry straightened his stance, squaring his shoulders as he stared defiantly into Fudge's eyes. Very well, Minister, he replied calmly. If you believe it's impossible for Dementors to have attacked both me and my cousin, then there's no harm in delving into the Order log, is there? As set forth by Minister for Magic Venusia Crickerly, the 1431st Amendment to the Code of Wizarding Law, known as the M. Industry Misappropriations and Accountability Act of 1905, Chapter 2, Subsection 1, clearly and unequivocally states that in the face of criminal proceedings involving, or suspected of involving, misuse of ministry personnel or property, a comprehensive record audit of the department in question shall be provided as evidence upon the request of a solicitor. A murmur rippled through the stands as F. Udge's face turned a deep shade of scarlet. I, Harry James Potter, demand an audit of the Dementor movements recorded in the order log, Harry declared, his voice echoing across the courtroom. And if my request is denied, I'll be taking this matter to the DMLE Internal Affairs Department and the ICW courts for denial of constitutional rights and malicious prosecution. This is no joke, Minister. I demand accountability and justice. Fudge's face grew red, veins pulsating on his temple like tiny snakes about to burst through the surface of his skin. The sight was grotesque, a portrait of impending doom. Dolores Umbridge, the perfect accomplice to his madness, stood by his side, her sickly sweet smile an unsettling contrast to the brewing storm. But Harry remained steadfast, unyielding in the face of this grotesque spectacle. The room trembled with tension as Fudge's booming voice reverberated off the stone walls. He pointed an accusatory finger at Harry, an angry spear of condemnation. The minister's rage consumed him, fueling his vitriol as he unleashed a torrent of words upon the young wizard. You dare make demands of me and my court, Mr. Potter. Preposterous. Fudge bellowed, his voice echoing like thunder in a tempest. You are the criminal here, trapped within the clutches of justice. You shall be treated as such until your guilt is irrefutably determined. Harry's resolve, however, refused to waver. Behind his emerald eyes flickered a flame, a fire fueled by unwavering determination. He locked gazes with the Minister for Magic, challenging the very essence of his authority. In a voice that brooked no dissent, Harry spoke, his words a proclamation of defiance. Minister, your accusations are baseless, he declared, his voice cutting through the air like a sharpened blade. I am no criminal, and I refuse to be silenced while justice withers away. The minister's wrath swelled, his anger mounting like a tidal wave ready to crash upon the shore. You will speak hence spoken to and obey the rules of my court. Fudge's voice quivered with unchecked fury, oblivious to the rising storm within the heart of Amelia Bones. Unbeknownst to him, her grip tightened around the gavel, her knuckles turning white. Harry detected a slight twitch in Amelia's eye, a telltale sign of the storm brewing within her. He braced himself for what he knew was inevitable. Fudge continued his tirade, his voice an instrument of his own demise. You, Harry Potter, are the transgressor of our sacred laws. And transgressors must face the consequences of their actions. Amelia reached her breaking point, her wand rising with a swift, purposeful motion. A sonorous charm danced upon her lips, amplifying her commanding voice. Her once gentle, gray eyes now pierced through the haze of chaos. Steely resolve shining from behind her monocle. The stern frown etched upon her lips announced the dawn of her judgment. Objection, Minister. Amelia's voice echoed through the dimly lit chamber, cutting through the stagnant air. Her eyes blazed with a righteous fury as she rose from her seat, her hand crashing down upon the table like a thunderclap. The room trembled under the weight of her indignation. We are not here to determine him guilty. Our job is to unravel the truth, to discover the hidden threads of evidence, and then, and only then, shall we render our judgment. As the Dir. Ector of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and the head of the Internal Affairs Department, I warn you, if I am subjected to one more outburst like this, I shall bring this hearing to its knee. And will rain down punishment and sanctions upon your entire office. A self-satisfied smile curled on Harry's lips as he observed Amelia's wrath. She was a force to be reckoned with, an ally worth her weight in gold. Mr. Potter. Her voice carried the ironclad weight of authority. You purport that the Patronus charm was cast in response to the malevolence of Dementors. Yet, the unlikelihood of their sudden appearance in little whinging gnaws at the edges of reason. Although Dementors have never before ventured into those streets, we must scrutinize the dispatch records to corroborate your claims. Rest assured, your rights shall be protected throughout this arduous process. Gratitude surged within Harry, swelling like a rising tide. Amelia had forever been a champion of fairness and righteousness. "Thank you, Madam Bones," he replied, his voice poised and resolute. However, the minister piped up, "Let's not forget that Mr. Potter is not above the law. When it is discovered he's been lying, he'll face dire consequences." Amelia fixed her gaze upon the minister, her eyes ablaze with a ferocity matched only by an inferno. "The court, minister, is intimately acquainted with Mr. Potter's standing," she retorted, her words a scorching reprimand. "And we, down to the last jot and tittle, shall uphold the law with unwavering devotion. Now, let us proceed with the review of the dispatch records." He gazed at her, his nod dripping with unwavering confidence. There was a determined gleam in his eyes, ironic in its intensity. This very moment had been etched into the fibers of his being for years. Eternally etched in his mind's eye. It had been the focal point of his thesis paper, a relentless obsession that consumed him. From the day he stepped foot into the hallowed halls of the Auror Training Academy. He fixated on this trial, his trial in the unforgiving clutches of the 5th year. He yearned to decipher his missteps, to unravel the tangled threads of fate, and most importantly, to safeguard against such a catastrophe ever occurring again. The fruit of his labor emerged as a sprawling 40-page thesis, delving into the realm of government accountability and the dire need for protection against unjust persecution. It would become the cornerstone of the Serious Black Act of 2000, a legislative behemoth demanding not only fair trials but also the provision of law. Yours for those unable to afford their own, along with copies of the sacred wizarding law bestowed upon every incarcerated citizen. A testament to his unwavering determination, his unyielding resolve. "Madam Bones," he spoke, his voice laced with unwavering conviction, "if need be, I am prepared to bear witness under the effects of veritasium, and am willing to voluntarily subject myself to the extraction of memories to authenticate my claims." It was a mere theatrical display, and Harry knew it all too well. The ministry wouldn't squander a single drop of veritasium on such a minor trial, and memories. Oh, how they danced on the fringes of tampering, their vulnerability making them inadmissible as evidence. Nevertheless, this was a psychological ploy. This grand gesture would project an air of unassailable confidence. One that would not go unnoticed by the ever-watchful Wizengamot. For who could fathom that a mere 15-year-old possessed the arcane knowledge to tamper with a memory's delicate fabric? Amelia nodded, acknowledging his offer before slamming down her gavel. The trial was momentarily halted, a pause that hung heavy in the air, as if the very breath of anticipation suffocated the room. The crowd murmured in hushed tones, their voices weaving a tapestry of speculation. Meanwhile, Harry sank into the creaking embrace of the wooden chair, an oasis of calm amidst the tempestuous sea of legal proceedings. His mind fortified with impenetrable occlumency shields, a fortress safeguarding his thoughts from prying eyes. Half an hour slithered by, every second a serpentine coil tightening around the collective patience of the assembly. Then, a diminutive blonde witch materialized, her arrival a signal of impending revelation. She strode toward Amelia, her steps calculated and purposeful, bearing in her hands a plain leather-bound tome. A nod from Amelia, a gavel's thunderous descent from Fudge's hand, shattered the stagnant silence. "Take your seats. The court is now in session." Fudge's voice boomed, commanding obedience. The stands hushed, a congregation held captive by the weight of the Wizengamoth's presence. "Mr. Potter," Fudge continued, his voice dripping with insinuation, "the court has decided to entertain your request for the Dementor dispatch records. However, I shall grant you one final opportunity to renounce your allegations against the ministry, to accept a plea deal. Rest assured, this vexatious waste of time shall not be held against you during sentencing." His body leaned forward, arms crossing over his chest, his gaze descending upon Harry with an air of superiority. Harry's gaze pierced through the smoke-laden atmosphere, fixating on the man occupying the chief warlock seat. Defiance smoldered in his eyes, a fire that refused to be extinguished. "No, sir," he declared, his voice steady and resolute. "I shall not yield. The spell I cast was none other than a Patronus, an incantation crafted solely to repel the wretched abominations known as Dementors or Lethifolds. And I stand by my words without falter. 2 Dementors assailed me and my Muggle cousin in the very heart of a Muggle subdivision, and I defended myself." His words hung heavy in the air. The weight of his actions carried forth through his unwavering resolve. Harry turned his gaze towards Amelia, the stern countenance of the woman serving as the bastion of justice. Their eyes met. A silent pact forged amidst the tempestuous storm of the courtroom. Even if, perchance, I were to engage in frivolous underage magic, the circumstances surrounding this trial bear the indelible mark of politics. Choosing this very courtroom, tainted by the sentencing of the likes of Bellatrix Lestrange, and altering the trial's time at the last possible moment, only to send a memorandum after a reasonable departure from my dwelling would have been expected. These actions bespeak a trial rooted in political machinations. And now, Minister Fudge, you have danced upon the precipice of depriving me of my rights once more. Addressing Madame Bones, Harry's tone held a mixture of urgency and demand. Honorable Madame Bones, after the records are admitted, I humbly ask at you grant me a sidebar so that I may have the opportunity to file grievances against the ministry. Let the truth be unveiled, for it is the duty of justice to illuminate the shadows that lie within. And with that, he nodded to the stands and took his seat once more. The woman nodded, invisibly impressed at his words and demeanor, her eyes gleaming with an unyielding determination as she cast a final glare in Fudge's direction. Then, with a subtle gesture of agreement towards Harry, she spoke. For the sake of time, I will not allow for a sidebar at the current moment, however I shall extend an open invitation to my office. Visit me after this trial, and we shall delve deeper into this matter. The law, above all else, must be upheld regardless of the toll it exacts. The courtrooms are not the playgrounds of individuals. We are no dictatorship, I dare say. Amelia's voice resonated with authority, carrying an undeniable weight that reverberated within the chamber. Let it be entered into the record, she proclaimed, her wand tapping against the aged leather book. And lo and behold, above Harry, a grand replica of the page materialized. Its appearance mirrored the haunting revelat Harry had experienced when the Horcrux-imbued diary had unveiled his true identity in the Chamber of Secrets. A chill slithered down his spine, but he fought to suppress the shudder that threatened to betray him. No, now was not the time for fear. Fixing his gaze upon Fudge and Umbridge, Harry's resolve solidified as his eyes honed in on the pinnacle of that ill-fated page. There, etched in crimson ink, was the ministry seal. Bearing witness to the words he had anticipated, Little Whinging, Surrey. The power of foresight, a gift born from his journey through time, had not forsaken him. An investigation would undoubtedly reveal that the dispatch orders had originated from a half-blood desk worker within the records department, an unknowing pawn under the influence of the imperious curse. Being the only wizard residing in Little Whinging, it is evident that someone from the ministry has unleashed dementors upon me, declared Harry. Therefore, I implore the court to drop all charges against me, as this evidence proves my innocence. I also request that the Departments of Magical Law Enforcement and Internal Affairs conduct a thorough investigation to identify the person who issued the order. Since only a handful of people have access to the necessary seal. Harry leaned back in his seat, his arms crossed over his chest, and relished in the fact that Fudge's face had turned a deep shade of puce. Umbridge, on the other hand, balled her fists and narrowed her eyes at him. Harry couldn't help but think that this school year at Hogwarts was going to be quite eventful. To his surprise, instead of proceeding with a vote, Director Amelia Bones of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement stood up and spoke. As Director of Magical Law Enforcement, I propose that all charges against the defendant be dropped. He has proven that he acted in self-defense and has not violated any laws. Given these circumstances, there is no need for a vote. Harry James Potter, you are hereby cleared of all charges. And I assure you that the matter will be thoroughly investigated. This court is adjourned. Harry nodded gratefully to the court and made his way towards the door, noting with D.'s appointment that Dumbledore was nowhere in sight. Before he could exit, Director Bones called out to him. Mr. Potter, if you could spare me some time, I would like to discuss your grievances against the ministry in my office in 30 minutes. Harry nodded, and with a renewed sense of hope, he left the courtroom. Harry's palms grew clammy as he settled into the plush chair outside Amelia Bones' office. The weight of his own heartbeat pressed against his chest, an anxious symphony resonating within. Uncertainty gnawed at him, questioning whether this endeavor would truly make a difference. But he couldn't afford to remain passive this time around, he had to take a stand. And so, with trembling resolve, he waited. Finally, the door creaked open, revealing a figure that exuded authority and intimidation. A tall, formidable woman stepped out, her presence casting an imposing shadow across the corridor. "Mr. Potter, please come in," she beckoned, her voice laced with a modicum of warmth. "It's good to see you again." Her words soothed Harry's frayed nerves, momentarily easing the tension that gripped his insides. He mustered a feeble smile, a fragile attempt to cloak his unease. "It's good to see you too, Madam Bones," he responded, his voice tinged with lingering discomfort. Amelia Bones, the very embodiment of power, insisted, "Please, call me Amelia." With a graceful gesture, she invited him to take a seat within the confines of her office. Harry sank into one of the chairs positioned before her formidable desk, finding a modicum of solace in the act. A deep breath filled his lungs, his gaze finding solace in the unflinching eyes of Amelia Bones. "Thank you for everything you did," he spoke, his words carrying the weight of sincerity. "I don't know what I would have done without your help." A warm smile creased Amelia's countenance, radiating the faintest glimmer of reassurance amidst the encroaching shadows. "You're welcome, Mr. Potter," she replied, her voice a soothing balm on his frayed nerves. "It was the least I could do. You didn't deserve to be subjected to such treatment. And, truth be told, you seemed to possess an inner strength, navigating the storm without my intervention." Harry's gratitude welled within him, mingling with a deep sense of indebtedness. He nodded earnestly, his eyes reflecting the unspoken emotions that stirred beneath the surface. "I heard that Minister Fudge wasn't pleased with the verdict," he ventured, his voice laced with apprehension. Amelia's sigh echoed through the room, laden with weariness and exasperation. Lines etched themselves deeper upon her brow, remnants of battles fought within the confines of politics. "Yes," she acknowledged, her tone heavy with the weight of truth. "He's not handling it well. In his obstinacy, he continues to insist that we erred, that you are still guilty. He's an inept fool," Harry spat out, his voice thick with indignation and anger. The words dripped like venom from his lips, poisoned by the frustration that had festered within him for far too long. "He cares more about his own reputation than the very safety of our kind, the very existence of the wizarding world itself." Amelia, her countenance thoughtful and troubled, nodded in agreement, her gaze piercing the depths of their shared disillusionment. "You speak more truth than you know, Harry," she conceded, her voice carrying the weight of resignation. "Cornelius Fudge has always been blinded by the allure of appearances, shackled to the deception that power and prestige bring. It's a perilous trait for a leader, one that blinds him to the insidious darkness that lurks beneath the surface." Harry nodded, feeling a sense of determination wash over him. He knew that he couldn't do this alone, and there were too many questions left unanswered about Dumbledore and his motives before Harry would decide to trust him or not. He needed allies, and Amelia Bones seemed like a good place to start. Harry's frustration swelled within him, an inferno threatening to consume his resolve. The wizarding world teetered on the precipice of an unfathomable threat, the resurrected specter of Voldemort looming ominously. Yet, the Minister of Magic, consumed by his own hubris, remained oblivious to the gathering storm. Even though he had lived through it once, it still baffled him, the capability for the minister to close his eyes and pretend like the building was not on fire. "What are we to do, then?" Harry demanded, his voice tinged with a resolute determination. "We cannot idly stand by, allowing Fudge to jeopardize the lives of countless witches and wizards. Disregarding any personal feelings he may have against me in particular, or the claims I have been making, he is using the power of the courts and the government like a dictator." Amelia sighed, the weight of their predicament pressing heavily upon her weary shoulders. "Regrettably, the options are scarce," she confessed, her voice tinged with a blend of weariness and reluctant acceptance. "Fudge wields power, a web of influence that entangles the entire wizarding community. Convincing them of the truth, of the return of Voldemort, will require irrefutable evidence. A monumental task indeed. And yes, Mr. Potter, given recent revelations and the discreet updates from our Auror department, I find myself leaning towards belief, albeit cautiously. There is a flicker of credibility to your claims, buried amidst the chaos of uncertainty. However, for now, we must toil in the shadows, gathering intelligence, preparing for the inevitable storm that looms on our horizon." That part had taken him by surprise. In the previous timeline he had never quite known just how the head of the DMLE had felt about his claims from the graveyard, and it brought him fair bit of joy to hear he had at least one ally in the ministry. Now, Mr. Potter, about your ethics complaint. I am quite impressed with your knowledge of the law and court proceedings. And you took me by surprise with your request for the audit. You are a fifth-year student, correct? He nodded before she continued. How did you learn so much about the law? Harry grinned and chuckled, ready to provide the excuse he had prepared in case the topic came up. Well, you know, after the whole serious black breakout in third year, I started thinking about joining the Aurors once I graduate. So, I started reading up on wizarding law, and I found it really interesting, he explained, shifting his weight to his other side. And then, after my name came out of the goblet last year, I got even more curious about magical records and contracts. It was one of the first things I dove into. Hermione gave me a law book over the summer to help with the trial, and it jogged my memory. Mr. Potter, Amelia began, her voice laden with a touch of reverence, your understanding of wizarding law is nothing short of extraordinary. Your eloquence and composure during the trial left an indelible impression. And your grasp of the intricate legal tapestry was nothing short of astonishing. A pause, pregnant with significance, hung in the air. I dare say, young man, that you possess the makings of an exceptional Auror. A full corporeal Patronus merely solidifies my conviction. However, it would be a disservice on my part not to tempt you towards the noble path of a public defender. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement is ever in need of skillful lawyers, and you, Mr. Potter, could prove to be a formidable advocate. However, I doubt you are here for my recruiting pitch. Now for your complaints. If you would be so kind as to complete these forms, I shall pass them along to a team of internal affairs investigators. Harry emerged from Amelia Bones' office, his mind swirling. With the dizzying implications of their meeting, a storm of relief and lingering unease crashing within him as he stepped into the corridor. The office door clicked shut, sealing him in the dimly lit hallway. A solitary figure adrift in a sea of shadows. As he turned a corner, his ruminations were shattered by a voice he knew all too well. Harry, over here. Mr. Weasley's voice pierced the silence. His lanky frame leaning against the cold stone wall. A mixture of concern and relief etched upon his face, the lines of worry etched deep. Kingsley said you'd be here. He filled me in on the trial. Harry quickened his pace, his heart pounding, until he reached Mr. Weasley's side. What happened? Is everything all right? He blurted, anxiety tightening its grip on his voice. Don't fret, Harry. Everything's fine, Mr. Weasley replied, his voice a whisper that hung heavy with secrecy. Dumbledore just left, and I managed to snatch a moment with him. He couldn't make it to the trial in time, but he wanted to speak to you. He said he's proud of how you conducted yourself in there. Outstanding job, Harry. We had no idea you were so familiar with wizarding law. Dumbledore was left dumbfounded, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Quote, a maelstrom of emotions swelled within Harry, a tumultuous tide crashing against the walls of his chest. His admiration for Dumbledore had always mingled with suspicion, the shadows of doubt casting long shadows upon their relationship. Yet, in this moment, Dumbledore's words carried weight, reverberating through his being. Proud, Harry echoed, his voice laced with disbelief. Mr. Weasley's hand found its way to Harry's shoulder, a gesture of solace amidst the chaos. Yes, Harry. He's ecstatic that you've been doing self-studies. We'll have to sit down and talk about it sometime. I've written a fair share of regulations on Muggle artifacts myself. If you aim to be an Auror, knowing those could prove invaluable. Harry's brow furrowed as he absorbed Mr. Weasley's words, a mixture of hope and confusion swirling within him. The notion that his efforts had not gone unnoticed, that he had been seen as more than a troubled youth this time around, ignited a spark within him. A flickering flame of renewed confidence. It was as if a weight had been lifted, and he stood a little taller, his spine straightened against the burdens that had threatened to crush him. But in the same breath, it was unexpected. Throughout the day leading up to the trial, fear had gripped him, whispering that his actions would only invite suspicion and draw the unwanted gaze of the headmaster. Yet the risk, in his own calculated measure, had paid off handsomely. Thank you, Mr. Weasley, Harry murmured, his voice thick with gratitude. I never expected this. It means the world to me. Mr. Weasley's warm smile enveloped them both. You deserve every ounce of it, Harry. Dumbledore has always had a knack for recognizing true talent and character. Remember, you're not alone in this fight. We're here, by your side. With a nod, Harry fell into stride beside Mr. Weasley as they made their way toward the elevator. He listened, nodding along to Mr. Weasley's excited chatter about giving him a tour of the departments. Mornin', Mum, Dad, Astoria, Daphne chimed cheerfully, taking her customary seat at the breakfast table. Her younger sister greeted her with a beaming smile, the sunlight filtering through the kitchen window casting a warm glow on their faces. The past few days, since her unexpected time-traveling escapade had turned into the most peculiar chapter of her life. All manner of unexpected events had unfolded within her brain, as if the old memories were being brought to the surface and were battling with the new present. It had been extremely confusing for her at first before whatever shock to her memories had died down. She was sure her occasionally spaced-out gaze had not helped her case, creating an air of tension and vigilance within her family after her apparently sick spell. It seemed her parents had assumed the roles of protective hawks, watching her every move with unwavering intensity. Even her little sister clung to her like a stubborn leech, refusing to let her out of her sight for even a moment, much to Daphne's growing annoyance. Dad, Mum mentioned you had a Wizengamot trial yesterday. Who was on trial? What kind of criminal were they? Daphne fired off a series of questions, her voice brimming with genuine curiosity and a touch of impatience. She skillfully piled her plate high with steaming scrambled eggs, succulent sausages, and freshly toasted bread, generously spreading a thick layer of butter on top. Cyrus, her father, looked up from his newspaper, his eyes sparkling with pride and affection as he gazed at his eldest daughter. Good morning, my dear. Morning, Dad. So, Daphne's impatience was palpable, her appetite for knowledge eager to be sated. She had a vague memory of this trial being important of her future, now past. She supposed with regret, fiancé, and was curious as to its details. Cyrus had always appreciated her insatiable curiosity, her mind hungry for information. He had always nurtured the hope that she would follow in his footsteps, pursuing a career in economics and business. Daphne possessed a razor-sharp intellect, coupled with a cool-headedness that allowed her to make sound judgments and quick decisions. He and his wife, Isabella, had originally planned to commence her studies this summer, guiding her towards a path of economic success. However, the current limit of fear and uncertainty surrounding Voldemort's ominous return had cast a shadow of doubt in his mind. Still, Cyrus resolved to broach the subject with Daphne, seeking her thoughts and, if she agreed, they would embark on her lessons in the coming week. He folded up his paper, a warm chuckle escaping his lips as he witnessed his daughter's impatience. Daphne's eagerness for answers never failed to amuse him. Believe it or not, it was Harry Potter, he began, his voice laced with intrigue. The trial was a sight to behold, I must say. I've seen nothing quite like it in all my years. He effortlessly refuted every single charge against him, much to Fudge's bitter dismay. The man was positively seething. First time I've ever been glad to have been called into the Wizengamot. His laughter filled the room, the memory of the trial still fresh in his mind. Daphne's attention was immediately captivated, her curiosity piqued by the unexpected answer. Harry Potter, the name itself held a weighty significance in their world. She leaned in, hanging on her father's every word as he continued, painting a vivid picture of the trial's unfolding drama. Fudge decided to turn the hearing into a grand spectacle. A full-blown trial before the Wizengamot, Cyrus divulged, shaking his head at the former minister's misguided actions. The gravity of the situation dawned on Daphne, recognizing the trial her father was referring to. It seemed different from the accounts Harry had shared with her, stirring a whirlwind of questions in her mind. But for now, she focused on her father's narrative, eagerly absorbing the details he divulged. Can you imagine? He was charged with using underage magic, casting a Patronus to fight off Dementors. Cyrus continued, his voice tinged with admiration. And get this, he clearly knows his way around the law, because he quoted some law about misusing government assets. It was quite elegant, the way he outsmarted Fudge. I'm fairly sure Amelia is going To try everything she can to get him in as a public defendant when he passes his newts, with the way he was speaking just like a seasoned lawyer. A nod of agreement emphasized his appreciation for the young wizard's wit and resilience. Eager to satisfy Daphne's thirst for knowledge, Cyrus handed her a section of the newspaper, a gateway to the trial's intricacies. Here, you can read some of the trial details in the newspaper. And if you want the full story, I can show you my memories later, he offered, a mischievous wink accompanying his words. But duty called, tugging at Cyrus's time. He planted a tender kiss on Daphne's cheek and then turned to Astoria, showering her with affection before rushing out the door. The remnants of his laughter trailed behind him, leaving Daphne to delve into the newspaper's pages and unravel the captivating tale of Harry Potter's trial. She wolfed down her breakfast and rushed to her room, newspaper in hand, ignoring her sister's calls. After throwing a few protective charms around her room and locking the door to prevent Astoria from barging in, Daphne frantically flipped through the pages of the newspaper until she found what she was looking for. The trial results were laid out before her, clearly different from what she had remembered from Harry's trial and what he had told her. Her father had been spot on in his deductions, and whoever had documented the results of yesterday's trial had done an excellent job. As she leaned back against her bed, a smirk crept onto her face. This meant that her Harry was back as well, and her mind raced with plans for how they would get through the upcoming year. Harry savored every mouthful of his breakfast, the rich flavors of eggs and toast dancing on his palate. The dining room echoed with the animated banter of Sirius and Remus, their voices swirling like a familiar melody. Tales of their youthful escapades spilled forth, weaving a tapestry of mischief and mayhem that tugged at Harry's lips, coaxing forth laughter. The mischievous duo had ignited a spark within the Weasley twins, Fred and George, whose eyes glimmered with a potent brew of anticipation and glee. Harry couldn't help but empathize with their kindred spirits, knowing all too well the repercussions that awaited those unlucky enough to fall victim to their audacious pranks. A wry shake of his head was all he could muster in an attempt to contain his mirth. A feeble dam against the torrent of amusement threatening to burst forth. Harry observed their interaction, a bittersweet smile playing on his lips. In the aftermath of Fred's passing, George had become more withdrawn, his vibrant spirit dimmed. But Ron, ever loyal and supportive, had stepped up to help him in the shop, doing his utmost to fill the void left by his brother. It was heartwarming to see Ron's unwavering commitment to his family, his dedication shining through as he tried to bring a sense of normalcy back to George's life. Yet, Harry couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness for his friend. The loss they all experienced was profound, and it had left a lasting impact on George, casting a shadow over his once effervescent personality. Yet, in the midst of their jovial chatter, a flock of owls descended upon the room, a flurry of feathers and purpose. Each avian messenger clutched a copy of the day's newspaper, bearing tidings and tales beyond the confines of their enchanted castle. With nimble reflexes, Harry snatched one of the papers from the air, his eyes swiftly tracing the bold headline that adorned the front page. And there, to his astonishment, he beheld a photograph of himself, a visage etched with triumph, nestled beneath a caption that ignited a knowing grin upon his lips. The journalists had woven an accurate tapestry of the trial's events, their words etching reality onto the printed page. Harry, immersed in the ink-stained revelations, felt a flicker of satisfaction, a fleeting sense that justice had, indeed, been served. No sugar-coating, no deceitful twists, just the unvarnished truth, stark and unyielding. But as the euphoria swelled within him, Hermione materialized like a specter, her penetrating gaze fixated upon him. The weight of her interrogation settled upon his shoulders, and Harry struggled to maintain composure, a beat of unease trickling down his spine. How did you manage that?" Hermione's voice quivered with disbelief, her eyes widening like saucers. "I gave you the material on law just 2 days ago. How is it possible that you've absorbed and applied them so effortlessly? I know you are smart, Harry. But this is just unbelievable." Harry let out a tired sigh, clearly showing his weariness as he spoke to Hermione. "You know, Hermione, I've actually been studying law for a while," he lied, his voice carrying a touch of exhaustion. "When Sirius busted out back in 3rd year, I didn't even know he was my godfather, and nobody knew he was innocent. While you and Ron were busy fighting your own battles that year." I started digging into the law. I wanted to know how trials work, you know. Maybe find some info on Auror work or if I could be a witness when they caught him. And during the tournament, I was knee-deep in ministry artifacts and contracts, trying to find a way out of that death trap. Harry leaned back, retracing the wild twists and turns of the past in his mind. Didn't get immediate results. But today, when things got super intense, all that knowledge actually came in handy. A glimmer of pride colored his words, a flicker of hope that Hermione would get where he was coming from. But then Sirius started indignantly going on about how innocent he was. Technically, you're a fugitive, Sirius. Plus, how was I supposed to know that you were my godfather without anyone telling me? Harry pointed out. If I hadn't eavesdropped on McGonagall at the Three Broomsticks when I sneaked into Hogsmeade, I might never have known. Hermione nodded slowly, clearly impressed by Harry's resourcefulness. I forgot about that, she said, her eyes twinkling. You are very resourceful, Harry. I'm glad you used your knowledge for good. Maybe this year you will even study more on your own. She teased with mirth in her smile. Before Hermione could get a word in, Harry pressed on, his words spilling out eagerly. You were quite busy at the time, Hermione, what? With that mysterious and extravagant broomstick gifted to me by an unknown benefactor. Harry cast a sly glance at Sirius, who beamed with pride, relishing in his mischievousness. But his joy was short-lived as Remus playfully cuffed him on the back of the head. And, he continued, we didn't speak for a while, and while you all were partying in Hogsmeade, I was left to my own devices trapped in the castle, Harry grumbled. His tone laced with a hint of sarcasm. He took a sip of pumpkin juice, trying to hide his eye roll. Oh, sure, Mr. Invisibility cloak and map of secret passages, do carry on about, Hermione interjected. Her voice dripping with sarcasm. But before she could continue, a flock of owls swooped in, dropping their Hogwarts letters. One of the letters landed before Harry. And Hermione shot him a curious look before finally giving in to the temptation and opening her own letter. With a forced grin, Harry began to open his letter, even though he knew what it would say. As the parchment unfolded in his hands, Harry's eyes roamed the room, absorbing every detail. His gaze settled on Creature, the grumpy house elf, diligently scrubbing the glass cabinets while muttering insults to himself. A conversation with the cantankerous creature would be necessary, Harry decided, but his train of thought was abruptly derailed by Hermione's sudden exclamation. Turning towards her, a proud smile gracing his lips, Harry beheld Hermione holding up a badge proudly displaying the letter P in bold. The admiration in Sirius' voice filled the air as he clapped his hands together. A wide grin stretching across his face. The praise showered upon Hermione made her cheeks flush with a delicate shade of pink, but it couldn't dampen the satisfaction bubbling within her. Congratulations, Hermione, she heard herself exclaim, her smile radiating brighter than the luminescence of a Lumos Maxima spell. Her gaze fixated on the prefect pin, eyes widening with a mix of awe and admiration. Yet her mind swiftly shifted gears, contemplating her fellow prefects. Who were they, she wondered. What were they like? And most importantly, who would be sharing the Gryffindor position with her? Hermione's curiosity ignited like a spark in her mind when she realized the absence of a badge on Harry's letter. Surely he would have been chosen as the male prefect, she thought to herself. Could he conceal such a momentous secret from everyone, particularly with Sirius present in the room? Yet, there he stood, unfazed and unaffected by the revelation. In the wake of Harry's recent illness, Hermione had observed a metamorphosis in her friend. He exuded a newfound composure, a self-assurance that had eluded him before. Wit and sarcasm danced effortlessly from his lips, leaving Hermione both intrigued and perplexed. She battled against the niggling doubts that crept into her thoughts, reminding herself that she had been absent from Harry's side for nearly a month. Perhaps he was simply maturing, blossoming into a version of himself that had been dormant all along. The mischievous banter of the Weasley twins captured her attention, drawing her gaze towards her other steadfast companion, Ron. There, in his hands, he held his own prefect badge, his face a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. Harry's broad grin and heartfelt congratulations to Ron flooded Hermione's heart. An overwhelming surge of pride for her dear friends. "Blimey, do you see that, Gred?" one of the mischievous twins exclaimed, his finger pointing at Ron, who stood there, his grip tight around the prefect badge. His face a mixture of shock and embarrassment. The heat of crimson flushed Ron's cheeks, fueled by the merciless teasing. Indeed, Forge, our dear Ronnikins has ascended to the celestial realm of authority, just like Percy. Shall we prepare for the arrival of the next big-head boy? The other twin chimed in, their voices laden with exaggerated theatrics. Mrs. Weasley, her motherly instincts honed to perfection, swiftly intervened, her voice carrying the weight of stern reprimand. Enough of your nonsense, both of you. She scolded, hastening to Ron's side and enveloping him in a tight, proud embrace. Oh, my dear son, I am bursting with pride for you, she exclaimed, her lips planting a kiss brimming with affection on his flushed cheek. Ron's face blazed with a hue deeper than a ripe tomato. Buoyed by his mother's unabashed adoration, Hermione, observing the scene unfolding before her, couldn't help but deduce the magnitude of Ron's appointment as a prefect. With a quick glance in Harry's direction, who seemed content with the news, she shook her head, dismissing any lingering doubts. Determined, she made her way over to Ron, her steps resolute, ready to extend her heartfelt congratulations to her friend. The next day, Cyrus Greengrass knocked on the door of his old boss's office. "Amelia, did you summon me?" he said with a mischievous grin, his head poking through the slightly ajar office door. She tore her gaze away from the mountainous stack of ministry paperwork, removing her monocle and massaging her temple, beckoning him to enter. "As punctual as ever, I see. Please, take a seat." She beckoned, her voice tinged with a hint of weariness. "I've always believed that punctuality forges one's character, and time, my dear, is synonymous with money," he remarked casually, settling himself in the chair before her desk. Amelia, her patience waning, scolded him, "Cyrus, show a little more seriousness, if you please." "But I am serious," he protested, a glint of amusement dancing in his eyes. "So, this summons. I presume it's not in my capacity as a member of the Wizengamot?" he queried, his tone laced with curiosity. "You're right, not this time," Amelia affirmed, her voice firm. "As the head of the Internal Affairs Department, I have an assignment that I believe will pique your interest." Cyrus, ever the nonchalant soul, rose from his seat and strolled over to the counter, effortlessly brewing a pot of tea without awaiting permission. "Sugar?" he inquired, his movements as graceful as a seasoned dancer. "1 cube, Amelia replied, her fatigue momentarily alleviated. Cyrus deftly added the requested cube of sugar, stirring the tea with a few well-practiced motions before serving it to Amelia, a gesture of care amidst their impending investigation. "Thanks," she murmured, savoring the taste of the tea as it danced upon her palate. For a brief moment, she closed her eyes, allowing the warm liquid to provide a fleeting respite from her weariness. "I could use something stronger than this, but I suppose it will have to do," she sighed, her voice tinged with a hint of longing. "You must be exhausted," he observed, his gaze briefly drifting towards the towering stacks of paperwork. Adding a dash of milk to his tea, he stirred it with a contemplative air. "Fudge is an absolute joke," she lamented, her frustration palpable. "He Tully had the audacity to threaten me for dropping the charges against Harry Potter. And that repugnant pet toad of his. I find myself tempted to feed her to the Dementors or perhaps toss her into the Vale in the Department of Mysteries." She mused, her words causing him to wince. Were he in Amelia's shoes, he would likely have a similar reaction. "Can you dig into his finances once again?" she inquired, her tone beseeching. He took a slow sip of his tea, his gaze drifting into the realm of deep thought. "I'm afraid that we both know what that would entail, and Lucius is far too slippery to be caught in the financial net," he stated, his voice laced with resignation. "However, you need not worry. I'll continue my discreet investigations behind the scenes as always," he assured her, a mischievous wink accompanying his words. "I'm sure that's not the sole reason you summoned me," he added, a playful glimmer in his eyes. "If there are any intriguing cases that have captured your attention, I don't mind delving into them before we resort to a full-blown raid. It feels like ages since we last conducted one, ever since Fudge assumed the position of minister and his undersecretary joined the picture." He rolled his eyes in exasperation. "I'm bored to death," he confessed, a tinge of longing evident in his voice. Amelia nodded solemnly, fully in agreement with Cyrus. Fudge had Indy. Dee transformed the ministry into his personal playground, but not in any positive sense. It was all about appearances, a facade of power and control. Since Fudge had taken office, everything seemed to stagnate, if not worsen. The decline was evident, and it had detrimental consequences for all involved. The glaring incompetence in problem solving was another irksome aspect that Fudge seemed unwilling to address. Take, for instance, his handling of the Barty Crouch Jr. case. Instead of conducting a thorough interrogation to extract valuable information about the previous war, Fudge stubbornly ordered an immediate kiss. It was a foolish move, disregarding the potential asset that the OR department could have gained. Moreover, the OR department had been dealt a heavy blow when Fudge decided to slash the budget significantly. In his misguided belief that ORs didn't truly require such resources, he left them vulnerable and ill-equipped. Amelia couldn't help but scoff internally. Did Fudge think that dragon skin armor grew on trees to protect his OR guards? Adding to her mounting frustrations, Amelia couldn't shake the nagging suspicion that there was a traitor lurking within the ranks of the Internal Affairs Department. It was a gut feeling, backed by the constant thwarting of their raid plans whenever Fudge managed to get wind of them. They had to tread with utmost caution, especially if they were to have any chance of removing Fudge from power. However, the return of Voldemort posed a dilemma, a quandary that weighed heavily on her mind. Suddenly, a word caught Amelia's attention, jolting her from her reverie. She swiftly turned her head towards Cyrus, who maintained his characteristic sour expression. "What did you just say?" she prompted, her interest instantly piqued by his words. He frowned, noticing her momentary lapse in attention. "You weren't paying attention," he exclaimed, a tinge of teasing evident in his voice. "Yes, I was, just repeat what you just said," she requested, determined not to miss any crucial details. With a sigh, he obliged. "You need to get some sleep, Amelia. All these late hours must be getting to you. I was suggesting that we look into the suspicious individuals who have been spotted lurking around the Department of Mysteries, particularly at night. You know Johnson in the sanitation department. He's an old friend of Min E from the Baccarat club I used to be a part of. He's told me there have been people spotted patrolling the halls down there. It's as if the unspeakables have been clandestinely hiring people without proper authorization. There's been an influx of extra individuals in the department, and it raises questions about their origins and their source of funding. It's quite concerning, and I believe it's high time we conduct a raid to uncover the truth," he declared, a glint of concern and unwavering determination shining in his eyes. Amelia couldn't help but chuckle softly, finding his proposition both intriguing and worrisome. "I shall certainly investigate this matter further. It's a valid point you raise, and we must get to the bottom of it. It seems there might be more going on within the Department of Mysteries than meets the eye," she mused, taking another sip from her now cold tea. He shrugged, his curiosity evident in his expression. "So, what is it that you actually wanted to discuss with me? If it's not related to these matters." Meeting his gaze directly, she spoke with unwavering composure. "I recently invited Harry Potter to my office a few days ago," she revealed, observing his attentive posture as he carefully nursed his cup. "Ah, yes, I heard about that. You invited him quite openly. Tell me, what are your impressions of him? Do you think he's anything like the fool Fu DGE has portrayed him to be in the papers all summer?" he inquired nonchalantly, eliciting a scoff from Amelia in response. "He was as brilliant as he was during the trial. It's clear that he has dedicated himself to studying the law. Even before it officially began, which is more than can be said for most wizards," Cyrus smirked, noticing the admiration shining in Amelia's eyes at the mention of the boy who lived. "I must admit, I initially thought he was taking the path of self-destruction when he declared himself his own lawyer. I never imagined it would be a success. It just goes to show how foolish it was to underestimate him. Even if he is just a fifth year." Amelia chuckled, thoroughly amused by Cyrus's swift change in expression. "Indeed, I was thoroughly impressed. It has been a long time since I witnessed such an exhilarating trial," he commented, rolling her eyes playfully at his reaction. "You should have seen the look on my daughter's face when she watched the trial in the pensive. She was absolutely captivated. Sometimes I get the feeling that she might have a little crush on him," he added with a hint of concern in his voice. "Well, if you don't want him to be your son-in-law, Then I might just have to encourage Susan to make a move before other girls swoop in, Amelia said playfully, a mischievous glint in her eyes, eliciting a hearty laugh from Cyrus. We shall see, Cyrus replied with a smirk, his mind briefly pondering the possibilities. But on a more serious note, he brought something of great importance to my attention. I'm curious to know your opinion on the claims he has made regarding Voldemort's return, Amelia inquired, her expression growing serious as she leaned forward, awaiting Cyrus's response. Cyrus leaned back in his chair, his expression thoughtful as he considered Amelia's question. After a brief moment of contemplation, he spoke, his voice laced with a hint of skepticism. Well, Amelia, I must confess that I have my doubts about the validity of Harry's claims. The return of Voldemort, it seems almost too unbelievable, doesn't it? But on the other hand, he paused, his gaze drifting momentarily to a nearby bookshelf, before returning to meet Amelia's eyes. There is a nagging thought in the back of my mind. Amelia raised an eyebrow, her curiosity piqued. And what might that thought be? Cyrus leaned forward, his voice dropping slightly. Ever since the revelation that Barty Crouch Jr. was still alive, posing as Moody and wreaking havoc within Hogwarts, it became clear that something had gone amiss. It hinted at a deeper infiltration. A network of supporters and followers. It's difficult to believe that such an elaborate scheme could have been carried out by a single individual alone. He sighed, running a hand through his hair. So, while I may be skeptical, I am also open to the possibility that there are forces at work beyond our comprehension. It's hard to ignore the underlying truth that something significant must have taken place. Amelia nodded, her expression serious. I agree, Cyrus. We cannot afford to be complacent. We need to gather more information, follow any leads, and assess the situation with caution. Harry may have sparked our curiosity, but it is up to us to uncover the truth. He grinned at his old friend and leaned forward in his chair. Fortunately, uncovering the truth is what this branch of the DMLE does the best. Daphne's lithe frame was drenched in a sheen of perspiration, a testament to the relentless battle she had waged with her father. The echoes of their lash still reverberated through her joints, causing them to ache with a piercing intensity. In her youthful enthusiasm, she had grossly miscalculated the toll it would exact on her 15-year-old physique, which now seemed alarmingly sluggish and unconditioned compared to her honed and battle-hardened self at 28. Her attempts to follow her usual warm-up from the future had backfired miserably on her unprepared body. And a profound exhaustion clung to her like an unwelcome specter. Summoning her remaining strength, Daphne pushed herself off the ground, determined to rise once more. But before she could regain her footing, her father's eyes gleamed with mischief, and a mischievous flick of his wand sent an invisible force barreling towards her legs. The jinx struck her like a battering ram, knocking her off balance. And she crashed back onto the unforgiving mat. A triumphant grin stretched across her father's face as he towered above her, his voice dripping with playful sarcasm. Tell me, Daphne, where has your arrogance from the beginning of the match disappeared to? He taunted, reveling in her temporary defeat. Gasping for precious breath, her voice strained yet defiant, Daphne retorted. I haven't given up, father. I just need a moment to catch my breath. Her eyes closed, seeking solace in the darkness, as she desperately tried to regain composure and recover the onslaught of physical and mental exhaustion. Moments later, her eyelids fluttered open, and she caught a glimpse of her father, briefly off guard, as he stood near the training dummy. The moment seized her like lightning, and a spark of determination ignited within her core. Sensing an opportunity, she steadied herself and silently counted to 3. Channeling her energy into a stinging hex aimed at the dummy. The spell whizzed through the air, striking its target with a satisfying impact, and her father's eyes darted to it as she had hoped. Capitalizing on her father's momentary distraction, Daphne unleashed a swift knockback jinx, her wand slicing through the air with precision. However, her triumph was short-lived. With preternatural reflexes, her father deflected the jinx effortlessly, his movements a blur of practiced skill. And just as quickly as she had risen, Daphne found herself once again flat on her back, ensnared within the unyielding grip of a full-body bind curse. Frustration mingled with self-recrimination as she lay helplessly, cursing her own underestimation of her father's prowess and bemoaning the limitations of her young, developing body. In the depths of her disappointment, An unwavering resolve emerged, fueled by a burning desire for improvement. The realization settled deep within her being: more practice was an undeniable necessity if she were to match the caliber of her father. A headshake mingled with amusement and a hint of disappointment escaped Cyrus Greengrass as he regarded his daughter, his eyes reflecting both paternal pride and a teacher's critique. "Daphne, my beautiful daughter," he began, his voice carrying a touch of regret. "You still have much to learn. Your movements lack the swiftness and agility required to prevail. However, I must admit, your diversionary tactics with the dummy were impressive. You've got a sharp mind, just as I expected from you. But it takes more than a sharp mind to win a fight." Cyrus let out a sigh. His voice firm yet tinged with a touch of concern. "Starting tomorrow, we're going to focus on improving your physical endurance. I want you to run around the manor as many times as you can for 3 sets of 10 minutes each. In between, do 3 sets of 50 push-ups and sit-ups, giving yourself a 5-minute break for each set. We won't resume dueling until you've shown significant progress. Are you with me on this?" His words held a sense of challenge, leaving room for Daphne to prove herself. Frustration etched across her face. Daphne struggled to her feet, running a hand through her disheveled hair. Looking directly at her father, she spoke with a mix of determination and a touch of defiance. "I won't let you down, father," she affirmed, her voice brimming with confidence. He was ready to face the challenge head-on, eager to prove her worth and earn her father's approval. Cyrus Greengrass loomed over his daughter, his tall figure exuding a commanding aura. His voice carried a sense of authority as he nodded in approval. "Good," he confirmed, a hint of satisfaction underlying his words. "Take a moment to collect yourself. I've heard that your friend will be." His sentence trailed off as the doorway filled with the radiant presence of his wife. A warm smile graced her lips, casting a gentle glow upon the room. Daphne's heart swelled with affection for her mother. And a reciprocal smile blossomed on her face, illuminating her determination and unwavering spirit. "Mother," she said, greeting her warmly. "Are you two done?" "Tracy is here, Daphne dear," her mother chimed in, her smile widening. The mention of Tracy's name caught Daphne off guard, momentarily forgetting that her friend would be staying at their house until a few days before they left for Hogwarts. She bit her lip in frustration, quickly refocusing her attention on her father's words. "Before you go, there's one more thing," he continued, his tone firm yet not unkind. "Your knowledge of spells and curses is commendable. But I want you to delve deeper. Learn spell chains, broaden your repertoire. Can you do that?" Daphne nodded, a tinge of disappointment lingering within her as she reflected on her performance during their training session. It infuriated her, the loss of ability while keeping her knowledge. Exhaustion from the dueling practice weighed heavily on her, making it difficult to rise from the mat. Her father, sensing her fatigue, offered a gentle squeeze to her shoulder. "That's why it's called training," he reassured her, his voice filled with understanding. "Feeling weak is part of the process. With time and discipline, you will grow stronger. Apply yourself diligently and practice with determination. You're excelling in your other lessons, and I have no doubt you'll find your strength in this as well." "Thanks, Dad," Daphne replied gratefully, watching as he left the room, leaving her in the company of her mother. "I'll send Tracy to your room," her mother began. But Tracy interrupted confidently. "You don't need to do that, Mrs. Greengrass, I'm here," Tracy said, grinning. Daphne smiled, feeling grateful to have such a supportive friend. "Let's go to my room then," she said. And they left together to catch up on their summer adventures before dinner. "So, let me get this straight," Tracy began, her voice filled with disbelief. "Your dad offers you the chance to study economics and business, and what do? You go ahead and ask for dueling lessons too." Daphne just shrugged, feeling a bit unsure of how to defend herself, but she wasn't about to let it slide. "I mean, I guess it could be useful," she reasoned, trying to appeal to Tracy's practical side. "Especially considering how awful our defense against the dark arts teachers have been lately. Lupin was the only one worth a damn, don't you think?" Tracy pondered that for a moment, then reluctantly nodded in agreement. Daphne had a valid point there. Seizing on a moment of weakness, Daphne perked up, her voice laced with a teasing tone. "You know, maybe you should join me for some practice," she suggested. Tracy's face scrunched up at the idea, and she protested with a dramatic flourish. "Oh, come on, Daphne. I'm here on vacation," she exclaimed, flinging her arms out for emphasis. "I plan on flying my heart out." Daphne winced at the mention of flying, well aware of Tracy's superior skills on a broomstick. But she wasn't about to let that discourage her. "Well, if that's how you feel," she said, her voice tinged with a touch of regret, as she tried to keep her tone light. "But hey, at least come running with me every morning. It gets so lonely out there without a companion. Why don't you bring your sister along?" Tracy suggested, her eyes rolling skyward as if the thought of Daphne's younger sibling joining their running routine was ludicrous. Daphne let out a disdainful snort, fully aware that her sister had no interest in any form of physical exertion. Resigned to the reality of solitary runs, she let out a soft sigh. "Tori is way too young to keep up with us, so no, she's out." "But you're my best friend," Daphne emphasized, her voice tinged with a hint of wistfulness. Tracy scoffed, her tone laced with sarcasm. "Well, you always shoot me down whenever I invite you to join me on a broomstick," she retorted, flinging Daphne's previous rejections back at her. Daphne winced, the weight of her unfulfilled promises settling heavily upon her, as she thought about the future she knew was coming. A future where she would long for the freedom of flying on a broomstick. Determined to make amends, Daphne cleared her throat, her tone becoming earnest. "I can make it up to you, Trace. I'm sorry for turning you down so many times. I promise, from now on, I won't reject you every time you ask me to fly." She gazed at Tracy with pleading eyes, feeling a sense of urgency to cherish every moment of freedom before the sands of time slipped away. Tracy narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Daphne intently. After a moment of silent contemplation, her face broke into a mischievous grin. "Then let's fly right now. I've been itching to test out my EU broomstick that I splurged on yesterday. Saved up my hard-earned money from 2 summers of part-time jobs. Finally got my hands on a shiny Nimbus 2000. Her hazel eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy as she slung her broom bag over her shoulder. Daphne couldn't help but chuckle at her friend's boundless enthusiasm, her laughter carrying a touch of melancholy that only she could understand. "But I'm still all sweaty from our dueling practice. How about I take a quick shower first, okay?" she suggested, heading towards the bathroom to freshen up before their upcoming flight. However, Tracy quickly blocked her path, determination shining in her eyes. "No need for that. A little sweat never hurts anyone, plus you'll just get sweaty while we race around. You can shower later after we fly," she declared, grabbing Daphne's hand with a firm grip and pulling her out to the backyard, broom in hand. Daphne hid a small, wistful smile as she watched Tracy's excitement, her heart heavy with both joy and sadness. Tracy's infectious spirit reminded Daphne of the vibrant future she once imagined, where the wind kissed her face as she soared through the sky. But Daphne knew all too well that her own destiny had taken a different turn. A path where her legs wouldn't carry her, where her dreams of flying would be forever grounded. Tracy, eyes shimmering with anticipation, couldn't possibly grasp the weight of sadness that Daphne carried within her. She was oblivious to the tragic events that awaited them, events that would forever change her. Daphne couldn't help but feel a twinge of sorrow, knowing that Tracy's dreams of becoming a Quidditch athlete, of reaching for the stars on her broomstick, would be cruelly shattered by the hand of fate during the violence of the Second Wizarding War in '98. A curse would strike her down, leaving her paralyzed from the waist down, robbing her of the ability to ever fly again. Tracy valiantly tried to keep up a facade of strength and positivity, refusing to let the world see the depth of her pain. But Daphne, her closest confidant, saw through the cracks in her armor. In the dead of night, she would wake up to the sound of Tracy's muffled sobs. Evidence of the silent battles her friend fought within. Daphne, with unwavering determination, would argue, plead, and console, desperately trying to pull Tracy back from the edge of despair. Yet, Tracy, stubborn as ever, clung fiercely to her facade, unwilling to acknowledge the true weight of her grief. Their friendship bore the weight of Tracy's traumatic experiences, but Daphne remained steadfast in her commitment to her friend. She knew that Tracy would never be the same after what she had endured, and it pained Daphne deeply. When Daphne found herself unexpectedly through Saint back in time to a world untouched by war, she yearned with every fiber of her being to prevent the impending tragedy. Tracy, being a rare muggle born in the House of Slytherin, had spent 7 years passing as a half-blood, concealing her true identity. However, when the Carrows demanded proof of blood status, the facade crumbled. Those who failed the test faced unimaginable torment and were imprisoned in the dungeons. Daphne still marveled at how Tracy managed to evade capture, only to be caught in the midst of the ensuing chaos and violence of the battle. The lethal curses that flew at fateful day inflicted severe wounds upon Tracy, and Daphne could only hope that her friend would eventually find solace and healing in the years to come. As they made their way to the front garden, Tracy unpacked 2 brooms. Her shiny new Nimbus and her old Comet 260, lovingly cared for and in near pristine condition, but Daphne was occupied with her own mind and Tracy took notice with a grin. Caught in her thoughts, Daphne didn't notice Tracy approaching until she stood before her. "What's got you so deep in thought?" Tracy inquired, a mischievous grin playing on her lips. "I wasn't lost in thought," Daphne replied, attempting to deflect the question. Tracy, sensing a potential juicy revelation, chuckled in response. "Oh, come on, spill the beans. Who's the lucky guy?" she teased, wiggling her eyebrows suggestively. "Has Warrington penned another love letter, dramatically declaring his undying affection?" Daphne feigned a look of disgust, causing Tracy to burst into laughter. "Don't even remind me of that. If he dares to try that again, I'll roast him alive," Daphne replied with a playful roll of her eyes, feigning anger. "It's not about a guy," she huffed. "I was just hinking about how much your flying skills have improved." Tracy's eyes sparkled with excitement, momentarily forgetting their banter. "Really?" she exclaimed, her competitive nature awakening. "I sue. LD have taken on Gryffindor's chasers if Malfoy hadn't taken over our house team." Daphne couldn't resist a mischievous grin, knowing exactly how to fuel Tracy's competitive spirit. "Let's have a race to the end of the yard," she challenged, pointing toward the boundary of the house. "Loser buys ice cream for the winner." Tracy needed no further encouragement. She swiftly mounted her broom and took off in a flash, leaving Daphne momentarily stunned. However, she quickly regained her composure and chased after her friend with all her might. As they soared through the air, Daphne's mind couldn't help but drift to the tragic fate that awaited Tracy in the future. Determined to rewrite their story this time around, she vowed to do everything within her power to ensure that her friend would have the opportunity to fulfill her dream of becoming a professional Quidditch player. She was resolved to alter the course of events and save Tracy from the curse that would shatter her aspirations and leave her spirit broken. Number 12 Grimmauld Place lay shrouded in an eerie stillness, the very air thick with an unsettling silence that clung to the ancient walls. Harry Potter, his footsteps muffled by the magic he wielded, emerged from his quarters, his eyes scanning the dimly lit hallway. His task to locate the elusive creature would most likely involve a major headache by the time he was done. But he was determined to start his Horcrux hunt as early as he could. With measured steps, Harry advanced towards the one place that held significance for the house elf above all others. Within the confines of Regulus's chamber, he discovered Creature engrossed in a murmured chant of profanities, his gnarled hands tenderly tending to the faded portraits that adorned the walls. Silently, like a wraith in the night, Harry slipped into the room, softly shutting the door behind him. He assumed the role of a silent sentinel, waiting patiently for the ancient elf to acknowledge his presence, a moment that did not take long to arrive. The room seemed to descend into an almost eerie silence as Creature's incessant mutterings gradually subsided, and he slowly turned to face Harry. "You despicable half-blood, what audacity brings you to the sacred sanctum of noble Regulus?" Creature's voice erupted with contempt, his words dripping with disdain. "Do you seek to pilfer my master's cherished possessions, you filthy thief?" The elf's eyes darted around the room, searching for any sign of intruders. Unfazed by Creature's vehement outburst, Harry had expertly cast a potent silencing charm before entering, rendering the room impervious to sound. He was prepared to defend himself against any potential assault. "Calm yourself, Creature. I have no intention of harming Regulus's belongings." Harry's voice remained composed, his hands raised in a pacifying gesture. But suddenly, as if propelled by a surge of untamed energy, Creature lunged at him, hurling objects in his direction. "Creature!" Harry's reflexes kicked into high gear, enabling him to deftly evade the projectiles hurtling towards him. He maneuvered swiftly through the chamber, skillfully evading Creature's relentless assault. His mounting irritation becoming tangible. "Creature." Harry's voice rang out, deflecting the debris with a flick of his wand. "I can help you fulfill Regulus's final wish. I know about the locket." The declaration caught Creature's attention, halting his frenzied attack. The old elf's eyes widened in astonishment at Harry's words. How could the wretched half-blood possess knowledge of what his master, the noble Regulus, required of him? Suspicion brimmed in Creature's narrowed gaze. "I have tried countless times, exploring every conceivable method to destroy it, but to no avail," Creature muttered under his breath, his mind awash with questions. A house elf who fails to fulfill their master's wishes is a disgraceful failure. As Creature bemoaned his plight, his head thudded against the floor in frustration, causing Harry to wince in sympathy. The torment etched on the elf's weathered face tugged at Harry's heart, momentarily eclipsing his own frustrations with a surge of empathy. Creature has disappointed his master. The elf wailed, tears streaming down his worn cheeks. Creature must punish himself for his failure. Taken aback by the sudden shift in Creature's demeanor, Harry observed the elf's transformation from anger and suspicion to self-loathing and despair. It was disconcerting to witness, even though he had seen Creature react this way once before, it was still distressing to see. Contrasted with the kinder and somewhat amiable Creature he knew from the future. Slowly, Harry approached Creature, who was still curled up on the floor, and reached out to touch the elf's fragile frame. "I know how to destroy it, Creature," Harry said softly, his voice full of conviction. "I can help you fulfill Regulus's final request." Creature looked up at Harry with a mix of surprise and disbelief. Could this really be true? Could the blood traitor really know how to do what Creature has failed to do for so long? Is it true? Can this filthy half-blood truly destroy it? The house elf asked, his eyes filled with a newfound hope. "Yes, Creature. I can do it. You'll see for yourself when I destroy it," Harry assured him with a chuckle. Creature's face lit up with excitement. "Now?" he asked eagerly. Harry's smile faded as he shook his head. "No, Creature. I don't have what I need to destroy it at the moment. I have to get some supplies from Hogwarts first." Creature's expression fell, and he looked crestfallen. "But how will you destroy it?" he asked, his voice trembling with anxiety. "Don't worry, I have a plan for it," Harry replied confidently. "I'll go back to Hogwarts and get what I need. Just like I promised, you'll see for yourself when I destroy it." Creature hesitated for a moment before nodding his agreement. "Very well," he said, his voice still full of doubt. "But how can I be sure that you'll keep your promise?" Harry's face grew serious as he looked at Creature. "You have my word, Creature. I won't rest until I've fulfilled Regulus's final wish. I know how important this is to you, and I won't let you down." Creature looked at Harry for a long moment, his eyes filled with a mixture of hope and doubt. But then he slowly nodded, and Harry knew that he had won the old elf's trust. "Creature," Harry addressed the old house elf, "may I see the locket?" Creature snapped his fingers, and with a swish, a very familiar locket flew out of one of the glass cabinets in the room and hovered in front of Harry. He felt the locket's malevolent influence even before he touched it. Harry frowned, contemplating how to keep it safe while in his possession. He didn't want to be ensnared by the locket's dark magic again. He glanced at Creature, who was staring at him expectantly. "Creature," said Harry, in a serious tone, "I need you to safeguard it for me until I call for you from Hogwarts. Can you do that?" "Creature can do it," the elf replied with a bow. "Excellent. Thank you, Creature. Make sure no one but you and I know about this," Harry instructed. With another snap of Creature's fingers, the locket returned to its resting place in the cabinet. Exiting the room of Regulus Black, Harry was startled to see Tonks waiting for him in the doorway, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. He tried to hide his surprise and fear, determined to maintain his composure. "Tonks, you're not asleep yet?" he asked, trying to sound casual as he shut the door behind him. Tonks raised an eyebrow, studying him closely. "Sneaking into an empty room in the middle of the night, Harry." Tonks chuckled, her eyes sparkling with amusement. "What are you doing here, Harry? Stalking me, perhaps? Serious acting like a dog has rubbed off on you, I see." "I couldn't sleep," Harry said quickly, his mind racing for an excuse. I was just checking out the empty rooms. This place has so many of them, you know. Ah, looking for a place to snog Granger, then. Or maybe you were looking for little ol' me, all alone up here. Harry laughed, the tension easing from his body. As she morphed her lips into an oversized caricature of a cartoon-kissing face. Tonks grinned, then playfully put Harry in a headlock. He struggled, but couldn't help but join in her laughter. Tonks, Tonks, please, Harry gasped, trying to catch his breath amidst his laughter. You'll wake up the whole house. Tonks released her grip on his neck, and Harry rubbed at the spot where she had been squeezing. Watch your words, young man, she scolded him, though there was a glint of amusement in her eyes. You don't want someone to wake up and get the wrong idea. Her yes twinkled in a very Dumbledore-esque way, much to his disbelief. Well, one of us has to act like an adult here, Harry replied, grinning. But Tonks only rolled her eyes in response. You haven't answered my question, he reminded her, holding up his hands in surrender. She huffed. Same as you, Harry. I couldn't sleep, so I decided to walk around and tire myself out. That's when I heard faint noises coming from this room. She gestured to the door they were passing by. But when I tried to open it, it was locked. So I waited outside, my aura instincts telling me that something suspicious was going on inside. Well, Harry began, hesitating slightly. Creature tried to attack me when I walked inside. He started throwing things at me, think I took an old boot to the head at one point. Tonks raised an eyebrow, looking at him suspiciously, then glared at the door behind him. Harry quickly smiled at her, trying to put her at ease. But don't worry, Tonks. It's nothing you need to concern yourself with. I think I may have walked in on him doing something with one of Sirius's mum's tea towels, so you really don't want to go in there. Tonks nodded slowly, then her gaze flickered to Harry's cheek. Ah, that's why your cheek is a little bruised, she noted, pointing at the mark. You should put something on it. That little gremlin of an elf has a mean throwing arm. Took a paperweight. HT to the gut last week when I tried to nap on the couch in the library. Harry winced as he hadn't noticed the bruise on his cheek before. It's all right, he said quickly, I'm sure it'll be gone by tomorrow. Tonks looked at him skeptically, but decided not to pursue the matter further. They chatted as they walked back to Harry's room in a friendly camaraderie. Well, here we are, Harry. Sure you don't want to sneak on down to the kitchen and grab some ice for your face. He laughed and gave the Metamorphagus a grin. Nah, I'll be fine. Don't want to risk waking anyone up, especially Mrs. Weasley. Ah, worse than Creature sometimes isn't she? Tonks gave a conspiratorial wink, before ruffling his hair. Off to bed, Wonder Boy. I will. You too, Tonks, don't stay up too late. Good night. Ha, don't stay up too late. My ass. Look who's talking. She chuckled for a minute as Harry entered his room. Good night, Harry. His unexpected encounter with Tonks had nearly derailed his plans. But luckily the locking spell he had used on the door was not easily countered, and he had managed to meet with Creature without a hitch, a phenomenon he was not quite used to given his track record in his previous timeline. Leaving the locket at the house had been a risky decision, but Harry had no choice. The locket was a dangerous object, capable of corrupting anyone who came near it with its malevolent influence. Harry didn't want to take the risk of the journey to Hogwarts turning dark and foreboding. As he lay down, his thoughts swirled around in his head until finally, he was slowly enveloped by the embrace of sleep. As Harry gazed at the photograph Mad-Eye Moody had entrusted to him once again, he felt a twinge of sadness tugging at his heartstrings. It was the image of the original members of the Order of the Phoenix, the first group of brave wizards and witches who had given everything to combat the darkness that threatened their world. The Order's story was one of sorrow and misfortune, as many of its members had fallen in the line of duty. Marlene McKinnon and her entire family had been viciously murdered. The Pruitt twins had fought valiantly against Death Eaters, only to meet a tragic end. Caradoc Dearborn's body had vanished without a trace, and as Mad-Eye had informed him, it had never been found. Frank and Alice Longbottom, whose minds were shattered. Becca. Use of the Cruciatus curse cast by Bellatrix Lestrange, resulting in lifetime treatment at St. Mungo's. Then there was Edgar Bones, who had barely escaped the same fate as McKinnon, leaving behind his infant daughter and younger sister. As Harry considered the surviving members of the Order, he realized that he could count them on one hand, and he knew very little about their descendants, mostly because Voldemort was not fond of leaving any survivors or loose ends. Susan Bones, Edgar's daughter, who had once resided with her aunt and suffered the loss of her parents, was now his Auror partner. They frequently shared meals and drinks, mourning the cruel twists of fate that had brought them together. Susan had introduced Harry to her Hufflepuff friend Hannah Abbott, and much like how Harry had met Ron and Hermione, the two girls were kindred spirits, and over time they had grown as close as siblings, and Harry had come to grow fond of her as well. But most importantly, Susan had introduced him to Daphne Greengrass, the newest investigator in the Internal Affairs office. Daphne had been assigned to raid their office one dull spring morning, and Susan had made the introduction. The two women had known each other at Hogwarts, but had hit it off after running into each other in the ministry cafeteria while they were still juniors in their respective departments, fresh out of the Law Enforcement Academy. Later that day, when the raids were all done, they had all gone out to dine at Lily's Eatery after Harry and Daphne convinced Susan to pay with a little friendly persuasion, as an ongoing jest in the ministry that Susan had a notorious penchant for losing department bets and owed Harry a pretty penny. As Harry stared out the window, he heard the familiar sounds of Mrs. Weasley and Mrs. Black quarreling in the distance. He chuckled to himself, realizing that he had never thought he would miss the pandemonium they caused. Despite the occasional commotion, Harry's life had grown tranquil in the years following the war. He still visited his friends from time to time, but their busy lives meant that those moments were rare. Perhaps they would gather for Christmas or a few meals throughout the year. But for the most part, Harry had discovered peace in the quiet moments of his life. Harry's eyes narrowed as he caught sight of Hermione, her brow furrowed in faint worry. His voice cut through the air, laced with concern. "What's happened?" Ron chimed in, his face contorted with a mix of worry and discomfort. The twins, they were fooling around with their trunks, and Ginny got caught in the crossfire. Hermione's features twisted with anxiety. "Is she okay?" Ron's nonchalant shrug didn't quite match the gravity of the situation. "She's fine now. Mum took care of it. No need to fret." Hermione let out an exasperated huff. "Well, we better hurry. Professor Moody won't be too pleased if we're late for the train. And Mrs. Weasley looks like she's about to blow her top." Daphne leaned her head against the compartment window, surveying the bustling chaos unfolding outside as families bid their farewells. Amidst the tide of emotions crashing around her, she couldn't help but let a faint smile grace her lips. Memories of her own first time at King's Cross Station flooded back, the nervous tension that gripped her tightly so that her father having to carry her while Astoria wept by her side. A blush of embarrassment mixed with nostalgia warmed her cheeks, even though it was a mere figment of her imagination. Fortunately, she was alone in the compartment for now. Tracy had promised to save it for the two of them, but she hadn't arrived yet, as evidenced by her absence. Daphne shook her head in bemusement as she watched Tracy navigate through the bustling crowd, bumping into people left and right in her determined path. Struggling with a hefty trunk, Tracy's breaths came in short bursts, making it difficult for her to hoist it onto the train. Daphne was sure Tracy had caught sight of her through the compartment window while rushing over. She crossed her arms, silently counting down from 10 in her mind. Just as she reached 1, the compartment door flung open, and a breathless Tracy Davis propelled herself in front of Daphne, shoving her trunk under the seat. Daphne swiftly closed the door with a flick of her wand, and Tracy's sheepish grin did not go unnoticed. "I'm so sorry," she panted, her words punctuated by gasps for air. "My brother took a wrong turn instead of going straight at the light." Waving off the apology with a dismissive gesture, Daphne replied, "No matter. The important thing is that you're here." She studied Tracy intently, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. "Are you not heading to the prefect's compartment?" Daphne asked, feigning ignorance, as if she didn't know who the appointed prefects were for the current year. Tracy stared back blankly, her expression void of understanding. Tracy was one of the top students in their year, a shining beacon of intellect and accomplishment. Only Hermione Granger and Anthony Goldstein could surpass her in terms of academic prowess. Daphne, on the other hand, as a competent student but had never managed to ascend to the pinnacle of her class. A pang of envy tickled her whenever she thought of Tracy's scholastic triumphs. This year, Daphne had contemplated pushing herself to achieve greater academic heights, but she couldn't shake the nagging feeling that it would be unjust to those like Tracy who had outshone her in every measurable way if she were to use her future knowledge. She knew she needed to discuss her thoughts with Harry before making any decisions. As the distant sound of a train whistle pierced the air, signaling the imminent departure, Daphne felt the train lurch into motion, beginning its journey. Tracy regarded her quizzically, and Daphne repeated her query. "The prefect's compartment. Aren't you one of the prefects for our house?" Tracy snorted derisively. "You can be so innocent, Daphne Greengrass," she sneered. "Do you honestly think someone like me could ever be chosen as a prefect? Not when Snape plays favorites with his pet purebloods, always giving them preferential treatment. No offense, Daphne. Don't take your frustrations out on me." "So that means Pansy, then?" Daphne inquired. Tracy shrugged nonchalantly. "Who else? And I'm sure you can guess who'll be the male prefect," she said, rolling her eyes with a hint of irritation. A deep sigh escaped Daphne's lips. "I just hope they don't abuse their newfound power," she murmured. Tracy emitted a scornful scoff. "Ha! In your dreams," she retorted. Daphne returned the smile, settling into her seat. Hopefully, this school year would fare better than her first experience. Especially with Harry by her side this time. Harry reclined comfortably in the compartment they had managed to secure, gazing out the window at the breathtaking scenery whizzing by. The lush green fields stretched as far as the eye could see, bathed in the warm glow of the afternoon sun. Harry's eyes were suddenly drawn to Luna on the other side of the compartment, her ethereal presence captivating him. A mischievous grin spread across his face as he remembered the peculiar girl's quirky habits. With a swift turn of his head, Harry regarded Luna, who was engrossed in Ray. Adding the latest issue of the Quibbler magazine, only, she was holding it upside down. Harry couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Luna, always lost in her own little world. "Hey there, Luna," Harry began, his tone playful. At the sound of his voice, Luna lifted her gaze from the magazine, peering at Harry with a curious expression on her face. "Harry Potter," she responded, her voice dreamy. Quote, "You look different from the Harry Potter I usually see occasionally," Luna continued, her voice trailing off with a touch of whimsy. Harry raised an eyebrow, intrigued by her observation. "Is that so? Do I look more handsome, then?" he quipped, a mischievous twinkle in his eyes. Neville and Ginny, who were preoccupied with their own pursuits, glanced up at Harry, their eyes widening in disbelief. They couldn't believe he was teasing Luna, of all people. Luna's dreamy voice filled the compartment, her gaze fixed on Harry with an air of sincerity. "No, you are quite handsome, but no more than usual." Harry couldn't help but laugh heartily at her innocent response. Sorry, I was just making a joke," he apologized through his laughter, attempting to stifle his amusement. But Luna remained unconvinced, her calculating gaze still fixed on him. Harry couldn't bear the thought of offending her, so he quickly changed the subject. "So, what is the Quibbler magazine?" he asked, feigning ignorance. "I've been in the wizarding world for over 4 years now, and this year will be my 5th. I just found out about it, which is very disappointing, don't you think? I always thought the wizarding world only had the Daily Prophet." He gestured towards the magazine in her lap. Luna's eyes sparkled with delight, eager to enlighten Harry about her favorite publication. "Well, the Ministry doesn't really like it so much. My father is the publisher of it, and Fudge has always held a grudge against him, even back at Hogwarts," she replied proudly, her voice tinged with a hint of defiance. Harry raised his eyebrows, genuinely intrigued. "Really? That sounds interesting. Can I borrow it? Maybe I'll even subscribe if I like it." Luna blinked a few times, momentarily appearing normal before. Her blue-silver eyes widened once more. Harry couldn't help but notice that this was not her usual behavior, but he was impressed by how quickly she managed to regain her composure. "Of course," Luna said, reaching out to hand him the magazine. Harry eagerly accepted it, his curiosity piqued. As he delved into the pages of the Quibbler, Harry found himself engrossed in the captivating articles of the eccentric wizarding magazine. He couldn't help but be fascinated by the bizarre tales and claims that Cornelius Fudge was secretly a vampire, or the exposés on corruption in the Quidditch League. It was a refreshing departure from the often sensationalized stories of the Daily Prophet. Lost in his reading, Harry glanced up occasionally to observe Luna's unwavering belief in the extraordinary. She still wore her signature necklace crafted from butterbeer corks and had tucked her wand behind her ear, a testament to her unconventional nature. Meanwhile, Neville proudly exhibited his birthday gift, a curious plant known as Mimbulus Mimbletonia, which caught Harry's attention momentarily before he returned to the Quibbler. He turned page after page, immersing himself in the world of fantastical creatures, ancient runes, and unsolved mysteries. The articles carried an air of whimsy, inviting readers to embrace the extraordinary possibilities that lay beyond the boundaries of the ordinary. But as Harry read, he couldn't help but feel a newfound respect for Luna and her unwavering belief in the strange and unusual. He was captivated by her ability to see beyond the surface, to find magic in the mundane. The Quibbler, he realized, was not just a magazine but a window into Luna's world, a world filled with wonder, where imagination and reality intertwined. It was only when Neville threw his frog at him that Harry was rudely interrupted from his reading. Before Harry could even say a word of protest, he found himself drenched in the stinky, green sap that oozed from the Mimbulus Mimbletonia. He blinked in confusion, trying to clear his vision from the sticky substance that now covered his face and clothes. Neville, who had thrown the frog, looked mortified. "I'm so sorry, Harry. I didn't know it would do that." Harry was more annoyed at himself for forgetting the stinksap incident from his first 5th year, and couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Neville. "It's okay, Neville. No harm done," he said, trying to sound reassuring. But as he attempted to wipe off the stinksap, he heard a commotion outside the compartment. The sound of footsteps and voices grew louder, drawing closer with each passing second. Harry's heart skipped a beat as he quickly realized who it might be. "Sorry, everyone, but I think I need to get some fresh air and clean up this stinksap," Harry said apologetically. Grabbing his invisibility cloak from its position folded beside him, he slipped out of the compartment and into the empty one next door. Once he was alone, Harry hastily threw the cloak on himself. Blending seamlessly into the train's surroundings, he could hear Ginny calling out to him from the corridor, but he decided it was best to keep his presence hidden, at least for now. Walking towards the back of the train, he passed Cho on his way, grateful that the cloak shielded him from her view. "Right on time," he exclaimed under his breath, a wave of relief washing over him. The mere thought of encountering Cho Chang filled him with dread. She was a pretty girl, no doubt, with long, glossy hair and big doe-like eyes, but their past interactions had left him emotionally drained. He had his mind set on getting to know the Daphne of this time, someone whose company felt less tumultuous. With a silent sigh of relief, he lingered in the hallway for a while longer. Looking back and observing as Cho's attention was drawn to the compartment where Neville, Luna, and Ginny were present, all still covered in vile stinksap. It was only then that Harry seized the opportunity to slip out unnoticed, casting a quick cleaning spell to rid himself of the putrid substance. As he tiptoed away, he could faintly discern Cho's voice asking, "Is Harry Potter in here?" Harry's heart quickened as he continued down the corridor, thankful to have evaded the emotional wreck of the girl. "So, how's the training going? Have you managed to hit your running goal?" Tracy inquired, her voice filled with genuine curiosity, as she nibbled on a Big Mac and fries that her apologetic brother had bought for her. They had taken a slight detour to the McDonald's drive-thru instead of heading straight to the station, but Tracy didn't mind the delay. After all, who could resist the alluring temptation of fast food? Daphne let out a sigh, her expression a mix of determination and frustration. "I'm still working on it," she admitted. "But I sense a but coming," Tracy interjected, munching on her fries at a leisurely pace, her eyes fixed on her friend. Daphne couldn't help but smile at Tracy's astute observation. She eagerly shared her latest training update, knowing that Tracy would be the perfect sounding board for her ambitions. However, even as she spoke, AC couldn't help but shake her head in disbelief at her friend's unwavering fanaticism. After all, summer was supposed to be a time for relaxation and rejuvenation, not for strenuous exercise and spell practice. "My father won't let me duel with him anymore," Daphne lamented, her voice tinged with a hint of disappointment as she pouted. "Well, no matter. I'm sure this year's defense against the dark arts professor will be more exciting than Professor Moody," Tracy offered optimistically, trying to uplift Daphne's spirits. Daphne's eyes flickered with a mix of hope and skepticism. But I'm not as naturally talented as you, Tracy. I struggle to keep up, and somehow you manage to even stay awake in lessons, she admitted, a tinge of self-doubt creeping into her voice. Tracy blushed at her friend's words, feeling both flattered and slightly embarrassed. Oh, come on, Daphne. You're selling yourself short. You're an excellent witch, and you have a unique way of looking at things, she reassured her, trying to lift her friend's spirits. I wasn't complimenting you, Daphne retorted with a hint of annoyance, though a small smile tugged at the corners of her lips. Tracy let out an annoying giggle, enjoying the playful banter between them. Daphne rolled her eyes, but her attention was soon diverted by something down the hall. The door to the carriage had opened and shut, but nobody had passed through. On a hunch, she decided to investigate. I need to use the loo, she declared suddenly, rushing off without further explanation. Tracy simply shrugged, understanding her friend's urgency, and pulled out her book, content to wait for Daphne's return, knowing that their journey to Hogwarts would resume soon. Harry's gaze locked onto Draco and his henchmen in the distance. Without missing a beat, he swiftly took refuge in an unoccupied train cabin, skillfully evading detection. Having already shed his invisibility cloak upon reuniting with Ron and Hermione, fresh from the prefect's gathering, and he had no desire to confront Draco's childish antics and preferred to spare himself the inevitable headache. Crouching in the cabin, Harry chided himself, fully aware the folly of engaging with Draco's juvenile behavior. But he knew he had to play his part in this mission, even if it meant stooping to the level of a petulant teenager. There was a time that the woe of them had actually grown to be friends of a sort, and in the future, Draco would be his brother-in-law, a notion that sent shivers down Harry's spine. Harry winced as a memory of a particularly embarrassing intoxicated exchange with Draco during Astoria's wedding resurfaced. The thought amused him as he contemplated the unlikely bond that would form, where Draco would even join him on a perilous quest to secure the perfect ring for his impending marriage with Daphne. Yet, for now, their relationship remained akin to oil and water, constantly at odds. After several tense minutes of seclusion, Harry cautiously peered out of the cabin, confirming that the coast was clear. Seizing the opportunity, he dashed down the aisle, determined to reach his destination without any further run-ins with Draco or his lackeys. As he exchanged warm smiles with every passing student, Harry realized that aimlessly wandering around was a rarity these days. In his previous life as a 15-year-old, behavior would have been inconceivable. Back then, Harry reveled in engaging in lively banter with Ron and Hermione within the compartment. However, now, beyond his personal whims, he had a more pressing objective: finding Daphne. The realization struck him that he had forgotten what she looked like in 1995. Despite being classmates, their interactions had been limited to mandatory group projects. Daphne had barely registered in Harry's consciousness until Susan had introduced them. Suddenly, a tap on his shoulder jolted him from his thoughts, and he turned around, eyes widened and mouth agape, to see who had interrupted his introspection. "Harry," Daphne's voice whispered like a caress, her words coated with saccharine sweetness. Her smile stretched wide, encompassing the expanse of a Quidditch pitch. It was a smile Harry knew intimately, the one that had ensnared him from the very first moment he laid eyes upon her. Unbeknownst to his brain, his heart began to gallop within his chest, a wild stallion breaking free. Yet, Harry's senses jolted him, and he cast a scrutinizing gaze upon Daphne Greengrass, a mere 15 summers young. His throat tightened, and he swallowed hard, attempting to regain his composure. He vigorously shook his head, as if physically dispelling the impish thoughts that swirled around Daphne, and took a deep breath, drawing in courage and steadying his racing pulse. Meanwhile, Daphne couldn't suppress the trace of a playful smirk that danced upon her lips, tickled by Harry's flustered reaction. "Oh, what a pity," she lamented, her voice tinged with a forlorn melody. "I've already extended an invitation to Astoria and Draco for a delightful double date. I know how much you wanted to introduce Draco to Mission Impossible." Harry remained in a daze, his mind a tempest of confusion and disbelief. Daphne fought to restrain a giggle, finding amusement in his bewildered countenance. She shrugged nonchalantly, her movements graceful, and turned to leave, hoping to sweep this encounter beneath the cloak of awkwardness. However, Harry's hand, strong and determined, reached out and captured her wrist, halting her in her tracks. Daphne, you're here. How? Harry's words stumbled out, his surprise evident in his wide-eyed gaze. He couldn't believe his eyes, it was as if he were seeing a ghost. But there she stood, unmistakably Daphne. His mind swirled with a whirlwind of emotions, struggling to make sense of her presence. Wasn't she supposed to be safe in the future? Was this some sort of illusion? Daphne spun around, glancing around nervously to ensure they were alone and no one was listening in. Harry, quickly, come with me, she urged, her voice tinged with urgency. She pulled him into an empty carriage, casting a few protective charms before securing the door. Alone at last, the tension in the air seemed palpable. Harry couldn't hold back any longer, and he pulled Daphne into a passionate kiss, surprising even himself with the intensity of his longing. They clung to each other as if afraid to let go, caught up in the whirlwind of emotions that had been building between them. How is this possible? Harry finally gasped as they broke apart. His eyes locked onto Daphne's, searching for any hint that this might not be real. He held her hand tightly, as if afraid she might vanish if he let go. It's really me, Harry, Daphne reassured him. Her smile soft and genuine. I'm your Daphne. But you should, the explosion, how are you here? Harry protested, his voice choked with emotion. He ran a hand through his tousled hair, trying to process everything. Daphne's expression softened, and she reached up to cup his face tenderly. It's hard to explain, but somehow, we both survived the explosion, she explained, her voice filled with wonder. It's nothing short of a miracle, I know. Harry's eyes widened, still struggling to wrap his head around the inexplicable turn of events. How is that even possible? He wondered aloud, yearning for answers that seemed beyond comprehension. Daphne's expression turned serious as she spoke. Harry, I messed up big time. Remember that evidence I took from the unspeakable department a few days ago? Well, turns out it was a half-repaired time turner just lying around outside the experimentation areas. I completely forgot to put it in the evidence room for the upcoming disciplinary hearing. And you won't believe it, but it was still in my purse when the bomb went off. If only I hadn't forgotten, we wouldn't be in this mess right now. Harry's grip tightened around her hand, pulling her into a tight embrace. Don't worry about it, Daph. We have each other now. I can't believe it, he whispered, burying his face in her hair. I thought I lost you forever. Daphne hugged him back, tears streaming down her face. But we're together now, Harry, she whispered. That's all that matters. It's not your fault, Daphne, Harry said sympathetically, looking into her eyes. But couldn't stop the teasing smile that graced his face. Even the most diligent people can get forgetful when they're exhausted. Maybe those all-Ors you called lazy were just tired too. Daphne managed a half-smile and playfully swatted Harry's shoulder. Don't compare me to them, please. She protested. Harry chuckled, but his expression quickly turned serious again. Honestly, I thought all this time travel stuff was just some prophecy boy who lived nonsense, he admitted. I'm just relieved it wasn't my fault this time. Daphne nodded, her blonde hair falling around her face. I don't know exactly what the Department of Mysteries is planning with the time turners, she said thoughtfully. But I do know they've been working on them again. Harry raised his eyebrows in surprise. But I thought they promised never to make them again, he exclaimed. Daphne shrugged. I guess they changed their minds. There was a moment of silence as Harry absent-mindedly drew circles, with his finger on the back of Daphne's hand. Damn, I hate time turners, where did you even find it? He finally asked, breaking the silence. I came across it in Unspeakable Hudson's cubicle, if my memory serves me correctly. I hadn't managed to find out his true name yet. You know how the Unspeakables are, incredibly mysterious and fixated on their code names. He was deeply engrossed in carving something onto the time turner, although I couldn't make out what it was. When I approached him, he almost dropped the carving tool and let go of the time turner. Acting on instinct, I quickly cast a summoning charm to grab it before it could fall. She paused and adjusted herself into Harry's arms, snuggling her head against his shoulder. After briefly suspending it in midair, I secured it inside an evidence bag and stowed it in my satchel. This particular time turner, though, it was larger than the usual ones, she recalled, reminiscing about the item she had seized. I believe it may have reacted differently to the explosives, Daphne interjected, making an educated guess. What do you mean? I saw plenty of them explode and shatter during the end of 5th year at the Department of Mysteries. And they simply turned to dust. This time Turner didn't seem to do anything like that. Harry replied skeptically. Oh, I remember my father telling me a story about that. He used to mock the unspeakables relentlessly for it. She paused and attempted a poor imitation of her father. How could they let an outsider effortlessly infiltrate their department? Only Ia has the authority to make sudden, unexpected moves. And they throw a fit every time we try it. He couldn't believe what you pulled off for weeks. Harry's eyes widened as he looked at his companion with newfound respect. Quote, I had no idea your father was also in internal affairs. He exclaimed. Cyrus Greengrass, known to Harry as a staunch politician with conservative values and a sharp business mind, had once confided in him about a fateful encounter with the Dark Lord himself. Voldemort had attempted to recruit Cyrus into his ranks, promising him power and prestige beyond his wildest dreams. For a moment, Cyrus had been tempted by the allure of ultimate power, but he ultimately decided that there were more important things in life than ruling through violence. As a shrewd businessman, Cyrus knew that the wizarding world depended on a functioning economy in order to thrive. He believed that if he were to throw his lot in with Voldemort, the resulting chaos would destroy the economic sector, and ultimately lead to the collapse of British wizarding society. And so he had refused the Dark Lord's offer, at great personal risk. Surprisingly, Voldemort had not immediately killed Cyrus for his refusal, as he was wont to do with those who dared to defy him. Instead, he had ordered a few of his Death Eaters to do the deed and tried to make it like an accident. But Cyrus was not so easily taken down, and knew the consequences if he refused Voldemort's offer. He had hired his own assassins to take out any would-be killers, and in the end, it was Voldemort's lackeys who paid the price. Cyrus had stayed out of the fray during the war, believing that his skills were better put to use in maintaining the economic stability of the wizarding world. If there's no one who manages, maintains and keeps the economic sector running in times of crisis, what will we have left after the war is over? He had said to Harry, his voice tinged with nonchalance. If the British wizarding world collapses other than because of war, who's going to bother? Young Harry. Harry had to admit, Cyrus had a point. And in the end, the British wizarding world had slowly but surely rebuilt itself after the war. I always believed that you would beat him, Cyrus had said to Harry, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Harry nodded, remembering the moment when Voldemort had finally been defeated. Well, he lost his job when our stupid minister disbanded and the department was replaced with a high inquisition, with Umbridge acting as the head, she huffed, irritatedly. So that would mean later this year. Daphne nodded, her long light golden blonde hair swaying with the movement. Harry let out a deep sigh, his emerald green eyes clouded with frustration. I don't want to have anything to do with Umbridge anymore, he groaned, running a hand through his messy black hair. Daphne gave him a sympathetic look, her blue eyes filled with concern. Sorry, Harry, she said softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Harry shook his head, his expression determined. It's not your fault, Daph, he said, pulling her into a warm embrace. I'll try to avoid her this time, he promised, hoping to ease her guilt. But Daphne's intuition told her otherwise. I still can't fathom why the time Turner transported us to this year, she shrugged, her delicate shoulders lifting up and down. But on the bright side, Harry began to say before they were interrupted by a loud knocking on the compartment door. Daphne's eyes widened in alarm as she looked at her watch. Merlin's beard, she exclaimed in a hushed voice, turning to Harry. You brought your invisibility cloak, right? Put it on quickly and stay quiet. I'll handle them, she instructed, her tone urgent. Harry quickly slipped on the cloak, his heart beating faster with anticipation. Daphne straightened her skirt and fixed her hair before opening the compartment door. Please don't lock the doors of the carriages until it's time to get changed into your school robes. A prefect in Ravenclaw robes said in an authoritative tone, his frown deepening as he looked around the compartment. Are you alone? He asked, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. Yeah, is that a problem? Daphne answered coolly, her arms crossed defiantly across her chest as she tried to project an air of nonchalance. No, there's no problem. Don't lock the door again, he warned. Before finally leaving her compartment. Daphne rolled her eyes in disgust at his patronizing tone, her irritation palpable. She closed the door with a bit more force than intended, wincing as she did so. Oops, she muttered under her breath, hoping against hope that they had not been discovered. He's gone, he asked, pulling off his invisibility cloak with an exasperated sigh. Daphne nodded from the backseat. Let's meet up at the castle. We have much to discuss, she proposed. Harry readily agreed. Their conversation on the train was merely the tip of the iceberg. When shall we meet? Daphne mulled it over for a moment before inquiring, what do you think about a few days from now? Sounds good. I'll find a way to tell you the details, Harry promised. He furrowed his brow as He noticed the urgency in Daphne's expression. What's wrong? I left Tracy unattended. I just told her I needed the loo. We've been gone for an hour, Harry. Aren't your friends concerned about your absence? She fretted. Perhaps you could offer Tracy a bribe from the food trolley to keep her quiet, he suggested, shrugging. Why, Harry Potter, Daphne exclaimed, feigning shock. I can't believe you would suggest bribing a ministry employee. Technically you two aren't ministry employees yet. And we both are guilty of bribing Susan with a pint or two to swap around lunch schedules, he explained with a sheepish grin. Daphne giggled, and Harry couldn't help but feel a pang of longing as he gazed at her. It's good to see you again. I thought I was going to be alone. She playfully rested her hand on his leg. A mischievous smile on her face. Seriously, Harry, I can only imagine the trouble you've gotten yourself into while I was away. There was a certain sparkle in her eyes that Harry instantly recognized, causing him to sigh and smirk simultaneously. Come on, Daphne, Harry said in a light-hearted tone, I can see that mischievous glimmer in your eyes. What's your grand plan for me this time? Leaning in closer, Daphne's face lit up with a mischievous grin. Oh, Harry, my dear, I couldn't help but notice how you spoke during your trial. Dad showed me the memory of it, and it was like you had suddenly transformed into this eloquent lawyer, all fancy with your words and flowery expressions. Raising an eyebrow, Harry's voice carried a hint of amusement. Are you trying to say that my defense wasn't up to par? Quote. Daphne burst into laughter, her voice carrying a melodious and light-hearted tone. Oh, no, Harry, not at all. Your defense was absolutely brilliant. I could almost visualize the dramatic lighting and hear the suspenseful music in the background. It felt like you were auditioning for a lead role in a courtroom drama. Law and Order, Wizard Victims Unit. Harry joined in the laughter, shaking his head in amusement. Well, Daphne, I must admit I've never daydreamed about becoming a lawyer, but I've certainly replayed that trial in my mind countless times. I suppose you were expecting me to take a more rugged and straightforward approach. Daphne playfully nudged his shoulder. Oh, come on, Harry. You know me too well. I was expecting you to pull out your wand, wave it dramatically, and say, I solemnly swear I am innocent. With a flash of light. Harry chuckled, a sparkle in his eyes. You're lucky that I didn't take your advice then. I can only imagine Madame Bones' reaction if I had started waving my wand around in the courtroom. Daphne leaned back, a satisfied smile on her face. Ah, yes, the reactions would have been priceless. Mr. Potter, if you would please refrain from spellcasting in the courtroom. I can hear it now. Harry shook his head, his smile widening. You're impossible, Daphne. But I wouldn't have it any other way. Daphne's eyes twinkled with mischief. Of course not, Harry. You love my endless teasing. It keeps you on your toes. Harry's laughter filled the compartment, mixing with the sounds of the train. Well, it certainly keeps life interesting. That's for sure. I missed you, Harry. When I woke up, I thought I'd never see you again, that we'd never be able to tease each other like this again, she confessed, looking at him with affection. I missed you too, Daphne, he replied, returning her gaze. She planted a sweet kiss on his cheek, and Harry beamed at her. See you later, Harry. I really do have to get back to Tracy before she becomes suspicious. Daphne bid him farewell before vanishing from sight with an invisibility charm. Harry waited a few minutes before exiting the compartment, only to be greeted by Hermione's frantic voice. Harry, where have you been? We were worried sick. She scolded him. Harry flashed her an innocent grin. Oh, hi Hermione. Ever since returning to the past. Harry felt like he was experiencing a whole new world, noticing things he had never seen before. His perspective had broadened, especially in his role as an Auror, where precision, foresight, and sensitivity were crucial. Umbridge's speech was as monotonous and boring as he remembered. The difference now was that he didn't need Hermione to decipher the Ministry minion's intentions. Instead, he silently admired Daphne's lovely face from a distance. Her expression conveyed both seriousness and disgust, and in Harry's opinion, she looked incredibly cute. He had to suppress a silly laugh, feeling like he had fallen in love with her all over again, like a giddy teenager. He coughed a few times to avoid arousing suspicion from Hermione and Ron. When Harry returned to the Gryffindor common room for the first time in his 5th year, Seamus confronted him once more about the prophet, and as he looked around the room, he noticed a variety of expressions directed at him. Some supported Seamus, but others appeared frightened, choosing to remain silent to avoid drawing attention. There were also those who supported Harry, though Ron and Hermione seemed to be exceptions, as they seemed more occupied with bickering with one another. Over the weekend, Harry eagerly anticipated seeing Daphne again. He had already made plans to contact her and arrange a meeting. However, his plans had to be put on hold because Angelina, the new Quidditch team captain, scheduled a meeting for the Gryffindor team's main members to discuss the upcoming school year and determine if any positions needed new members. Harry obediently attended the meeting, providing input and suggestions as necessary. In general, his days were uneventful until Monday morning, the first day of the school year. Walking with his friends down the Great Hall for breakfast, Harry half listened to Hermione and Ron arguing, yet again. "Ron, what are you two arguing about?" Harry interjected, slipping between them and walking in the middle. "Bloody hell, Harry. What? Surprised that I've gotten tired of being the third wheel all this time?" Harry feigned surprise in a mocking tone before picking up his pace. "Well, I'll leave you to it then," he said with a charming smile while waving his hand and adjusting his book bag on his shoulder. "Bye," he called out cheerfully. But his friends quickly matched his steps. "Don't be ridiculous, Harry. Ron's just being stupid," Hermione protested from his left. "Hey," Ron exclaimed, a hint of offense in his tone. Harry's cheerful demeanor quickly soured and flattened when they were halted in the middle of the aisle by a group of Ravenclaws. Among them was Cho Chang, who beamed sweetly at Harry. He nodded in response, a mere formality. "Good morning, Cho," Harry greeted, trying to be polite. "Excuse us, but we have to eat quickly. Ron and Hermione have prefect duties they need to get to. It was nice to meet you this morning. Have a pleasant day," he said too formally for Hermione's taste. As he pulled her along, Ron followed, confused. Cho was apparently confused as well, as she just nodded with a look of bewilderment on her face. "What's the matter, Harry? Don't you like Cho Chang?" Hermione asked, looking bewildered. She took a seat next to Harry, who had already begun loading his plate with food. "Eat, Hermione," Harry ordered. "You still haven't answered my question," Hermione persisted. Growing annoyed, Harry chewed and swallowed his bacon before turning his head towards Hermione. He placed a plate and a bowl in front of her. "Would you like cereal with milk or the usual bacon and eggs?" Harry asked, taking charge of her breakfast choices and ignoring her. "Harry," she snapped with a hiss, causing him to wince. He sighed before responding, "Did I ever admit to fancying Cho Chang?" he asked, raising an eyebrow quizzically while Hermione frowned. "But last year, you couldn't take your eyes off her. You even asked her to the Yule Ball, remember?" "Did I?" He pretended not to remember, making a pensive gesture. "Yeah, mate, you were devastated when she rejected you and decided to go with." He hesitated, not daring to finish his sentence, but Harry raised an eyebrow, prompting him to continue. "Is that so? Maybe I'm just over her." Harry shrugged and returned his attention to his breakfast. "You're being cruel, Harry. That's not nice. Don't you feel sorry for her?" She pressed again. "What? I barely knew her. We never even had a conversation longer than 3 sentences as we passed each other in the corridors," he replied irritably. "Are you trying to guilt-trip me into being a rebound boyfriend? That's not very nice of you. I expected better." He looked at her slyly, as Ron glanced between the two of them in an amused confusion at the verbal back and forth. Her face reddened, and as she began to protest, she saw the disapproving look he gave her. Instantly, she closed her mouth, unable to find any words to argue further. He sighed, "Now eat. What do you want?" he said in a tired tone, laying it on thick in the hopes that Hermione would simply drop the topic. "Cereal," she said in a small voice. Harry picked up the cereal jug and poured it into her bowl, adding some milk and strawberry slices. "Eat. We have a long day ahead," he urged. Reluctantly, she picked up the spoon and started to eat. Ron, who had been watching Harry's actions with their female best friend, snickered silently, but he quickly stopped when she glared at him. Harry just shrugged and returned to his breakfast, while Ron grinned mischievously at him. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Daphne walk into the great hall with Tracy, looking giggly and beautiful as ever. He hid his smile behind his breakfast. Suddenly, their house head, McGonagall, interrupted his thoughts. "Here is your schedule," she announced, extending a parchment to him. Harry read it promptly, but his mood plummeted at the sight of his classes for the day. Defense against the dark arts was one of them. And he winced, already feeling the dread settle in. Harry had just made the brisk jog from Charms and stepped into the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Fortunately, it was the last class for the day, and a shiver ran down his spine. The once imposing space had been transformed into a sickly sweet haven of pastel pink. The walls were draped in frilly lace, accenting a vibrant pink wallpaper with portraits of kittens adoring the walls, much like he remembered her personal office once being. It was as if a fairy had vomited its saccharine essence all over the place. As Harry took in the absurd surroundings, his eyes settled on the source of his discomfort. Professor Umbridge sat at her desk, her toad-like face twisted into a sickeningly sweet smile. A decorative plate adorned her desk, boasting her impressive title as Senior Undersecretary to the Minister for Magic. It was different this time, Harry noticed, a small change, but enough to put him on edge. Before, only her personal office had been decked out in such garish decor. As soon as Harry entered, she looked up and fixed him with a stern gaze. "Good morning, Mr. Potter," she said in a falsely sweet voice. "And how about a proper greeting, one that shows respect for your teacher and your fellow classmates?" Umbridge's words were like a slap in the face, and Harry felt a surge of anger rise up inside him. So this is how she is going to play it. Singling me out more so than last time. I must have really made her mad. Nevertheless, he swallowed his pride and forced out a stiff, formal, "Good morning, Professor Umbridge," before taking his seat in the classroom. She smiled and nodded at him. "Very good, Mr. Potter. I'm glad to see you are able to be respectful towards your superiors." As Mr. Potter had said, "I am Professor Umbridge, and I will be your Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher this year," she declared, her voice as sugary as her surroundings. "Today, we will not be practicing any spells. Instead, we will be reading from this book. I am aware it is not the book listed in your Hogwarts letter, and as such I will be providing the books free to the class." Umbridge held up a thick, leather-bound tome, its cover emblazoned with the title, Defense Against the Dark Arts, A Critical Analysis. It was different from the book they had used in the previous timeline. And Harry couldn't help but wonder what it meant. Why the last-minute change? What was Umbridge up to? As he delved deeper into the pages of the book, he could not help but notice the subtle insidious threads of propaganda woven throughout its first chapter. The tome proclaimed that the concept of self-defense was nothing but a foul and heinous act, one that should be shunned by all those who cherished the light. It further insinuated that those who dared to hone their defensive skills were nothing but deplorable miscreants, destined to join the ranks of the darkest of wizards, as it showed a disdain and disrespect for law enforcement. But that was not all. The book went on to suggest that the only safeguard against the evil forces that lurked in the shadows was the Ministry of Magic. A claim that defied all logic and reason. For he knew, as did many others, that the Ministry's ineptitude and corruption were the very reasons why the dark arts were thriving in the first place. He closed the book with a sense of unease, his mind racing with thoughts of unfamiliarity snaking its way through his mind. He had a feeling that this was a result of his trial, and on a hunch he opened to the front page. Sure enough, on the byline was a girlish cursive, stating, "Dolores Jane Umbridge." He inwardly groaned, wondering to himself when she even managed to write the damn thing. As he read on, he discovered even more examples of propaganda woven throughout the text. The book claimed that Muggles were a danger, incapable of understanding magic at all. It suggested that the only way to protect the magical world was to keep it hidden from Muggles at all costs, and that any attempts to bridge the gap between the two worlds would lead to chaos and destruction. To her credit, the book was masterfully written. It referenced many historical texts that Harry vaguely remembered from Bin's class, and all of them were all at 300 years out of date. But the book was not done yet. It went on to suggest that certain magical creatures, such as werewolves and giants, were inherently violent and dangerous, and that they should be feared and shunned by all those who wished to live in peace. It painted them as savage beasts, incapable of reason or compassion, and suggested that the only way to deal with them was through force and subjugation, and explained how only through the actions of the Ministry could the threats of the dark forces be defeated. It was as if Umbridge had sprinkled in 5% truth and 95% fiction, and wrote in just enough citations and references to make it seem legit, a true masterpiece of propaganda. Harry closed the book and looked to the side, spotting Daphne out of the corner of his eye. She looked equally as disgusted at the text, and the only clue behind her stoic demeanor was the slight narrowing of her eyes that was imperceptible to anyone who hadn't dated the girl for years. Unfortunately, as he stared, Umbridge had swooped down in a hawk-like fashion to take advantage of the situation. "Mr. Potter, since you do not seem to be participating in your self-study, perhaps you would like to stand and read the first chapter of the book aloud." I knew hardly he had to resist the urge to puke. It was like Lockhart all over again, but even worse. "Come now, Mr. Potter. We don't have all day, and I will not stand for a misbehaving student wasting the valuable learning time of the class." Ignoring the snickering he could hear from Draco in the back of the class, he stood and began to read. "As a wizard, you may believe that self-defense is a necessary skill to master in order to protect yourself from harm. However, the truth is that relying solely on self-defense is a dangerous and misguided approach. In fact, the idea of relying on self-defense has been linked to the rise of lawlessness and the spread of dark magic and vigilantism. The Ministry of Magic is responsible for protecting wizarding communities and enforcing laws that keep us safe. When individuals take it upon themselves to engage in vigilantism or self-defense, they are undermining the authority of the Ministry and risking the safety of the entire community. Furthermore, relying on self-defense can lead to a cycle of violence that only perpetuates itself. Instead of trusting in the Ministry, usage of violent techniques can lead to a culture of fear and paranoia, where everyone is constantly on guard and suspicious of each other. This kind of mindset can cause people to isolate themselves from their communities and become more vulnerable to dark magic and manipulation. It can also breed a sense of individualism and selfishness, where people are only concerned with their own safety and not the safety of others. When one person uses force against another, it can lead to retaliation and a never-ending cycle of retribution. This is why the Ministry encourages peaceful conflict resolution and urges individuals to seek the assistance of trained professionals in cases of danger or threat. Moreover, relying on self-defense can also have unintended consequences. For example, if you engage in a spell duel with a dark wizard, you may inadvertently reveal your own weaknesses and vulnerabilities, which they can exploit in future encounters. It is much safer and wiser to rely on the expertise of Aurors and other trained professionals to handle dangerous situations. Harry paused, letting out a snort of disgust. "I'm sorry, Professor, but this makes no sense. What are we expected to do when a dark wizard is attacking, and the Aurors are nowhere around? Are we supposed to just let ourselves be killed?" Quote, "Mr. Potter," exclaimed Professor Umbridge, her voice dripping with feigned shock. "Surely you cannot condone such violent behavior. The Ministry of Magic is tirelessly working to ensure the safety of our citizens." But Harry was not deterred. "But Professor," he countered, "what if we were to face an attack from a dark wizard? What if they were to break into our homes and threaten our families?" Umbridge's smile turned sickly sweet as she addressed Harry. "Why, Mr. Potter, I must say I am quite surprised by your line of questioning. Surely, as law-abiding citizens, we have nothing to fear from dark wizards. Unless, of course, you have some personal reason to believe otherwise." But it was Daphne who rose to Harry's defense. "Excuse me, Professor, but Potter does have a very good point," she interrupted. "What about Sirius Black? He managed to sneak into the Gryffindor Tower with a knife just 2 years ago and nearly attacked a student. Then at the end of the year, he attacked one of the Weasleys, then escaped after the Ministry caught him. Harry felt a flicker of gratitude towards Daphne. She was trying to shift the focus away from him. And he appreciated it more than he could say. Umbridge's face turned a sickly shade of pink at Daphne's comment. Miss Greengrass, that is a completely different situation. Sirius Black is a dangerous criminal who is currently on the run. But I assure you, our esteemed Minister of Magic has personally assured me that he will be captured by Christmas. You have nothing to fear. Well, what of Professor Quirrell in our first year? Rumor has it he sought an artifact to aid a dark wizard. Or, perhaps you recall the impostor who impersonated Professor Moody last year. Her voice dripped with the glacial chill that she had been infamous for. My father informed me that Fudge had him kissed on the spot before the Aurors even had a chance to interrogate him. Umbridge bristled with indignation at these accusations and turned on her. The minister himself apprehended the impostor last year and acted valiantly to protect the students and guests of Hogwarts. He was a true hero. As for Quirinus Quirrell, it bespeaks Professor Dumbledore's inadequacy to govern and ensure the safety of the school. If the Ministry had been in control, such a calamity would have been averted altogether, as we maintain a steadfast pledge to keep the children of Hogwarts safe from harm. Harry couldn't help but roll his eyes at Umbridge's ridiculous confidence. He knew better than to trust anything that came out of her mouth. With all due respect, Professor, I'll believe it when I see it. Before he could say anything, however, Umbridge was already moving on. As for you, Mr. Potter, she said, turning her gaze back to him, I will not tolerate such insubordination in my classroom. You will serve detention with me tomorrow evening, and I expect you to listen to my orders from now on. Harry gritted his teeth. He knew that Umbridge was just trying to assert her authority over him, but he didn't have much choice in the matter. With a resigned sigh, he nodded his agreement and waited for class to end. He had a feeling that this was only the beginning of his troubles with the Ministry. Harry opened his mouth to protest, but before he could say anything, Umbridge had already dismissed the class. As the other students filed out, Harry stayed behind to pack his things. Daphne lingered by his desk for a moment, her expression sympathetic. I'm sorry about that, she said quietly. She's just, well, you know. Harry nodded, his jaw clenched. Thanks, Daphne. I appreciate it. She gave him a small smile before hurrying out of the classroom. Daphne stormed out of Defense Against the Dark Arts, her wand still crackling with anger. Tracy scurried after her, her usually cheerful face etched with concern. Before they could make it to the stairs, Pansy Parkinson appeared out of nowhere, her sharp nails digging into Daphne's shoulder. What are you playing at, Greengrass? Pansy hissed, her eyes flashing with fury. Defending Potter like some kind of Gryffindor traitor. Daphne narrowed her eyes, her pulse racing. She was still seething from Harry's reckless behavior in class, and Pansy's accusations only added fuel to the fire. What business is it of yours, Parkinson? Daphne spat, her arms folded across her chest. Umbridge is wrong, and someone needs to stand up to her. Pansy sneered, her lip curling in disgust. You're ruining Slytherin's reputation, Greengrass. Standing up for that mudblood-loving fool. Daphne's eyes glittered dangerously. And you think taunting the other houses with your filthy language is good for our reputation? She retorted, her voice dripping with sarcasm. You're the one who's bringing shame to Slytherin, Parkinson. The house of status and prestige is reduced to throwing petty insults and slurs. As the two girls glared at each other, the passing students paused to watch. Their whispers echoing in the corridor. The tension was so thick it could be cut with a knife, and everyone could sense that something big was about to happen. I think you are mistaken on who is the disappointment. We are maintaining our purity, and making sure we don't get swayed by filthy half-bloods and mudblood, Pansy proclaimed, before her words were interrupted by a loud, echoing slap from Daphne. The onlookers watched in amazement as Daphne fearlessly confronted Pansy. Watch your tongue. Although I am pure blood, I still have pride and principles. Did your mother not teach you any manners? Pansy. Or did she never wash your mouth out with soap? Shall I do it for her? Daphne's words were as sharp as a razor, and Pansy could feel the sting on her cheek. Daphne's eyes glinted with righteous anger, and Pansy could sense the danger lurking in her voice. Do not dare say that word to me again, or you will regret it. Her threat hung heavy in the air, causing Pansy to flinch away. Slightly cowering in fear. You are 15, almost 16, Pansy. It's time to grow up. However, their confrontation was short-lived as Professor McGonagall appeared on the scene. Daphne remained undaunted, still seething with rage. What is going on here? It's your first day and you're already causing a disturbance, scolded McGonagall in her stern voice. Although Daphne missed her professor's voice, her fury continued to rage. Greengrass started it, Professor. Bulstrode interjected, earning a glare from Daphne. Her cowardice only served to disgust Daphne, and she cursed under her breath. 10 points from Slytherin, each of you, exclaimed McGonagall. Daphne's heart sank as she realized that their house had already lost an extraordinary amount of points, possibly even falling into negative territory. Gritting her teeth, she fought back her anger, unwilling to challenge Professor McGonagall's decision. With a stiff nod, she accepted the punishment that was to come. 3 days of detention with me. Starting tomorrow after dinner, McGonagall declared firmly, shooing the students back to their classes. Her commanding voice successfully dispersed the crowd. NCLUDING. The Gryffindor trio, who had been observing the heated exchange from within the Slytherin house, a rare occurrence indeed. Harry, though inwardly beaming with pride for his beloved, refrained from outwardly expressing his happiness. Feeling guilty for being the cause of her anger. It was his fault, after all, for foolishly falling for Umbridge's goading words. Harry felt incredibly dumb. If it weren't for him, Daphne wouldn't have had an altercation with Pansy on their very first day, resulting in the loss of so many precious house points. He had already lived this day once, so he he should have expected something like this. He knew he had to make it up to her somehow. It's a shame it didn't escalate into a proper catfight, remarked Ron, finding amusement in the spectacle of Slytherins brawling in public. Ronald, it's highly inappropriate for them to engage in such behavior, scolded Hermione, disapproving of Ron's flippant attitude. But it's so rare to see two Slytherins fight. I doubt we'll witness something like this again, especially when it involves Parkinson and, who was the other girl. Ron stared blankly at Hermione's exasperated expression. Daphne Greengrass. Honestly, Ron, we've been in class with them since our first year. Hermione huffed before storming off, leaving Ron behind. What's got her knickers in a twist? Ron protested, perplexed by Hermione's sudden annoyance. Think, Ron, I'm sure you can piece it together, Harry interjected wearily, before following Hermione's trail. However, before he could catch up to her, Professor McGonagall intercepted him with a stern summons. Mr. Potter, you are to come with me to my office immediately. Harry gestured for Ron to go ahead without him and quickly adjusted his book bag before trailing after the future headmistress. Emerging from McGonagall's office, despite the disappointment etched across his face, Harry couldn't help but feel a flicker of satisfaction deep within. Detent. Ion on the very first day meant nothing to him. He had a mission to accomplish. Without wasting a moment, Harry retrieved the Marauder's map from his pocket, eager to locate Daphne. The events in DEFA NCE against the Dark Arts class had stirred a sense of guilt within him. He had broken his vow to avoid trouble with Umbridge, and in doing so, inadvertently dragged Daphne into the midst of it all. Slytherin students typically resolved their conflicts behind their houses' closed doors, but Harry's reckless defiance had shattered that tradition. Word of Daphne's defense of him had undoubtedly spread like wildfire through the ancient halls of Hogwarts, and Harry feared the repercussions she might face at the hands of those who disapproved. His gratitude toward her actions knew no bounds. If it weren't for Daphne, he could only imagine the dire consequences that lay in wait. The notion of transfiguring Umbridge into a cup matching her feline-themed collection, then shattering it into a wall, enticed him momentarily. The satisfaction he derived from envisioning the shattered fragments of the cup, feigning an accident, elicited a wicked chuckle. Yet, he quickly shook off such thoughts. Sure, individuals like Umbridge required a severe and fitting retribution. But what could he possibly do that would be enough to deter her, though? Even Bellatrix Lestrange, sentenced to a lengthy term in Azkaban, had shown no signs of remorse or reflection, and he doubted, imprisonment in that desolate fortress was not a suitable punishment for Umbridge, not that he had the power or authority to send her off to that rock. After a few anxious minutes of searching, he finally spotted her. Daphne was out on the Hogwarts grounds alone near the lakeside, heading toward the castle. The anger that had consumed him moments earlier had diminished, thoughts of Umbridge and detentions being replaced with images of Daphne in her workout clothes, as she often was as they lounged around their flat. In the comfort of their shared intimacy. After a dinner he had meticulously prepared, she had once confessed that running had become an essential outlet for her. It began as a means to cope with the aftermath of war, but gradually evolved into a habitual practice. Exhausted from perpetually concealing her emotions and adhering to the expectations of a perfect pure-blood woman from a prominent British wizarding family, Daphne had succumbed to uncontrolled outbursts of fury. It was then that her father, unexpectedly, advised her to run whenever anger threatened to overwhelm her. Astonishingly, the advice worked. And thank God it did. He thought to himself, I've never seen anything quite as breathtaking as her in tennis shorts. He thought back to the early days of their relationship in remembrance. Though Harry had been introduced to Daphne by Susan and had subsequently pursued her, his apprehension hindered the progression of their relationship. His turbulent romantic history had left him wary of disappointing her. Then, one day, a few weeks before their next planned date, he chanced upon Daphne at the Department of Magical Law Enforcement's gym. She was running on the treadmill. The sight of her took his breath away, as if he had been ensnared by a potent spell. Blinking several times to regain his composure, Harry approached her without hesitation. Their conversation that day was akin to unlocking a new threshold in their relationship. From that moment onward, he knew the path he wanted to traverse. And so, on their next date, Harry resolved to reveal his feelings, fully aware of the uncertainty that lay ahead. To his astonishment, Daphne reciprocated immediately, sealing their shared emotions with a tender kiss. It stunned him momentarily, and as they parted, a foolish grin spread across his face. Now, Harry hurriedly made his way toward Daphne, his body concealed beneath the invisibility cloak. Taking position near the alcove close to the castle's entrance, he awaited her arrival. Daphne's countenance had relaxed since their last encounter. Luckily, the drizzle and the fading light had enveloped the atmosphere in an almost mystical calmness. Daphne. Harry's voice rang out, surprisingly loud, as he discarded his cloak, revealing his presence. Her eyes widened, recognizing the familiar voice, and she hastened toward him, moving with purpose. What are you doing here? What if someone sees you? Daphne's tone was curt, tinged with worry. Harry sensed her concern and reassured her, you didn't need to worry. Let's go to a safer place. He covered them both with the cloak, tightly gripping her hand as they made their way to the designated location. I'm not going to a broom closet, Daphne exclaimed, her reluctance evident. Harry couldn't help but chuckle, though he quickly cleared his throat upon seeing Daphne's pout. Daph, come on, he coaxed, his voice gentle. I promise we won't go to a broom closet, for now, at least, he added, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. He then mustered his best puppy dog eyes, hoping to sway her. Fine. Lead the way, mister. Daphne conceded, her defeat palpable. Harry's grin widened, and he immediately guided her down a different corridor, away from the Slytherin dormitories. As they ventured onward, Daphne couldn't help but feel a tinge of confusion. Where was her boyfriend taking her? Dinner was about to commence, and their time together would be limited. Anxious thoughts crept into her mind, worried that someone might spot them, even beneath the invisibility cloak. Their relationship, as far as both of them were concerned, needed to remain concealed for now. While they were eager to reveal their love to the world, the timing was simply not right. Halfway to their intended spot, Harry retrieved the Marauder's map from his pocket to assess the situation. Daphne let out a sigh of relief upon seeing him produce the map. Despite seeing the map multiple times, this was the first time she had actually had the chance to use it. She realized, she had often wondered what it would be like to use it during the school year, and now her musings had come true. However, she couldn't help but sigh again, realizing that this was not how she had envisioned utilizing the map. They watched the corridor's condition on the map, finding no signs of anyone else. Harry swiftly removed the invisibility cloak, stowing it in his bag alongside the map. We're safe, he proclaimed, a sense of relief washing over him. You're not going to tell me where we're going, are you? Daphne questioned, a hint of curiosity in her voice. Harry grinned sheepishly in response. Of course not. It's a surprise, he exclaimed. She narrowed her eyes and hummed nonchalantly, clearly not entirely convinced. As they walked, Daphne decided to take in her surroundings. This corridor was unfamiliar to her. It felt remarkably different from the dark and damp path leading to her own dormitory. Where were they exactly? She hadn't had a chance to examine the map closely to pinpoint their location. Trust me, Harry reassured her, his smile warm and genuine. Daphne could sense his sincerity, and slowly, she began to relax. Almost as if he could read her thoughts, Harry chimed in, "Oh, in case you haven't figured it out yet, this corridor leads to the Hufflepuff common room. But that's not our mystery spot," he added, dead with a mischievous twinkle in his eyes. They continued to hold hands as they ventured onward, until finally, they came to a halt in front of a large painting depicting fruits. "We're here," Harry exclaimed cheerfully. "So, if we go further down, we'll find a row of barrels. That's the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room," he informed her, playing the role of a guide. Daphne shook her head, amused by his enthusiasm. "I see. So why are we standing in front of this peculiar painting?" she asked, crossing her arms over her chest, her gaze fixed on the artwork. Surprisingly, the painting remained still. "This isn't just any painting, Daphne dear," Harry declared dramatically. "Please, tickle the pear," he requested, his eyes gleaming mischievously. Daphne turned her head towards him, confusion etched on her face. "What?" she exclaimed, bewildered. "Just tickle it, please." Harry reassured her, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Do you trust me?" Daphne nodded, albeit hesitantly, and cautiously tickled the pear within the painting. To her astonishment, the pear giggled and transformed into a doorknob. "A doorknob," she uttered, taken aback. "Open it," Harry urged, his excitement palpable. Daphne opened the door, instantly being enveloped by the tantalizing aroma and lively sounds of the house elves. Her eyes widened as she took in the sight of Hogwarts' kitchen. This was her first visit to this place. And it was grand. The Hogwarts kitchen could be divided into 5 sections. In one corner, ingredients and stocks were neatly stacked, preserved by spells to maintain their freshness. In another corner, elves prepared the ingredients for the chefs to cook. Adjacent to that was the cooking area, with stoves blazing, sautéing and frying, ovens humming as they roasted chicken, and grills emitting smoke as meat sizzled to perfection. The delectable scents that had filled their noses earlier originated from this lively corner. In the middle of the room, a long table was meticulously arranged, filled with food ready to be served to the Great Hall for dinner, awaiting the appointed time. Unlike the feasts, they didn't need to wait for the headmaster's signal. The final corner was their destination, where neatly arranged tables, reminiscent of Lily's eatery, awaited them. "Welcome to the Hogwarts kitchen," Harry exclaimed, a wide smile on his face as he observed Daphne's amazement. She turned her attention to him. "You're not wrong. This is my first time visiting this place," Daphne admitted, occasionally observing the efficient movements of the house elves. "How did you know?" "Oh, wait, that's a stupid question." She rolled her eyes, prompting a chuckle from Harry. "Why did you bring me here?" She quickly changed the subject, her gaze fixed on him, trying to suppress her smile. Harry began. But before he could finish his sentence, a sudden pop sound caught them both off guard. "The great Harry Potter, sir, is here," an excited voice exclaimed. "Is there anything Dobby can help you with?" Dobby appeared before them, dressed in bright clothes with mismatched socks adorning his small feet. Harry flinched at the sight of the lively and very much alive Dobby. His tennis ball-sized eyes eagerly locked onto them, awaiting their request from the kitchen. Harry realized that he had forgotten Dobby's presence in the Hogwarts kitchen, where he assisted the other house elves. It stirred conflicting emotions within him. He wanted to cry and embrace the little elf, expressing his gratitude and appreciation, but he couldn't bear the thought of Dobby unknowingly sacrificing himself for him. Harry was definitely determined to alter that fate. While Harry engaged in conversation with Dobby, Daphne took the opportunity to look around once more. She took the time on a nearby watch and realized that dinner was fast approaching. Glancing at the bustling elves, she felt a twinge of discomfort, as if they were intruding upon their work in the kitchen. Before Harry could inquire about their dinner preferences, Daphne grabbed his hand and whispered in his ear. "Let's leave," she said, biting her lip. "Why? I wanted us to have dinner here," Harry responded, his brow furrowing. "Don't you want to have dinner with me?" A hint of disappointment tinged his voice. "Dinner?" Daphne stammered, flustered. "Aren't we intruding? It's almost dinner time, and the elves seem incredibly busy," she confessed, her discomfort evident. His eyes lit up instantly, glad that she hadn't rejected his proposal. "It's okay. They would be happy to have us here. I used to often come here, you know. Especially during the tournament," he explained, a grin stretching across his face. Daphne's eyes widened as she vaguely recalled the events of their 4th year. Harry had faced rejection and isolation. He had rarely ventured out, attending classes or participating in the Triwizard tournament. "Harry, I'm sorry," she murmured, feeling a wave of guilt wash over her. "Why are you apologizing? It's not your fault. I know you never had one of those badges of Malfoy's back then." Harry turned his gaze towards her, squeezing her hand gently. "So, don't worry, Daph. For me, it's all in the past. And I've moved on. Honestly, if you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have even remembered," he shrugged, flashing a silly grin. Daphne playfully smacked his shoulder in response. But then her expression turned somber. "I know, but I still feel guilty. I never mustered the courage to openly express my belief in you, not to you or anyone else," she confessed, her voice filled with regret. "You just did," Harry said, winking at her, causing her cheeks to flush. "So, how about some dinner?" He quickly changed the topic. "Thank you, Harry," she whispered gratefully, glancing over at Dobby, who eagerly awaited their order with his tennis ball-sized eyes. "Now, what's the main course for dinner, Dobby?" she asked hesitantly. Interacting with a house elf Hat wasn't part of the Greengrass household made her feel a bit awkward, despite knowing that they were in Hogwarts. She thought back to Jo, her personal house elf, who was given to her by her late grandfather when she was 9 years old. Initially, Jo followed her around during her first year, but Daphne soon realized that not everyone had a house elf accompanying them, and that Hogwarts had a whole team of them. She requested Jo to stay and assist at home while she attended school. "Today's main course is roasted chicken," Dobby answered excitedly, speaking to both Harry and Daphne. Harry beamed at the response. "In that case, we'll order that, Dobby," Daphne requested, before Harry added in his own request. "And please serve us some ice cream for dessert. Strawberry, please," he smiled at Daphne, meeting her gaze as she smiled at Harry in amazement at his thoughtfulness. "Right away, sir." Dobby promptly vanished to fulfill their request. "You weren't kidding, Harry." She spoke with an amused grin. "He is so enthusiastic about feeding us dinner." Dobby has always been enthusiastic, that's for sure. "By the way, speaking of Dobby," Harry interjected, jogging his companion's memory. "I just remembered our first encounter back in 1994, after he gained his freedom." Daphne nodded, recalling Harry's previous account of how they had helped liberate Dobby from the clutches of the LFOY family at the end of their 2nd year at Hogwarts. "Oh, and he mentioned that Winky was with him," Harry added. When Dobby found out that Winky had also been granted her freedom but was struggling to find a job due to the expectations on liberated house elves, he brought her to Dumbledore, hoping to get her a paid position here at Hogwarts. Harry shared this additional detail with Daphne. "I can totally understand their predicament," Daphne sympathized. "Employing a house elf usually involves a binding agreement, especially when it comes to keeping family secrets. It must have been really tough for them magically." Harry nodded, acknowledging the difficulties that freed house elves faced in finding suitable employment. "I'm glad they eventually found happiness working here at Hogwarts," she remarked. But suddenly Daphne's eyes widened, and she blurted out, "Wait." Harry turned to her, puzzled by her sudden exclamation. "What's up?" he asked. Daphne took a moment to gather her thoughts before responding. "Isn't Winky your house elf?" she questioned, catching Harry off guard. He hadn't anticipated the direction of her inquiry. "Yeah, Winky, she actually used to be with a pretty complicated family. But after the war, she sought me out, you know. When I met her the first time around, she was miserable and drinking herself to death. So after the war, she found me and said shh. E felt completely lost and without purpose as a free elf. She wanted to be part of a family and dedicate herself to taking care of them. So, I made her an offer. I suggested we form a bond, where she would receive a salary and have a day off each week. And you know what? She didn't even hesitate. It was like the bond and sense of belonging meant more to her than any amount of money or personal time. Pretty surprising, right? Harry shrugged, wrapping up his explanation. That's incredibly kind of you. So, what are you planning to do for Winky this time? Will you wait for her to approach you? Daphne inquired. Harry pondered the question for a few moments before responding. If I recall correctly, around this time, she would be spending her days drinking butterbeer and rejecting any offers. I think it wouldn't be a bad idea to make her my house elf now. Don't you agree? Just call Winky now, babe, she said with a wink. It made him chuckle. All right, but before we continue, Harry said, taking Daphne's hand in his and causing her smile to fade. He looked at her with a serious expression, holding her hand gently. Harry. She frowned, puzzled by his sudden change in demeanor. He too. Okay, a deep breath before speaking his mind. Daphne. I'm really sorry for getting you into trouble with your friend. She's not my friend, yet, she interrupted coldly. Harry winced but carried on. Okay, let me try again. He cleared his throat, and Daphne couldn't help but suppress a smile. Daphne, I apologize. It's my fault that you ended up in a conflict with Parkinson. I honestly didn't mean for it to happen. A few days ago on the train, I promised you. Trust me, I prepared myself for that defense against the dark arts class, but I didn't anticipate it being so different this time, he said, regret evident in his tone. Harry looked at her with a remorseful expression. Daphne bit her lip, considering his words. Even though she had managed to calm herself by taking a run along the shore of the Black Lake, she couldn't completely let go of her anger. But then she closed her eyes and let out a sigh. I forgive you, she finally said, causing Harry's eyes to light up with happiness. Thank you, Daphne. That means a lot, he said, kissing her knuckles. Just don't let it happen again. After all, we are grown adults. We should have better control of our emotions, she grumbled, trying to hide her blushing face. He couldn't help but feel incredibly happy at her reaction. I can't make any promises, he grinned, and Daphne simply rolled her eyes. I know you probably won't, but I trust you. What she did was completely out of line, and I think something has changed with Umbridge, Daphne said, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Their conversation was interrupted once again, this time by Dobby arriving with their food. Enjoy your meal, he said, though there was something clearly bothering the little elf when Harry glanced at him. What's wrong, Dobby? Are you okay? Harry asked, showing concern. Dobby is fine, sir. But it's about Winky. Dobby hesitated. What happened to her, Dobby? Is she all right? No, sir. Dobby needs to inform you that Winky has not gotten any better since her previous master abandoned her last year. Dobby is really worried about her, Harry Potter, sir. She is now drinking 8 butterbeers a day. Harry and Daphne exchanged glances. Daphne silently urged him to take action. Harry cleared his throat before turning his attention back to Dobby. Thanks for letting me know, Dobby. If she's sober, could you please ask her to meet with me after we finish our dinner? He said hopefully, quickly adding, of course, only if she wants to see me. Dobby's eyes widened, and he nodded eagerly, yes, sir. Dobby will tell Winky right off. That the great Harry Potter wants to meet her. With that, Dobby disappeared, leaving Daphne looking at Harry with pride. Congratulations. You've got your own personal house elf now. She teased. He chuckled. We'll see if she accepts the offer or not, Daph. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves, he replied. Oh, right. Which family did Winky serve before becoming a free elf? She asked curiously. She used to be the Crouch family's elf until last year. Someone framed her during the World Cup for casting the dark mark. Crouch Sr. was furious and set her free. She became my house elf a few months after the war ended. He explained. I remember reading about it in The Prophet. We watched the World Cup too, you know. We didn't camp there, though. We arrived before the match started and left after it ended, she said. Humming with interest. But I didn't see you in the top box. I can't imagine your father being down in the lower levels, he said, sounding confused yet amused. We were in one of the top boxes. Just not on the same side as you. We sat on the opposite side of the field, in a private box. My father didn't want the enjoyment of the match to be mixed with politics, so he avoided all that, she replied, amused. That was a smart move. I wish I had done the same, he complained. Fudge kept trying to talk to me, and the other heads were equally annoying. The Malfoys were right there too, he grumbled. She sympathetically patted his hand. So, Winky's problem will be solved soon. How about Dobby? What will you do with him? Dobby. Yeah, he's also a free elf, in case you forgot, she reminded him. And you looked like you'd seen a ghost when you saw him. Harry rubbed the back of his neck nervously. It was a topic he didn't particularly enjoy discussing. He hadn't revealed all his secrets yet. And while he did share everything about his adventures up until 6th year with Daphne, he hadn't told her about what he went through on the run and the events leading up to defeating Voldemort. Only Hermione and Ron knew the full extent of what had transpired. He even turned down offers from Kingsley and the head of the Unspeakables to find out more about their quest. Harry looked at his girlfriend. Her eyes fixed on him, waiting for an answer. He mustered a smile and took a deep breath. From what I can remember, he's happy as a free elf. He's an odd one, that's for sure. If you want, I'll ask him about it, but I really don't think he would go for it, he shrugged. And as for why I reacted like I saw a ghost, it's because he died while helping me escape from Malfoy Manor. Bellatrix Lestrange threw a cursed knife at him when we apparated from there to Shell Cottage, he said, his voice tinged with sadness. Daphne immediately grabbed his hand and squeezed it. She gave him a warm smile, for which he was immensely grateful. I think it's time I told you everything about what I was up to in 7th year. I can't keep it from you any longer, he said with frustration. Her voice carried a hint of hurt as she withdrew her hand from Harry's grasp. So, you're saying you wouldn't have told me if we hadn't traveled back in time? No, that's not what I meant, he hastily replied, reaching out and holding her hand again. I had been planning to talk to you about it for months, but then the bomb case and the serial killer case came up. It slipped my mind with all the department's workload and the added pressure from internal affairs on your end. Daphne winced at the mention of her job. I believe you, Harry, she reassured him with a smile. Thanks, Daph. He squeezed her hand and smiled back. But for now, I think we should put that aside. Maybe we can discuss it tomorrow or in a few days. Tonight, let's just enjoy our dinner and maybe even Ake Winky my house elf if she's interested. Remember, we'll face this together. It's only the 3rd time we've met in this timeline, Harry. We have plenty of time to plan for everything. We'll ensure that this war ends differently from the last time. We'll prevent anything bad from happening to our friends and family, he said, determination shining in his eyes. Yes, Harry, we will. They continued their meal, discussing lighter topics until their plates were empty and they were ready for dessert. Harry called for Dobby once again. Dobby. In an instant, the enthusiastic house elf appeared with 2 bowls of ice cream. Here are your desserts, sir, he said, serving the bowls in front of Harry and Daphne. Thanks, Dobby. Oh, before you go, what did Winky say? Harry inquired. Winky said she's willing to meet with you, sir. Quote. Wonderful. Could you fetch her now? Right away, sir. Dobby disappeared, and a few seconds later, he returned with a very unsteady Winky. She couldn't stand on her own without Dobby's support. Slowly regaining consciousness. I'm sorry, sir. The sobering potion takes a while to take effect, Dobby apologized. No worries, Dobby. Harry reassured him with a smile before turning his attention to Winky. She was in tears, murmuring quietly, showing signs of slowly sobering up. Hello, Winky. I'm Harry Potter, he introduced himself, capturing her attention. She looked up at him. Her brows furrowed. I remembers, Dobby said you wanted to meet with Winky. She asked in a trembling voice. Yes, Winky. I would like to talk to you. How are you feeling? I heard you're not happy being free. Is that true? Daphne observed the interaction while enjoying her ice cream. She sniffled, her voice trembling. Winky prefers taking care of a family. Winky doesn't like being free. His expression thoughtful, Harry nodded. In that case, would you like to become a part of my family? He offered, his words hanging in the air. Winky's eyes widened, along with Dobby's, who stood beside her. After a moment to compose herself, she responded with hope in her voice, You want Winky to be a part of your family. Yes, Winky. What do you think? I would still provide you with a salary. You'd have a day off once a week, and you can call me Harry or Sir, he explained, extending his hand with a warm smile. Winky trembled, her gaze shifting between Harry's outstretched hand and his genuine smile, ensuring it wasn't a mere illusion. She also glanced at Dobby, who nudged her shoulder with a supportive smile. After swallowing nervously, she finally took Harry's hand in hers. Are you ready, Winky? By accepting this, you agree to the conditions of set, Harry clarified. Yes, sir, I'm ready, Winky replied, her voice filled with determination. Daph, Harry called out, prompting Daphne to pull out her wand and hold it above their intertwined hands. As her wand touched their hands, a soft blue glow enveloped their palms. Daphne nodded, signaling Harry to proceed. Winky the house elf, I claim you as my house elf. Do you accept? Harry asked formally. Yes, I do, sir, Winky responded confidently. In an instant, their hands emitted a golden glow. The radiant light gradually permeating their bodies before eventually dissipating. The ritual had reached its culmination. Winky immediately embraced Harry tightly, tears streaming down her face. Harry reciprocated the hug, gently patting her back until she calmed down. He noticed Dobby brimming with pride, and he reciprocated the grin. She released him and looked at him with her large, brown eyes, brimming with happiness. Winky is so elated, she has her family again. Thank you, sir. What can Winky do for you? She eagerly inquired. Could you refill my ice cream? It seems my girlfriend devoured it all, he groaned. Noticing Daphne squinting at him after swatting him playfully. Oh, and fill up her bowl too, Winky, he added, snapping his fingers, and instantly 2 bowls filled with ice cream appeared. Winky is delighted to serve, sir. She replied, bowing deeply. Thank you. You don't need to bow like that, Winky, he said, stopping her from bowing further. Winky, until I ask otherwise. I want you to help everyone here at Hogwarts. Perhaps you can team up with Dobby. Yes, sir. Winky understands. Winky nodded enthusiastically before disappearing to assist the other Hogwarts elves, leaving behind Daphne, who resumed enjoying her ice cream, and Dobby, who remained in the same spot. Dobby thanks Harry Potter, sir, for wanting to take Winky as his house elf, Dobby said, tears welling up in his eyes. Dobby is happy for her. Thank you, sir. Harry looked at him kindly and placed his hand on Dobby's tiny shoulder. I just did what was right, Dobby. And I also want to thank you for being a friend to her when others seemed unfriendly, he expressed gratefully. You don't need to thank me, sir. Do you want to be my house elf as well, Dobby? Dobby's eyes widened, but then he shook his head. No, sir. Dobby is happy and proud as a free elf, he declared proudly, puffing out his chest. Harry chuckled. Then that's enough for me. Go and help the other elves. Yes, Harry Potter, sir. Good night, Dobby. Dobby popped out to join the other house elves. Daphne kissed Harry's cheek, resting her head on his shoulder while holding his hand. I'm proud of you, Harry. As I said to Dobby, I simply did what was right, he replied, glancing at his empty bowl of ice cream. Damn, Daph, you finished my ice cream, he complained, and she playfully swatted his shoulder. It tempted me. I couldn't resist, she said dramatically, and he shook his head with amusement. Shall we continue our previous discussion? He asked. Daphne glanced at her watch. Sure, we still have time before curfew. He grinned. I still can't comprehend why Umbridge did that to me. It was completely different, and that book. I wish I could burn it in front of her. She rolled her eyes. You're not the only one who wants to burn that thing. And I suppose your spectacular trial last month was the reason Umbridge changed her tactics. It was only a trial. He exclaimed. I defended myself fairly and squarely. As you know, I had been replaying it in my head for years. Do you ever just stand in the shower and think about weird arguments you had years ago, and then imagine how you could have said something different? He declared dramatically. Sure, that's why you take so much time in the shower, she replied with a grin. Harry immediately rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Very funny, Daphne. Still, it was pretty funny, locking Dumbledore out of the room, he admitted. But at least you're satisfied, right? There won't be a third time, you know, she teased. causing Harry to flinch. 2 times is enough, thank you very much. Try not to fling us into the past anymore, will you? Daphne laughed with satisfaction. You have to be careful, too, she cautioned. As her laughter subsided. I know. I hope my detention will be the same as last time. Maybe if we are lucky, we can leverage it into getting her sacked, he resignedly expressed. Daphne nodded in agreement, but she had a feeling that Harry's upcoming detention would definitely be different from the previous one. Well, let me accompany you back to the Slytherin common room. Daphne playfully nudged him on the shoulder, making Harry giggle. They held hands as they made their way to the concealed entrance of the Slytherin dormitory. Fortunately, the corridors were quiet, as most students had already returned to their dormitories, nearing curfew. Good night, Harry, she said with a sweet smile. Good night, he replied, covering his body, but leaving his head uncovered with the invisibility cloak. Not wanting to leave until Daphne had safely entered her dormitory. Instead of giving the password to the entrance, he felt a warm sensation against his lips, Serper. ISED to receive a peck from Daphne before she whispered the password to the wall and disappeared inside, leaving him stunned and grinning foolishly. Luckily, no one witnessed his reaction, covering his head while chuckling happily. He was certain that he would sleep very well that night. Harry, where have you been? You didn't even have dinner in the Great Hall. And what did McGonagall want? Did she give you detention? Hermione exclaimed as soon as she spotted Harry climbing through the fat lady's portrait to reach the Gryffindor common room. His blissful state was abruptly shattered by Hermione's demanding questions. Even before he fully entered the room, Harry scowled. I needed some time to clear my head, and I had a meal in the kitchen. Don't worry, I'm fine. It was just a regular chat with McGonagall. Although she wasn't pleased when I ended up with detention from our new professor, he replied sarcastically, slumping onto the sofa next to Ron. When did she start acting like this? Harry whispered to Ron, who was engrossed in a chess game with Dean, having grown tired of watching Hermione pace back and forth. Since we got back to the common room, she's been pacing around like a caged niffler. It's making my head spin. I think she's upset that a Slytherin defended you before she had a chance, Ron answered casually in a low voice, causing Harry to roll his eyes. Harry. Hermione's voice cut through the air sharply, making him turn his head towards her. Without hesitation, she launched into an impassioned speech. I simply cannot understand why Professor Umbridge would target you during today's class. Harry. It's absolutely absurd. She paused momentarily, glancing at Ron, who seemed just as perplexed. I won't stand for it, Harry. Not at all. Harry opened his mouth to respond, but Hermione raised a hand to silence him. No, Harry. Let me finish, please. She took a deep breath, preparing herself for what she was about to say. Why you said what you did, I'll assume it was for the greater good. Just this once, she asserted sternly, with a hint of fear underlying her words. And I must express my gratitude to Greengrass for interrupting. I shudder too. Think what might have happened otherwise. Harry glanced at Ron, who shrugged his shoulders. Ron mentioned that you were upset because Greengrass took your place defending me, Harry blurted out, trying to make sense of the situation. Ron shot him a reproachful look, but Hermione silenced him with a glare. Ignoring Ron's reaction, Hermione pressed on. If Umbridge continues teaching from that ridiculous book, we'll never pass our exams, she declared with conviction. It's an outrage. Harry couldn't help but smirk at her sudden passion. I don't recall ever hearing her call a book ridiculous before, he whispered to Ron, who solemnly nodded in agreement. Yeah, mate. That's definitely out of character for her, isn't it? Running his fingers through his unruly hair, Harry watched the flames dancing in the fireplace. Pondering Hermione's newfound fervor, her unwavering dedication and determination impressed him, and he felt a pull in his chest. He had always seen her as a sister, of 10 times the role of smarter older sibling had just come natural to her, but now with his more mature mindset, it was oddly easier to view her as a teasable little sister. It was a strange sensation, seeing her like this again, and it caused him to clear his throat in an attempt to suppress a laugh at his own absurd thoughts. Are you done? He asked with a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Hermione nodded, her arms still crossed tightly. Her breathing remained heavy with emotion. To answer your questions, perhaps you should reflect on what happened at the ministry last month, he suggested pointedly. A flicker of understanding crossed Hermione's face as she recalled his disciplinary trial, and she nodded in realization. Ah, yes. You mean your trial, she acknowledged. Awesome. You read the Daily Prophet the next day. Hermione nodded again, and Harry continued. Well, from there, you can draw your own conclusions, he said, bitterness lacing his tone. But it's all so absurd. Hermione exclaimed, her eyes flashing with indignation. You did nothing wrong, and you deserve to be exonerated. Thank you, Hermione, Harry said, offering her a grateful smile. Unfortunately, Umbridge and her ministry cronies see it differently. Even the Minister of Magic himself. He shrugged, observing as Hermione sank into the couch beside him. Dean finished his game against Ron and headed over to the corner where Fred and George were stationed, tucked away from the rest of the Gryffindor common room. Harry, seeking a distraction, turned to Ron with a mischievous glimmer in his eyes. Hey Ron, fancy another game of chess? Harry inquired, retrieving several galleons from his pocket and placing them on the table. Ron, still nursing a grudge over his friend's earlier betrayal, hesitated to accept the challenge. However, Harry wasn't one to give up easily and sweetened the deal by adding a few chocolate frogs to the table. After a few minutes of contemplation and a begrudging huff, Ron finally agreed to Harry's proposal. As they commenced their game, Hermione, lost in her thoughts, watched the chess pieces move back and forth. When the curfew bell signaled the arrival of nightfall, she rose from her seat, prompting Harry and Ron to look at her in confusion. Is everything all right, Hermione? Ron asked, his concern evident. Hermione waited for the curfew bell to stop ringing before expressing her idea. How about we form a defense against the dark arts study group? She suggested. Ron's eyebrows shot up in surprise. What do you mean? Are we going to study on our own? Who will be the teacher? McGonagall. Or would you? He turned to Harry, seeking his input. Harry could already anticipate where Hermione was going with her proposal. He leaned back in his chair, attempting to push aside thoughts of the previous Dumbledore's army formation. It was difficult to forget that they had become rebels at a young age, forced to train and study in secrecy due to Umbridge's tyrannical rule. It had been a dangerous path, one that had led to child soldiers, and Harry wasn't the only one who had played that role. No, Harry instinctively blurted out but quickly clarified, I mean, why don't you be the teacher? You're one of the top students in our year. Hermione blushed at the compliment but shook her head in refusal. Thank you, Harry, but I excel more in the theoretical aspects. You, on the other hand, have the highest scores in defense against the dark arts and the most practical experience. Across the table, Ron nodded in agreement. She's got a point, mate. If we want to become Aurors someday, you'd be the best person to learn from. Harry turned to gaze into the fireplace, observing the flames as they flickered and danced. He couldn't shake off thoughts of the previous Dumbledore's army, but he also sensed that Umbridge would be even more dangerous this time. Something significant must have changed when I pulled that stunt during the trial, he thought to himself. Well, maybe we can avoid involving everyone in the ministry this time. After all, forewarned is forearmed, and I'm confident that Daphne and I can devise a plan to confront Voldemort and the prophecy by the end of the year. Straightening his posture, he looked back up, and with a groan, Harry gave in. All right, he relented. I'll do it, but I have the final say on the rules, security, and all other decisions. We need to be cautious, and I won't take any unnecessary risks. We can't afford to let anyone discover what we're doing. A satisfied glint gleamed in Hermione's eyes. A clear indication that she had a cunning plan in mind. Harry let out a resigned sigh. Care for another game of chess? Ron suggested innocently, his tone contrasting with Hermione's scheming nature. No, thanks, Ron. Not tonight. I'm utterly exhausted. Good night, you too, Harry replied, making his way toward the staircase. However, mischievous thoughts swirled in his mind, and a wicked grin spread across his face. By the way, don't forget to cast a protective charm and a silencing spell. This is the common room, after all, Harry cautioned in a mock-serious tone. But before he could finish his sentence, Hermione hexed him, causing him to wince in pain. Ron gasped in shock, his face as red as his hair, and he attempted to cast a tripping jinx, but Hermione was quicker. with laughter in his voice. Harry darted up the stairs, dodging spells as he went. He could hear Hermione and Ron's voices echoing through the common room as they gave chase, their laughter blending with his own. Moments like these made Hogwarts feel like home. The next day was uneventful, as Harry mindlessly went through the motions of classwork, his mind focused on Umbridge, and preparing himself for the lines he was bound to write. He sat in the common room next to Ron, contemplating on how to handle the defense professor this time around. Slowly, he grabbed his bag and rose from his seat, his eyes darted to the clock. Ron, distracted from his game of chess with Colin Creevey, inquired, "Where are you going?" Hermione, too, looked up from her writing, her brows furrowed in concern. To Umbridge's office. You know I got detention. Right. Ron's mouth formed an "oh" before he shrugged, letting Harry go without much fanfare. Harry shook his head and bolted out of Gryffindor Tower. He wanted detention with Umbridge to be over and done with, so he endeavored to be as prompt as possible. The sooner it was done, the better, he thought to himself. Mindful of running into other students, Ari reached for his trusty Marauder map. His eyes skimmed the parchment, studying the pathways he needed to take to avoid prying eyes. However, his attention was soon caught by a familiar name, the person he missed the most. He remembered his plans for their day off before the explosion, and how they had planned a movie marathon of Daphne's favorite spy and heist films. Movie night was always one of their favorite events. When they would order takeout, snuggle on the couch with their eyes glued to the telly. Inspiration struck Harry, and he fished out a scrap of parchment from his bag, hastily scribbling a note on it. Daphne was an avid fan of espionage movies, so she would inevitably love this plan. With the parchment rolled up and nestled in his pocket, Harry slung his bag over his holder and dashed towards where Daphne was. Fortunately, the route to Umbridge's office coincided with the path to McGonagall's. If Davis were to see him, she wouldn't suspect his true intentions. Sping for air. After sprinting down from the 7th floor to the 1st, Harry halted at an intersection, awaiting Daphne's arrival. Leaning against the wall, he caught his breath and watched the map, biding his time. It wasn't long before the sound of bickering between Daphne and Tracy reached his ears. Harry quickly deactivated his map and stashed it away in his bag. Counting down from 5 in his mind, he readied himself for what was to come. As the countdown reached 1, Harry sprang into action, charging towards Daphne at breakneck speed. Before he knew it, he had collided with her, causing her to stumble and fall. Harry winced, regretting his lack of finesse, but at the same time prided himself in his performance. I'm so sorry," he exclaimed, extending his hand to help Daphne up. She looked surprised to see him, drenched in sweat, grinning sheepishly. As they shook hands, Harry surreptitiously passed her the letter he had penned earlier. Tracy marched down the Hogwarts corridor. Her mood as dark as a storm cloud. "Damn pansy," she grumbled under her breath, "that wretched witch has broken my record of 4 years without detention." Her frustration boiled over as she purposely bumped into her friend, Daphne. "You don't have to take it out on me," Daphne said coolly, "go and fight with Pansy. I'll be cheering you on from the side." Tracy stared at Daphne, incredulous. "You're insane, Daph," she exclaimed. "Has all that studying during the summer vacation addled your brain? She's the one that got us in trouble, you should help me hex her." Daphne rolled her eyes. "There's no correlation between my studies and your temper, Tracy," she retorted. "Besides, we'll be even later for our meeting with McGonagall if you keep dragging your feet. I mean, seriously, I should be the one who's angry," Tracy exclaimed, her voice dripping with drama. "You're the one who fought with Pansy, remember? And now look, my record's all broken. But hey, I don't blame you for it. Pansy's a real piece of work and she deserved way worse for what you did." Daphne let out a weary sigh, feeling her patience wearing thin as they navigated the dimly lit corridors of Hogwarts. "Can we please just focus on getting to McGonagall's office?" she interjected, quickening her pace. "I really don't want to run into Parkinson and Bulstrode right now." With a whine, Tracy struggled to keep up with Daphne. Her eyes locked on the path ahead, still simmering with frustration from their earlier encounter. But her attention faltered, and she inadvertently bumped into someone, causing both of them to stumble and fall in a tangled mess. As they picked themselves up, Daphne's eyes widened in surprise. It was Harry Potter, looking just as startled as she was. They shared a moment of silence before Tracy's fury surged back to the surface. Oops, I'm so sorry. Harry quickly offered a hand to help Daphne up, his face a mix of embarrassment and concern. Potter. Tracy's tone was less than welcoming. Hey, Davis. Harry greeted with a hesitant nod. Daphne, are you all right? Tracy turned her attention to her friend, genuine worry replacing her earlier anger. I'm fine, Daphne reassured, brushing off their robes with a flick of her wand. Potter, it seems like you're in a hurry. You could say that, Harry replied with a sheepish grin. Detention with Umbridge, remember. But thanks for standing up for me yesterday, he added with sincerity, though his nerves were evident. It was the right thing to do, Daphne said, her previous annoyance softening a bit. It shouldn't be teaching with that awful attitude and that dreadful textbook of hers. Agreed, Harry nodded. I wanted to burn that book from the moment I read the first sentence. Anyway, thanks again. At least you two didn't get detention with her as well. Daphne chuckled. Don't worry about us. Umbridge wouldn't dare give me detention. By the way, what brings you both here? Harry glanced around. The dungeons are in the opposite direction, aren't they? Daphne winced at the reminder. We have detention with McGonagall, she replied, a hint of bitterness in her voice. I see, Harry said with understanding. McGonagall isn't too tough with her detentions, thankfully, but it will be worse if you are late. I better get going, too. It's getting late. See you around. With a quick wave, he swiftly disappeared down another corridor. Watching Harry leave, Daphne realized she had a crumpled piece of paper in her hand. She quickly stuffed it into her pocket, not wanting Tracy to pry into it. Tracy, who had been standing watching the two of them talk like old friends, looked at the direction where Harry Potter left in surprise. What had happened? Her head tried to process what was happening. Since when did Daphne get along with the Gryffindor golden boy, Harry Potter? Are you going to McGonagall's office or not? Said Daphne, half shouting, who was already far enough from her. She immediately ran over to Daphne and matched her steps. She blurted the first thing that came to her mind. Since when have you been close to Potter? She asked in a teasing tone. Daphne immediately cursed under her breath. Harry Potter's heart pounded in his chest as he approached Professor Umbridge's office for his detention. The corridor leading to the room seemed to grow colder with every step. As if an invisible hand was tightening its grip around his spine. He had endured detentions with her before, but this time, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. With a deep breath, he pushed the door open and entered the frilly pink room. But this time, as he crossed the threshold into the frilly pink room, there was something different. Something dark. The chill he felt brought back memories to countless Auror raids he had been a part of, and the many times he had encountered warded buildings. The family's slimy feel of dark magic made its way up the base of High's neck, and he couldn't help but shiver in disgust. Despite his initial plan to avoid this detention, Harry resigned himself to facing it head-on once it had been assigned. He had a new idea. Maybe he could gather evidence against Umbridge and finally expose her true nature, hopefully leading to her dismissal from Hogwarts. Professor Umbridge sat behind her desk with an air of self-importance, her presence commanding attention and obedience. The desk, covered in a sickeningly sweet, frilly pink cloth, seemed to mirror her personality perfectly, all saccharine pretense and underlying malice. The surface was meticulously organized, with neatly stacked parchments and various pink decorative items neatly arranged. A small, stuffed cat with beady black eyes perched on one corner, adding to the eerie atmosphere of the room. As she sat there, her back was ramrod straight, and her thin lips formed a tight line, giving her an expression of perpetual disapproval. Her toad-like eyes, peering out from behind her square-shaped glasses, were fixed with an unsettling intensity on anyone who dared to enter her office. The cat-shaped brooch on her high-collared pink blouse seemed to watch over her shoulder, as though it were yet another set of vigilant eyes keeping a watchful eye on her surroundings. Despite the delicate and dainty appearance of her surroundings, the room exuded an underlying menace, as if it were merely a trap waiting to be sprung on unsuspecting victims. Every element of the office seemed designed to project an aura of kind and cruel superiority, to remind everyone who entered that they were under her thumb and subject to her rules. Sit down, Mr. Potter, Professor Umbridge said, with a twisted smile on her face. I've brewed some tea for us to enjoy during your detention. Care for a cup? Harry took a seat and opened his mouth as he tried to refuse, but a powerful force compelled him to say yes. She already had a glass poured for him, and reached into her desk drawer to remove a pink china cup decorated with girly flowers and cat paw prints, and began to pour a light purple-colored fragrant liquid into it. As he took a sip, he tasted something strange, a bitter undertone that made his stomach churn. I think I'll pass. As Harry tried to steady himself, Professor Umbridge's smile widened, her eyes glinting with malicious glee from behind her own cup. Oh, dear Mr. Potter, you really should learn to trust your superiors. Now, drink up. It's not polite to refuse my hospitality. His heart pounded in his chest as he struggled to resist her command, but his willpower failed him as he raised the glass again. What did you put in this tea? Harry demanded, trying to mask his fear with a hint of defiance. Sugar and peppermint, Mr. Potter. I'll take another one, Professor Umbridge said, pouring herself another cup. I do love the taste of tea. It's a special lavender blend I was given by the minister for Christmas. Harry's mind felt foggy yet light-headed as if the air was sucked from his lungs, and he vaguely recalled a similar feeling from his childhood when the Dursleys had begrudgingly taken him to the dentist, and they had hooked him up to the anesthetic gas. But he knew better than to let his guard down. He cast a quick nonverbal wandless spell to detect any harmful substances, and what he found was terrifying. Nothing. Harry took another sip of the fragrant tea. A peculiar realization settled upon him like a cold, clammy hand gripping at his throat. There was no trace of magic to be found. It was as if an impenetrable shroud had enveloped the cup, blocking any mystical presence from his senses. The absence of magic sent an eerie chill down his spine, causing the fine hairs on the back of his neck to stand on end. It was a disconcerting feeling, one that stirred a deep-seated intuition within him, warning him that something was terribly amiss. Yet, try as he might, he couldn't pinpoint the exact source of this unsettling sensation. I don't feel so good, Harry muttered, his voice barely audible, as if his words were carried away by an unseen force. To his alarm, Professor Umbridge's sinister smile widened, her eyes glinting with a sadistic glee that sent shivers down his spine. You'll have to finish your cup, Mr. Potter, she insisted, her voice dripping with deceptive sweetness. Compelled to obey, Harry found himself raising the teacup to his lips once more, unable to resist the strange urge that seemed to grip his mind. With each passing moment, the room seemed to spin, and his thoughts became muddled and distant, as if he were floating in a haze of confusion. The lightheadedness intensified, clouding his judgment and causing him to stumble into a mental fog. His senses dulled, and he almost forgot about the ominous darkness that had greeted him upon entering the office. The nagging feeling of wrongness faded to a distant echo, drowned out by an overwhelming sense of compliance, as though his mind were operating on autopilot. No longer able to muster the strength to fight against the unseen force controlling him, Harry felt himself slipping further and further into a trance-like state. His attempts to break free from the compulsion weakened, leaving him disoriented and vulnerable to the cruel whims of Professor Umbridge. As the seconds stretched into eternity, Harry's consciousness became hazy and disjointed, and he was only vaguely aware of Umbridge extending a dark, black quill towards him. Reality seemed to blur, and he could no longer distinguish between his own will and the sinister intentions that now held sway over him. As Harry tried to focus on writing his lines, his hand felt numb, but he couldn't stop writing. The blood quill kept piercing his skin, slicing into his flesh like a scalpel as he was helpless to resist. His hand bled profusely, like liquid pouring out of a faucet, and in the fog of his own mind he was vaguely aware that it was worse than the first time around. His blood. Something was off about it. As if he was bleeding more than normal, also as if his blood had actually been replaced with a dark red water. The lines he was writing were soon lost in a sea of crimson, as his blood stained the desk, dripping into pools on the floor. Harry tried to stop the bleeding, but the blood kept flowing. It was as if the blood quill had opened up his veins and let his life force seep away. And all the while, Professor Umbridge watched in delight as Harry struggled, a wicked grin on her face. Hours passed as Harry endured the torture of the blood quill. He couldn't think of anything else but writing those lines of punishment. And no matter how long he wrote, he knew he would never be able to complete them all. The colors began to drain from his body. His skin becoming pale as blood loss had begun to set in, his movement had become sluggish and his breathing slowed. He managed to glance down at the lines he was writing as he could begin to feel the compulsion lift the second Umbridge stood to glance at his paper, which was now completely soaked with his blood. I think that will do for now, Mr. Potter. Hopefully you have learned your lesson and will not have to repeat this. You are free to go. She took the quill from his hand then paused again. Oh, and it would be in your best interest not to mention this. I would hate to have to serve anyone else a similar detention. There are a couple first years who caused trouble in my class, after all. His eyes narrowed at the thinly veiled threat, as he turned and left the classroom without a word. With the detention finally ended, Harry left Professor Umbridge's office, his hand still bleeding. He wanted nothing more than to forget what had just happened, but he knew that he could never wipe the memories or the scars away. This detention was magnitudes worse than what he had gone through originally, and as he ran it through his mind the only thing he could conclude was there had to be something in the tea to make him bleed like that. He made his way around a corner, and quickly cast a clotting charm on his hand, noticing just how pale his skin was. Shit, I need a blood rep. Lenisher before I show up to the common room. I need to get to Daph. As he walked through the corridors of Hogwarts, he could feel the weight of the magic that had been used against him. Whatever compulsion was on the doorway, it was strong and dark, the type of thing that would get you 50 years in Azkaban at a minimum. It seems to border on legitimacy, and despite his increased prowess in the art of occlumency from the future, it had taken him by surprise before he could throw up his shields. He made his way down the staircase to the floor below as he contemplated the events of his detention and the compulsion charm embedded in the doorframe wards. He had been aware that Umbridge was evil, that was obvious to anyone who had spent more than 5 minutes in her presence, but he had not realized just how strong and skilled in the dark arts she was. She managed to cast a Patronus the first time around, he thought to himself. I'm going to have to be extra careful around her from now on. That takes a special type of psychopath. And I don't even think Voldemort was as depraved as that. At least he had some sort of morals, as twisted as they were. I will definitely have to warn Daphne. He may be on her radar after what she said in class. Soon he rounded a corner and saw the bathroom ahead of him where he had agreed to meet with Daphne, as Myrtle's bathroom was closer to the Slytherin dorms than the room of requirement. As Harry stepped into the gloomy bathroom of Moaning Myrtle, he was grateful to see his girlfriend Daphne waiting for him. Daphne, love, Harry said, his voice slurred and strained with pain while walking briskly closer. We need to talk. Umbridge is much worse than we remember. She cast a strong dark compulsion ward on her office. It was just about as bad as the Imperious Curse. It was heavy dark magic, and I think she poisoned me with something. Harry slumped to the floor and leaned against one of the sinks. His breath hitched, his vision began to dim due to lack of blood. Harry still felt that his hand was still gushing blood from the wound because of the blood quill. Daphne's face twisted with anger and concern. Merlin's pants, Harry. You look half dead. I've seen vampires with healthier complexions, she said, her hand reaching for her bag. She pulled out a vial of blood-replenishing potion and a jar of myrtlap essence. Here, she said, handing them to Harry. Drink the potion first. Harry downed the potion, feeling the healing magic coursing through his veins, his balance returning and breath growing more steady. Upon witnessing Harry struggling to stabilize, Daphne's heart pounded in her chest, and she immediately sprang into action, frantically rubbing the essence on his wound. Harry, oh Merlin, it's worse than I thought, she exclaimed, her voice now filled with a mix of desperation and panic. The essence reacted with alarming urgency, almost as if it sensed the danger. It slithered and seeped, desperately trying to soothe the injury. But Daphne could see that it wasn't enough. Harry winced in agony, and the sight of his pain only intensified her panic as the crimson liquid kept pouring out. Fuck. Daphne, remember our DMLE first aid training. I need you to try and staunch the bleeding, Harry managed to rasp, his breath strained as he pressed his head against the cold stone wall. Daphne's visage mirrored the turmoil within him, her rapid breaths echoing the turmoil of her mind. Harry, I've never had to use that spell outside of mandatory training. I can barely recall the incantation, she pleaded, her mind racing with fear. I don't know if I can do this right. I'm so scared I'll make it worse. Panic coursed through her veins, adrenaline dilating her pupils as it took hold. Daphne, please, focus. Harry urged, his voice strained from the pain. You can do this. Daph, slow your breathing. In through your nose, out through your mouth. You don't have to close the wound, just stop the bleeding. We can worry about the rest later. Right now, focus. I don't think I have the strength to cast the spell myself. It's a simple one, I'll guide you through it, alright. Damn it, okay, Harry. What's the incantation? Her voice trembled as she attempted to steady herself. Sanguis Saninter. Repeat it like a chant, with a 5-second pause between each repetition. Perform small circular wand movements over the wound, and end each time by touching the exposed part of the cut. She nodded, her eyes searching for solace. Okay, but won't it hurt? Harry nodded, undoing his tie. Getting CKED in an open wound is better than bleeding out. Help me use this as a makeshift tourniquet. He handed his wand to Daphne and gripped the side of the sink above his head in a death grip. He began wrapping the red and gold fabric tightly around his wrist, securing it with a firm knot. Put the wand underneath the tie and help me twist it. No matter how excruciating it becomes, keep twisting, and do not let my hand fall below my head. I've lost a considerable amount of blood, and this spell will take time. We need to stem the flow. All right, it sounds like you've been through this before, she muttered. Her hands shaking as she grasped the wand and initiated the twisting motion, prompting a pained groan from Harry. She raised her own wand and began the motions. Sanguis Saninter, Sanguis Saninter, Sanguis Saninter. Not quite applying a tourniquet, but I've used the spell on Susan a few times, he confessed through gritted teeth, wincing as Daphne's wand prodded his flesh. A few years before you and I met, we were staking out a warehouse in Nocturne. A couple of snatchers who had evaded the war trials had been holed up inside. When we breached the building, she took a slicing curse to the chest. And was bleeding badly. I thought it may have gotten through to her heart when it hit, so we thought there was no time to wait for medics. I had to rip her bra off right there in the middle of the street to stop the bleeding. A forced chuckle escaped him, and Daphne managed a smile between her chants. That curse was inches away from taking half her chest off. Luckily, those snatchers couldn't aim for shit. Daphne paused for a moment, her disbelief palpable. No fucking way. Are you telling me those rumors Tracy heard about Susan having only one nipple are true? He coughed in embarrassment and flashed his teeth in a smile. I cannot confirm or deny that her left breast is now slightly smaller than her right. And what about the rumor of her sporting a massive scar on her rear end? You know, I never quite believed Mad Eye when he claimed to have seen someone blow their own buttocks off by keeping their wand in their back pocket. You're kidding. Not at all. She shot herself through the left cheek in the training rooms back at the academy. Refused to go to the medical wing, I think she was afraid it would affect her chances of graduating. So, I had to patch her up myself because she didn't want to wait for me to apparate off to get Hermione. I'll never forget the way she yelled at me. I don't give a damn about modesty. Rip my knickers off and heal my ass. Laughter erupted between them as they savored the memory, Daphne vividly imagining Susan's outburst and Harry trying to hide the pain he was in. I knew I should have taken that bet with Tracy. Daph, as much as I'm enjoying our little trip down memory lane, could you focus on my hand? Shit, I'm sorry. She resumed her wand movements, determined to heal the injured flesh. It's fine. I'm always up for reminiscing about how much of a klutz Sue is. Almost as bad as Tonks, that one. He smiled, noting how relaxed Daphne was compared to earlier. Trauma Response 101. He thought. Kill the panic. Save the patient. Never thought I'd have to apply it in reverse. He smiled sardonically at himself. Several minutes passed, and Daphne took a brief break, dabbing AC. Loath against the back of Harry's hand to assess the flow of blood. Satisfied that it had ceased, she declared, that should do it. Just be cautious with it. Thanks, Daphne, Harry whispered, a tender smile gracing his lips. I'll take another blood replenisher and close the wound myself. That's a lot trickier than stopping the bleeding. He released the tension on the makeshift tourniquet and reached up to grasp Daphne's hand. You have no idea how grateful I am to have you by my side. Daphne returned his smile. Of course, Harry, she said, leaning in for a kiss. We're in this together, always. He returned the chaste kiss and wrapped her into a deep hug with his free arm. Daphne took a deep breath as she pulled back and grasped Harry's hand again, as her other arm reached into her bag. Her fingers searching for bandages amidst supplies. Fortunately, I remembered you mentioning this detention and came prepared. She turned on the faucet and began to clear the dried blood from the flesh. However, I didn't expect it to be this bad. She could have killed you. What was she thinking? She trailed off, her eyes fixed on Harry's injured hand, inspecting it closely for the first tee. As her face went from pale to a sickly green. What's the matter, Daphne? Harry asked, perplexed by the look on her face as she studied his hand. Harry, I can almost see your bones through this cut, she said. Her trembling voice saturated with fear. What did Umbridge have you right the first time? Perplexed, Harry replied, I must not tell lies. Isn't that what it says? Daphne slowly shook her head and lifted his hand up, fighting to keep the bile out of her mouth as tears began to stream down her face. It seems she decided to abbreviate it so that you would have more space to write. Whatever compulsion she cast on you must have been incredibly potent if you were not even aware of what you were writing. Harry gazed down at the back of his hand, suppressing the urge to vomit as well. As he watched the silvery white sinew of tendons strain and stretch beneath his skin through the open wound, revealing the stark whiteness of his bones. The word, liar, had been carved into his flesh, searing red and inflamed around the edges of the cuts. Daph, I think she was trying to kill me. Amidst the boisterous atmosphere of the Gryffindor table, Harry sat flanked by Hermione and Ron. His eyes glimmering mischievously as Daphne entered the great hall alongside Tracy, just as she did every morning. The exchange of smiles between Harry and Daphne filled him with a sense of warmth and affection. However, last night's encounter with Daphne had left him shaken. He had expected a simple detention with Umbridge, but the cruel professor had surpassed all bounds. Fortunately, the calm Mon room was empty when he arrived at Gryffindor Tower from detention, sparing him from answering Hermione and Ron's prying questions about his ghastly appearance. He had to consume 2 bottles of replenishing potion to restore his vitality, and Daphne's healing had helped to reduce the wounds on his hands. Harry had no desire to recall the message imprinted on the back of his hand. Harry tried best to hide his pain during breakfast, but Hermione, ever perceptive, noticed his distant gaze and lack of response. Having received no response from him despite calling out multiple times, she scowled in response. But her expression softened when she noticed what had captured Harry's attention. Determined to get through to him, Hermione called his name again, gently nudging him to break him from his reverie. Annoyed, Harry turned to face her, mustering a nonchalant response. Morning, Hermione. You haven't been listening, Harry, Hermione said, her concern evident in her voice. Listening to what? Harry asked, looking genuinely puzzled. She rolled her eyes in response. How was detention with Professor Umbridge last night? I waited for you to return, but I ended up having to go to bed before you made it back, she said. Her voice tinged with worry. Oh, that. Don't worry, the detention went fine. She just had me write lines all night, Harry replied, shrugging casually before returning to his meal. Are you still serving detention tonight? Hermione probed further, her eyes filled with genuine concern as she regarded her friend. Nah, just last night. Why do you ask? Do you need something? Harry inquired, sensing her unease. However, Hermione appeared hesitant to speak, as if grappling with a difficult question. Deciding to respect her silence, Harry chose not to push further. Assuming she would confide in him if it were truly important. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Professor McGonagall, pulling Harry's focus away from Hermione's troubled expression. Good morning, Mr. Potter. The stern professor greeted him, her voice softened with genuine care. Good morning, Professor, Harry replied politely. Headmaster Dumbledore has requested our presence in his office after class today. Are you feeling well? You look rather pale, she inquired, her concern evident in her tone. Harry blinked in surprise, not expecting such an invitation. I'm fine, Professor, thank you for asking. He reassured her with a smile. If you say so. Before class, do indulge in a chocolate frog, won't you? McGonagall advised, before bidding them farewell. I'll leave you to your breakfast, she said, turning away. As Harry glanced around the great hall, he noticed Dolores Umbridge grinning maliciously with glittering eyes. His appetite instantly vanished, and he snorted in disgust. But then his attention was drawn to Colin Creevey, who was reading something. "Hey Colin, what are you reading? It doesn't look like the Daily Prophet or the Quibbler," Harry inquired, curious. Colin looked up, blushing with embarrassment. "Oh, it's a Muggle newspaper. My dad sends it to me so I can keep up with what's happening in their world. It's handy when we visit our Muggle relatives at Christmas," he explained, shrugging. "And I can check out the prices of the newest cameras there, since the Daily Prophet doesn't have an advertisement section like Muggle papers do," Colin added. "Although I know that Muggle camera couldn't work in the wizarding world," he said bitterly. "I never thought of that." "Well done, Colin," Harry praised, impressed. Hermione also looked interested, raising her head to listen. "Can I borrow it when you're done? It seems quite interesting," Harry requested, as Colin offered the newspaper to him. "Of course. I've already finished reading it," Colin replied, smiling eagerly. "Thanks, Colin. I'll return it to you as soon as I'm done," Harry promised, eagerly opening the newspaper to read. "Harry, you can keep it," exclaimed his friend with unbridled enthusiasm, his mouth still full of food. Harry nodded absent-mindedly as he sifted through the pages of the newspaper, searching for something to distract him from the weight of his thoughts. And then he saw it, an article detailing a devastating bombing that had occurred in a small village. The bombing took place in a small village on the outskirts of Norwich, Norfolk. The scale of the explosion from this bomb was quite large, comparable to a car bomb, and has damaged several houses and abandoned buildings. Oddly enough, no vehicles were seen around the area before the time of the attack. It was stated that 3 people were seriously injured, and 2 people with minor injuries were immediately rushed to the nearest hospital. Fortunately, there were no fatalities. According to confidential sources, traces of pure sulfur and high concentrations of some unknown biological fertilizer have been found at the crime scene. For the time being, the police are still investigating the cause of the bombing and have no leads as to the perpetrators of the bombing. Fears of attacks from the Provisional IRA are abound, however Sinn Féin representatives have denied any knowledge or involvement in the attacks. Unfortunately, this area is still not covered by CCTV yet. For more on Sinn Féin President Gerry Adams and attempts at a peace process, read page 7. For more on CCTV coverage, read page 9. As Harry finished reading the article, his mind went blank and numb, memories of the past weighing heavily on him. "Excuse me," he announced, gripping at his stomach as he rose from his seat. "I need to use the loo. Then I'm heading straight to class, no need to look for me," he added, waving off Ron's confused expression. Hermione watched him go, still looking concerned. On his way out, Harry surreptitiously signaled Daphne to follow him. Understanding the urgency in his gesture, Daphne quickly followed him out of the Great Hall 5 minutes later. Harry wasted no time and grabbed Daphne's hand, pulling her close as he covered both of them with an invisibility cloak. Together, they hurriedly made their way to Myrtle's haunted bathroom, away from prying eyes and ears. "What's wrong, Harry?" Daphne asked, her confusion evident as they reached the safety of the deserted bathroom. Myrtle, the resident ghost, was thankfully nowhere to be seen. Harry looked pale and anxious as he thrust the newspaper into Daphne's hands. "Read this," he implored. Curiously, Daphne scanned the unfamiliar publication. Her eyes widened in shock and disbelief as she absorbed the contents of the article. "What newspaper is this?" she questioned. "Just read it, please," Harry urged, his urgency palpable. Reluctantly, Daphne read on, her expression growing more troubled with each passing word. She looked up at Harry, seeking reassurance. "Are you sure this is a reliable source?" she asked, attempting to deny the gravity of the news. "I'm positive, Daph. It's a Muggle newspaper. And they wouldn't get something like this wrong," Harry explained, pacing back and forth in a state of panic. As the weight of their discoveries settled heavily on their shoulders, Harry and Daphne found themselves deep in a heated discussion, piecing together the puzzle that lay before them. Daphne's mind raced with implications as she discussed the series of bombings. So, the first bombing case was back in 2006. And then there was a gap before they struck again in 2007, she mused. And it escalated from there until the catastrophic event in 2008 that sent us back in time. Facing her, Harry nodded, acknowledging her observation. You're right. I still remember the first file. It mentioned the initial incident in Harvest Alley. There were lots of cattle there, so it wouldn't be surprise. To smell ammonia and sulfur after the explosion. The case itself was included in the file because it had the same characteristics as the bombing 1 year later, namely the smell of that fertilizer. Harry rubbed his face in exasperation and continued, so that means. This has been going on long before the attacks that occurred from 2006 to 2008. They were attacking in the Muggle world, as not to be detected by the Aurors. Daphne deduced. Harry nodded in agreement. But how could the DMLE miss this one? She continued, I mean, this is eerily similar to the cases we had in the future. Everyone was too preoccupied with slandering me and Dumbledore, Harry said, frustration evident in his voice. The media wouldn't bother with a seemingly insignificant case reported in a Muggle newspaper. Daily Prophet, which weekly? The Quibbler, none of them bothered to investigate. It's almost as if someone wanted to keep these bombings hidden and manipulate the situation to shift blame onto others. Be it Death Eaters or Muggle terrorists. Daphne's mind raced, connecting the dots. It can't be a coincidence we showed up right before this happened, that means there's something else. It triggered the time turner to send us here, to this year, other than the detonation of that bomb. We need to make sure if Wibbly is back too or not, Harry rambled, walking back and forth in a panic. Harry, she exclaimed, snapping him back to reality. He turned to her. How and where would we find Wibbly? Daphne asked, looking at Harry sharply. Harry winced. I don't know where he is now, he admitted truthfully. We hadn't started investigating his profile yet because it was the first time I met him in person. I only had a rough face sketch, Daph. The ministry didn't really keep records of squibs. And I doubt the Muggle government has any data on him either, he said frustratingly, rubbing his face again. How about we scout out Hogsmeade? Daphne suggested, trying to ease the tension. Harry ruffled his hair. I can't. Hermione convinced me to do that, again, he groaned. Daphne couldn't contain her curiosity any longer. What do you mean by that? She asked, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Is it the Rebel Study Group for Defense Against the Dark Arts? Harry couldn't help but chuckle at Daphne's straightforward explanation. He leaned back in his chair, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. Yeah, I'm surprised you know about it. I disbanded the DA after the war ended in 1998, he replied, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Daphne's eyes gleamed with interest, and she leaned in closer. Oh, well, Astoria was also in the DA, you know. So, yeah, I knew about it, she said, raising an eyebrow playfully. The mention of Astoria caught Harry off guard, and he turned to Daphne with narrowed eyes. A mix of curiosity and concern in his gaze. What? He asked, his mind racing to make sense of the revelation. I don't remember ever seeing her at any of the meetings. She was. I walked her up to the 7th floor, multiple times. Daphne explained, folding her arms across her chest, as if daring Harry to react. Then why didn't you join last time? Harry inquired, his voice tinged with a hint of frustration. You have to join us this time. We can get to know each other quicker, and I won't have to put up with Cho by myself. I've already ran into her a few times, and it's so uncomfortable. He grumbled, his annoyance evident. Daphne chuckled in response, her laughter like a gentle breeze on a warm summer day. There's no good reason, really, she replied, nonchalantly shrugging her shoulders. First, I had no interest, even though Astoria pleaded with those adorable puppy eyes of hers. Second, my defense against the dark arts grade was already commendable, you know. She added with a touch of pride, teasing Harry good-naturedly. This earned her a pout from the young wizard. Third, Daphne continued, that dumb house rivalry, especially in our year, made it hard to look beyond the animosity between you and Malfoy. And fourth, I could count on one hand the number of words we'd ever exchanged back then. Did you even notice me at all back in those days? She wondered aloud. Harry scowled, conceding her points. Fair enough. But, you have to join this time. He insisted, determination in his eyes. Would you do me the honor of joining? He asked, feigning the manner of a prince inviting a princess to dance at a grand ball, his charming smile on full display. Suppressing a smile to tease him further, Daphne assumed a thoughtful expression. What is in it for me if I decide to join? She quizzed, her eyes meeting Harry's, curious and playful. The spark in his eyes was immediate as he replied, I guarantee that you will wreck. EIVE an outstanding for your defense against the dark arts grade on the O. And, you get the honor and prestige of being the one to capture the heart of the boy who lived. Think of all the jealous girls that you get to show off to. His confidence and assurance were akin to those of a skilled salesman presenting their finest merchandise. He even wiggled his eyebrows, attempting to sway her with his charm. Daphne couldn't help but burst into laughter at Harry's act, finding it utterly amusing. In that moment, Harry felt his heart soar at the sight of her laughter, the joy of her presence filling him with contentment. Merlin's beard. That was hilarious, she exclaimed, once the laughter had subsided. You're so talented, Harry. It's no wonder you're skilled in the art of politics, Harry Potter, salesman, lawyer. And sweet talker, she declared dramatically, making fun of his antics. Chuckling in response, Harry retorted, well, you know, I think I might just be a natural at it. Maybe. This time around I'll sell broomsticks instead of dealing with the Wizengamot and the DMLE, a hint of pride glimmering in his eyes as he playfully rolled them. As she observed his playful antics, a thought struck her. With a raised hand, she interrupted his train of thought and said, oh, Harry, speaking of grades, I just remembered something important. Her expression turned serious once again. Harry raised an eyebrow in jest. What is it? You don't want to excel in defense against the dark arts. But this time, Daphne didn't laugh. He quickly composed himself and cleared his throat. Sorry. So, about the grades. What's the matter? Harry, despite looking like 15-year-olds in this body, we are much older than 7th years. Our knowledge surpasses theirs, and the only ones who rival us are the professors. That statement hit Harry hard. He had never considered that before, even though he almost got caught when conjuring chairs at Sirius House. He had been quite stubborn. Right, I never realized that. I'm so dense. He groaned. You're not dense, Harry. We both are. She grinned. So, what should we do? I don't want to outshine Tracy's grades. She was one of the top 3 in our year. And we don't need unnecessary attention. He looked thoughtful. I don't want to surpass Hermione either. How about we hold back a bit? We can focus on just a few subjects we're really good at and do our best in those. Or maybe prioritize the subjects that will be relevant for our future jobs. That's a good idea. What subjects are you good at besides defense? For me, it's charms and arithmancy. So, I think I'll focus on those two, and for the others, I'll aim for an average level, like I used to be. For me, he pondered. Charms was not bad, transfiguration was so-so, herbology was like gardening. Not really my thing, my potion skills were decent, history, well, it's hard to be good at that class with Bin's teaching, and I didn't take Muggle studies, runes, or arithmancy. Divination, no. I'm thinking of talking to McGonagall to drop it. Care of magical creatures was okay, I guess. So, I have no idea. Then keep up with defense and maybe also transfiguration or charms. What do you think? She suggested, and he appeared deep in thought. Well, I'll think about it. Anyway, has Malfoy or any Slytherin member given you any trouble? Why would he cause trouble with me? She asked innocently. You had a fight with Pansy, he said carefully, reminding her. I'm sorry about that, he added guiltily. Well, he just called me foolish, and let's say I got a little warning from some older students. Nothing harmful, she shrugged. I already forgave you, love. And you don't need to worry, everyone knows who I am. Your family, you mean? Harry blurted out, earning a glare from Daphne. He immediately closed his mouth. Yes, that too, she replied sweetly, making him wince. But I'm still worried they might target you, he expressed his concern. She sighed, changing the topic. By the way, how are you feeling today? Did you drink the replenishing potion again this morning? She asked with genuine concern. I'm feeling better, Daph. Thanks for last night. I don't know what would have happened if you hadn't shown up. And luckily, nobody saw me when I got back, he said, shrugging. Of course, I'm glad I could help. So, what does McGonagall want? I saw her approaching you earlier. Daphne inquired. She just wants me to meet with Dumbledore in his office later. Not sure what it's about, he replied with a shrug. I see. Oh, aren't you going to Sprout's class? It's starting soon, you know. Harry checked his watch. There were still 5 minutes left, enough time to make it to class. Right, I need to go. But I still want to spend time with you, he complained. Me too, Harry. Me too, she said with a smile. He sighed again. Fine. Then see you later. I'll let you know when we should meet again and talk about that thing, he said, giving Daphne a tight hug and a kiss on the lips before heading out. She smiled as he walked out of the room, but pauses when she heard a giggle from her left. He's quite the gentleman, huh? Said a ghostly blue head, poking out of the toilet bowl of a nearby stall. How much did you hear? She asked coldly. I just saw you two hugging. Was there something spicier before I arrived? Myrtle sounded excited, at the prospect. And Daphne shivered at the thought. No, but he's mine. Stay away from him. Daphne left the room, leaving the curious ghost behind as she made her way to Transfiguration class. Come back soon. Harry is always welcome in my toilets. Chocolate Frog, Harry said in front of the gargoyle statue, which promptly shifted aside to let him pass. He climbed the stairs and knocked on the door several times until Dumbledore's voice invited him in. Come in, Harry, Dumbledore's voice echoed from within. You wanted to see me, Professor? Harry asked politely as he stepped into the room. Dumbledore's office was filled with curious objects and an air of wisdom. His long white beard flowed down like a river, framing his face with an aura of age and experience. His eyes held a twinkle of amusement and mystery. Ah, Harry, my boy, I'm glad you could make it. How's your day been? Dumbledore asked, a kind smile playing on his lips. It's been all right, Professor. And you? Harry replied, feeling a mix of respect and comfort in the presence of the venerable wizard. As well as can be expected at my age, my dear boy. The ministry's matters never seem to rest, Dumbledore sighed with a touch of weariness. I heard they're trying to remove you as the headmaster, Harry said, concern evident in his voice. Dumbledore chuckled softly, his eyes crinkling. Indeed, but it's not a straightforward endeavor. But let's not dwell on that. Would you care for a lemon drop? No, thank you, Professor, Harry declined with a small smile. Let's get to the point. Have you been having nightmares or visions of Voldemort? Dumbledore's gaze turned serious, and Harry's heart skipped a beat. Yes, Professor. Why do you ask? Is there something significant about these dreams? Harry inquired, trying to sound curious but hiding the true extent of his knowledge. Despite the appearance he maintained, ever since the events that had merged his past and present selves, Harry hadn't experienced the usual nightly torment. It puzzled him, the absence of the nightmares he had grown accustomed to. He had honed his occlumency skills, scrutinizing his scar for any lingering traces of darkness, only to find it clear and serene. He had ventured to Regulus Black's room, where the Horcrux locket once exerted an almost irresistible pull. Strangely, that pull had weakened. Sirius' description of the foo odor and repugnant sensation from his scar had added to the puzzle. It all led to one unsettling conclusion: the fragment of Voldemort's soul in his scar had been removed during the temporal euphoria. Now he just had to keep the headmaster from realizing it. Dumbledore's voice brought him back to the present. I can't say for certain, but it seems Voldemort is trying to gain a foothold in your mind. Harry's heart raced. Is there a way to stop it, Professor? He asked, anxiety tinging his words. Dumbledore's gaze softened, weariness and compassion intertwining as a gentle smile curved his lips. I believe we can find a way. Harry, you're not alone in this. Professor Snape has agreed to this, and Sirius also supports this decision, Dumbledore disclosed, prompting a surprised pause from Harry. Evidently, Sirius had more invested in this than he had initially assumed. Professor Snape, why would he agree? You're aware of his feelings towards me. Could you be the one to instruct me? Harry's words flowed with a mixture of astonishment and skepticism, a hint of hope glimmering within. Dumbledore shook his head with a touch of sorrow. I'm afraid not, Harry. While I am skilled in certain aspects of the mind arts, Professor Snape possesses the requisite expertise for this task. My mind is too inquisitive to properly grasp the more eclectic aspects of blocking off one's mind. I'm sure there are rumors around the castle about me being able to read the minds of troublemakers, and while most of my intelligence gathering against Mr. and Mr. Weasley is through the ghosts and paintings. I do have quite the grasp on legilimency, the reading of the mind. Professor Snape, however, is one of the best practitioners of the mind arts in Britain. He is well suited to guide you. Suppressing his emotions, Harry tightened his grip on his own mind. How long will this training last? And what exactly will I be learning from Snape? Professor Snape will impart the knowledge of occlumency to you. This skill is akin to a mental shield, guarding you against Voldemort's intrusions until you become proficient enough to subconsciously keep him out without effort, Dumbledore explained. His eyes holding a weighty understanding. A hush draped the room, anticipation palpable in the silence. Dumbledore observed Harry, a sad smile accompanying his patient gaze, awaiting his decision. Harry's thoughts whirred, grappling with the dilemma before him. The prospect of enduring Snape's mind-probing once more was unappealing. A single encounter had been excruciating enough. Moreover, allowing Snape access to his mind, including knowledge of the future, was far from desirable. However, it seemed that Harry's options were limited. Acceptance beckoned, accompanied by the arduous necessity of fortifying his occlumency against Snape's incursions. While his mind and soul might bear the maturity born from time travel, his body remained tethered to its age. He sighed, frustration tugging at him as he rubbed his face. All right, he conceded, resolve clear in his voice. But if I manage to grasp this quickly, I won't have to keep taking his lessons any longer, correct? Yes, Harry, I'm sure that Professor Snape is equally not looking forward to your lessons either. He will communicate the schedule with you, Dumbledore affirmed, a grandfatherly warmth infusing his gaze, along with a mirthful understanding at Harry's concerns. If there's nothing else to discuss, I'll take my leave, Professor. Of course, Harry. Good night, Professor, Harry offered as he prepared to depart. Ah, Harry, one more thing. Dumbledore's voice called him back, prompting a quizzical frown. I heard from Mr. Weasley that you defended yourself quite well at your trial. I regret my absence, as USPECT Fudge had somehow warded me out of the courtroom, but I am indeed proud of your accomplishment, Dumbledore acknowledged, catching Harry off guard. No need to worry, Professor. Thank you, Harry replied, a grateful smile gracing his lips. Is there anything else? Dumbledore nodded, contentment evident. That's all, Harry. Good night, Professor. With that, Harry made his way toward the exit, thoughts churning as he navigated the path ahead. Harry let out a wide yawn, his body stretching as he welcomed the early morning. Peering outside, he observed the still dark sky, the sun yet to make its appearance. It had been a week since Harry had returned to the ancient, magical castle. A week since he resumed his routine training, a return he'd embraced with a profound sense of longing. The heaviness that had enveloped him due to everyone's reluctance to let him roam freely outside, even for a leisurely stroll near Grimmauld Place, had weighed on him. Umbridge's actions and his conversation with Dumbledore had ignited an even stronger drive within Harry to rejuvenate his physical training. The Quidditch practices had lent some degree of conditioning, but it had left him wanting. But his years as an Auror had endowed him with substantial strength, yet his emaciated form, a testament to the scarcity of food, still hindered his true potential. His mastery over certain abilities had returned, such as occlumency and legilimency, referred to as the mind arts. However, other skills lingered at around 70%, a source of undeniable frustration. The desire for a full restoration. To have all his abilities at their zenith, not at him. He held a hope that the entirety of his potential would be unlocked before winter breaks came. The notion of time travel summoned a faint recollection of one of his many dinners with Luna, a frequent guest at his and Daphne's flats, a cautionary quote about dangers befalling those who dared to tamper with time. The unique nature of their temporal journey blurred the lines between ordinary time travel and their soul transmigration. Luna had been on assignment for the Quibbler, looking into a similar sounding case to his own in Brazil. A rumored time traveler had appeared walking into a Muggle village near the edge of the jungle, raving about his future chakra eating his soul. In the end, it turned out to be a wizard working or Gringotts who had eaten the wrong mushrooms, but it made for a good conversation, even if he didn't quite understand the concepts she would talk about. And this sure as hell wasn't the sort of time travel he and Hermione had dabbled with to save Sirius or Buckbeak. From what he could recall, it had seemed that their consciousness traversed, merging with their younger selves. Gratitude washed over Harry, knowing that they had not fused with foreign souls and had ended up like Quirrell, or worse. Professor McGonagall told me what awful things have happened when wizards have meddled with time. He thought back to Hermione's words with a frown. Well, I'm not going to just sit around and do nothing, to change nothing. And I can't see how I could cause any paradoxes since I basically just took my own place. Still, I will try to be careful. After all, to save as many people as I can, Daphne and I will have to plan carefully. His mind wandered towards Daphne, an ache of longing welling up for their joint exercise sessions. The secrecy that cloaked their relationship, however, confined him to solitary routines. A sigh of unspoken yearning escaped his lips, a poignant release of pent-up desire. Donned in a tracksuit conjured from an oversized shirt, Harry's gaze flickered to his wardrobe, a wry twist shaping his mouth. Dudley's hand-me-downs still dominated his attire, their ill fit a constant reminder of his past. Change was imperative, a shopping expedition was on the horizon. Before embarking on his morning exercise, Harry ventured to the common room. His search for forms and shopping catalogs bore fruit, the forms for clothing orders nestled by the Gryffindor notice board. A triumphant smile graced his lips as he located the documents he sought. Completing the form's WI.TH details of sizes and preferred colors, Harry's heart swelled with anticipation. He flipped through the menswear catalog, tagging images of essential sportswear, loungewear, sleepwear, footwear, and outerwear. Satisfaction washed over him as he reviewed his selections. The documents, folded and tucked into an envelope alongside a handful of galleons, and began to turn to make the trip down to Hedwig. But he was pulled away from his thoughts by an announcement on the common room board. The High Inquisitorial had commenced, and memories of previous detentions stirred within Harry as anger flowed through him. And he crumpled the announcement, casting it into the fireplace with a sense of finality. As he strode out to the Ollery, Harry's attention was diverted by a nostalgic greeting. "Hey, girl, miss me," he crooned, his fingers brushing Hedwig's feathers. The snowy owl hooted in exuberant response, a bittersweet reunion that tugged at Harry's emotions, tears of joy mingled with the pecks Hedwig administered. "Could you deliver this letter, Hedwig? No need to wait for a response. Just come right back, all right," he requested, securing the envelope to her leg. With a contented hoot, Hedwig took flight, vanishing into the horizon. "Safe travels, Hedwig," Harry murmured, his gaze lingering as his owl disappeared from sight. Harry resumed his journey, trekking towards the Black Lake's serene shores. It was there that his morning exercise routine would unfold, a solitary endeavor that invigorated both body and mind. Sweating like a rookie flyer on a broken broomstick during a Quidditch match, Harry decided to call it quits on his morning exercise. Plopping down on a conveniently placed boulder, he conjured a stream of water with a muttered, "Aguamenti." He didn't bother WI.TH fancy conjurations, who needs cups when magic can quench your thirst, right? The sun was slowly painting the sky blue as it rose, casting a serene atmosphere around him. The notion of returning to the castle began to materialize when his attention was ensnared anew, drawn toward Hagrid's hut. The plume of smoke that had once wafted from its chimney had dissipated, an absence that spoke volumes of its vacancy. Harry's gaze fixated on the humble dwelling, his expression betraying a trace of wistfulness. A memory surged forth, a recollection of Hagrid's mission to the giants at Dumbledore's behest. The venture had yielded little success, leaving Hagrid to return alone. However, he hadn't returned unaccompanied, a half-brother remained concealed within the depths of the Forbidden Forest. With a dismissive shake of his head, Harry recommitted to his path toward the castle. The common room was buzzing with early risers, and there was Hermione, tucked away in a corner, already engrossed in her reading. Her knitting needles were floating nearby, crafting little clothes for house elves. Harry sighed and headed her way, catching her eye. "Hey, Harry, where've you been?" Hermione asked, closing her book with a curious look. "Just a jog by the lake," Harry replied with a shrug. Hermione raised an eyebrow, but before she could say anything, he added, "Oh, by the way, you finished that proposal." Hermione blinked, her confusion evident. "Proposal? What proposal?" Harry wiped his sweaty brow with a wristband and clarified, "For the study group, Hermione." Recognition flickered in her eyes. Oh, right, that. Not yet. Harry's lips quirked into a half smile. Well, you might want to get on that. I'm treating it like a serious project. We won't get anywhere without proper planning. Before Hermione could respond, he continued, I'm expecting it by the end of the week. And I mean detailed, Hermione. No skipping corners or leaving things out. She looked a bit flustered but nodded. Okay, I'll work on it. Harry leaned in slightly, his voice lowering conspiratorially, remember, no secrets. This study group needs a solid foundation. Hermione opened her mouth to speak, but Harry wasn't done. And, Hermione, maybe take a break from the knitting. Dobby's a great guy, but he might appreciate a little less work. With a wink, Harry strolled away, leaving Hermione with a mix of annoyance and surprise on her face. Professor Umbridge strode into the dungeon classroom, her toad-like features pinched in distaste. Her pink cardigan and matching ribbon in her hair were a stark contrast to the gloomy atmosphere of the dungeon. The students all straightened up in their seats as she made her way to the front, her eyes scanning the room with an unpleasant sneer. Good morning, Professor Snape, she said. Her voice sugary sweet. I'm here to conduct a routine inspection of your class. Severus Snape's face was a mask of stone as he nodded stiffly. His black robes billowed behind him as he stepped aside to let her take her place at the front of the class. The students exchanged nervous glances as Professor Umbridge began her inspection, scrutinizing every inch of the dungeon. She stopped at one table and peered over the shoulder of Dean Thomas, like a vulture examining a carcass. Interesting, she said, her voice dripping with faux concern. I'm not sure that's the correct ingredient for that potion. Are you sure you're teaching them properly, Professor Snape? Snape clenched his jaw, his black eyes gleaming with anger, but he didn't respond. He knew that any word he spoke could be twisted and used against him. He was a master of the dark arts, but even he knew better than to cross paths with the Ministry's enforcer. As Umbridge continued her inspection, she made several more subtle jabs at Snape's teaching ability, like a cat toying with a mouse before pouncing. Severus, dear, I'm not sure if you're aware, but some of your students seem to be struggling. Perhaps it's time to reevaluate your teaching methods. I've always found it fascinating how some people can be so intelligent in one area, yet completely oblivious in others. Wouldn't you agree, Severus? I must say, Professor Snape, I do admire your dedication to your work, even if it means neglecting your own personal hygiene. With each snide comment, Snape remained silent as the rave as the toad of a woman stalked from student to student. His blood boiled, but he kept his expression carefully neutral, like a poker player holding a royal flush. He knew that Umbridge was trying to provoke him, to elicit a reaction that she could use against him. He wasn't going to give her the satisfaction. She paused at Neville Longbottom's cauldron, a look of disgust on her face. Mr. Longbottom, I must say I'm disappointed in your lack of progress, she said, her voice dripping with condescension. I would have hoped that a wizard of your family lineage would be more proficient in third-year basics. Neville's face turned red with embarrassment as the other students looked away, trying not to draw attention to themselves. Harry Potter, however, could not resist. Daphne couldn't help but feel a sense of worry as she looked over at Harry. She knew all too well the consequences of angering Umbridge, calling in her mind having to heal his hand after his detention, and the last thing she wanted was for Harry to get into trouble. As she watched him fixated on Professor Snape, she could see the familiar glint in his eye that signaled he was up to something. Caught his eye for a second and subtly shook her head, trying to warn him not to do anything that could get him into trouble, but Harry was too focused. Daphne bit her lip nervously, hoping that Harry would come out of this unscathed. The words slithered from his lips like a venomous serpent, coiling and striking with deadly accuracy. Professor Snape, would you mind going over the proper method for cleansing the bile from a toad? We only got halfway through that lesson last class. The smug grin on his face was as foul as the amphibian in the jar on his desk, and just as putrid. Umbridge turned to him, her eyes blazing with a fury that would have made the flames of hell seem like a mere flicker. Meanwhile, an odd look of strange surprise and appreciation graced Professor Snape's features as he looked over towards Harry. Ah, the joys of toad cleansing, he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Truly a highlight of any wizard's education. And what a particularly delightful specimen we have here, Potter. The stench alone is enough to make one retch. Umbridge's lips tightened as she watched the exchange between Snape and the boy who lived. She despised them both with a passion that burned like fire in her belly. But she said nothing, knowing that the time to play her hand had not yet come. Snape flicked his wand, and the blackboard came to life with a flurry of chalk, diagrams appearing like magic. He spoke with a quiet authority, as if he were discussing the weather or the latest Quidditch scores. He turned toward his desk, black robes billowing behind him. Upon arriving, he procured a jar F. Rom beneath his desk filled with green and slimy toads floating in a transparent yellow liquid. Toads are one of the more unpleasant creatures in this lab, he continued. But they do serve a purpose, albeit a small one. Now, to begin with, we must slice across the thorax and down the abdominal region to open a window into the slimy creature. Then with 4 precise slices, he reached over to and grabbed a knife. Inspecting the razor-sharp edge in the light of a candle, remove the stomach, kidney, and liver. Then, to purge the bile, we must remove the gallbladder and wash it thoroughly in distilled water. Umbridge felt sick to her stomach as she watched Snape's deft hands moving over the dead toad. The smell was overpowering, and she longed to be anywhere but here. But she forced herself to stay, knowing that this was actually part of her job. And finally, Snape said, his eyes glittering in the dim light, we must collect the bile in the small crystal vials, and add the empty gall bladder into the formaldehyde and methanol for use in later lessons. They will be useful as we will be exploring the fascinating world of blood-clotting poison and its antidote in the coming weeks. A delightful topic, I'm sure you'll agree, Professor. He turned, knife still in hand, to stare at the woman in pink. You would be more than welcome in my classroom to assist with a demonstration. I am sure an educator of your caliber would be more than qualified. Umbridge nodded, her throat tight with revulsion. Speaking of blood, Professor Snape, she said, her eyes glinting with malice. Quote, I must say I find it quite curious that a half-blood like yourself would teach at Hogwarts. It must be difficult for you, knowing that your father was a mere muggle. The room fell silent as death as everyone froze to turn and look at Snape. His face had gone even paler than usual, and his eyes were fixed on Umbridge with a dangerous intensity. I assure you, Professor Umbridge, my parentage has nothing to do with my ability to teach, he said, his voice low and deadly. Umbridge seemed to relish the discomfort she was causing, a sickly smile on her face. Oh, I'm sure it doesn't. But I can't help but wonder how your pureblood colleagues view you. Did they trust you? Did they respect you? Snape's nostrils flared as he took a step forward. My colleagues know better than to question my loyalty or my abilities. And if you continue to question them, you will find yourself regretting it. Umbridge's smile faded slightly, but she quickly recovered. Very well, Professor Snape. I'll leave you to your class. But I'll be watching you. Quote, as she swept out of the dungeon, the students let out a collective sigh of relief. Snape was still standing at the front of the room, his eyes fixed on the door. Harry could see the tension in his shoulders, the tightness of his jaw. For a moment, the two of them locked eyes, and Harry saw something in Snape's gaze that he had never seen before. It was a mixture of anger, pain, and something else, something that Harry couldn't quite put his finger on. But before anyone could say anything, Snape turned away, his attention back on the class. Back to work, all of you, he said, his voice cold and distant. We have a lot to cover today. Potter, stay behind after class. Hermione and Ron exchanged sympathetic glances with Harry, Ron offering a reassuring pat on the shoulder before they made their way out of the potion class. Daphne's surreptitious smile and Tracy's nod conveyed their understanding as they too exited the room. Harry let out a sigh, slinging his book bag over his shoulder before embarking toward Snape's office. His knuckles rapped against the door, and he faintly heard Snape's voice granting him entry. The office was much as he remembered. Glass bottles containing potion ingredients lined up on shelves, each meticulously labeled. The pristine cauldrons were neatly stacked in a corner, contrasting with the well-used one from the potion class. Bookshelves along another wall held what Harry presumed to be Snape's collection, some of which he had managed to obtain in the future, though most were lost to the ravages of the 1998 war. Professor, you asked to see me? Harry inquired, his tone deliberately polite. Did Dumbledore brief you on this matter? Snape's words were curt, his lingering anger palpable. Harry nodded in response. Starting next week, you shall attend once a week. Ensure this arrangement remains confidential. Should your friends inquire, tell them you have detention or remedial lessons with me. Is that clear? Yes, Professor. Harry replied tersely, not wishing to escalate the situation. Do not take this lightly. You may leave now. Snape's dismissal was abrupt, his gaze not once meeting Harry's. With no further word, Harry exited Snape's office, his footsteps carrying him back into the potions classroom. Letting out an exasperated sigh, he muttered, "Bloody hell," under his breath. If I.T. weren't necessary to preserve the timeline, I'd avoid this like the plague, he grumbled. His irritation momentarily abated as he surveyed the empty classroom, his gaze falling upon the cupboard at the back, near the exit. After his recent observation of Snape's office shelves, his thoughts turned to a particular book he recalled from his 6th year, The Half-Blood Prince. The urge to retrieve it tugged at him. With a cautious glance towards Snape's office door to ensure it remained shut, Harry approached the cupboard. Amongst the pile of books designated for 6th-year studies, he embarked on a search until his fingers found the weathered tome. A triumphant smile played on his lips as he quickly stowed the book in his bag and closed the cupboard, leaving the potions class behind. His steps quickened, but before he could make his way far, he was pulled into an empty classroom, surprise flickering across his features as he turned to face his unexpected captor. Before Harry could even react, he found himself enveloped in a warm embrace, Daphne's arms encircling him tightly. Startled, he let out an exclamation, "Damn it, Daph. You surprised me." He reciprocated the hug without hesitation, burying his nose in the crook of her neck and inhaling the familiar, soothing fragrance that he had come to associate with her. They remained locked in the embrace for a few precious moments, He reluctance to part palpable when they finally separated. "Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. But I was really worried." Daphne's concern was evident in her eyes as she scrutinized Harry's appearance. Finding nothing amiss, she let out a small chuckle. "Don't worry, Daph. Snape didn't torture me. He just handed me a schedule for occlumency lessons, at Dumbledore's request." Harry conjured a couch, taking a seat. And Daphne followed suit, purposefully seating herself on his lap. "Occlumency." Daphne's brow furrowed slightly. "But I thought you already started learning that back at the academy. You mentioned meeting someone who helped you test your occlumency barrier with legilimency." "That's true. I did learn occlumency properly at the academy and had a fantastic teacher named Sensei Hattori. Merlin, I miss him. He was incredible at teaching the mind arts. I really should try to find him again in the future." "Sorry, I'm getting carried away," Harry sheepishly admitted, before continuing, "but this time around, I'm learning it from Snape, on Dumbledore's orders. And let me tell you, it's been one of the most unpleasant experiences. It feels like he's constantly taking an ice pick to my mind during lessons. Like a never-ending mental assault." He grimaced, noting the way Daphne's expression shifted in response. Daphne's voice turned cold as she asked, "Are you sure this is even legitimate? Is Snape even authorized to teach occlumency?" Harry shrugged helplessly. "I have no idea, to be honest. Dumbledore ordered it. Remember when McGonagall mentioned that Dumbledore wanted to speak with me the other day at breakfast?" Daphne nodded, and Harry continued, "I think Sirius, or whoever was looking after me, contacted Dumbledore to check on me while I was traveling back. They sensed something was off during the check. I'm not entirely sure. I'll need to talk to Sirius about it later. Honestly, I don't know if I can go through the same ordeal again, especially after what Umbridge put me through. Do you have any ideas on how to deal with Snape?" Daphne's expression grew more serious as she leaned forward, her hands crossed. "You know, Harry, I understand how difficult this year has been for you. But I've never heard anything about you receiving occlumency lessons from Snape." Harry gulped, his nerves evident as he rubbed his nape. "Snape made it clear that I shouldn't tell anyone about it. If anyone asks, I'm supposed to say that I have remedial lessons with him. Only Hermione and Ron knew the truth, and honestly I've pretty much repressed those memories to the point I almost had myself brainwashed to forget them. It was not pleasant at all. Still, you could have told me. Voluntarily repressing memories is not healthy, Harry. It can literally damage your psyche." Harry winced at her frankness, the comment stinging but not cutting too deep. Yeah, you're right. I've been pretty dense about it, he admitted, his expression pained. Let's find a safer place to talk. Maybe head up to the room of requirement. I'd rather not discuss it here. Oh, and I'm eager to hear your ideas for dealing with Snape. He added with a hopeful smile. Harry. A voice called out, causing Harry to pivot on his heel just as he was about to ascend the stairs. He spotted someone hurrying toward him. Hey, Angelina, what's going on? He inquired, a hint of amusement in his tone. You look like you've been chased by Peeves. Did he pull another prank on you? He teased. Why aren't you in class? Angelina asked casually, rolling her eyes in mild annoyance. And no, Peeves didn't do anything. I just caught sight of you coming out of the dungeon corridors and wanted to talk. Oh, I just had potions class, and it ended about 30 minutes ago, Harry shrugged. Angelina nodded, satisfied with his response, before she got to the point. It's rare to see you all alone. Where's Hermione and Ron? Remember, we have Quidditch practice this evening after dinner, Harry. Ah, they've already left. And I'm not under their watchful eye. I can come and go as I please, Harry replied, his irritation evident. I had to go to Snape's office after class, which is why I'm alone now. And don't worry, I won't forget about practice. Detention. Angelina's voice carried a tinge of sourness. No, just some remedial lessons, Harry explained, flashing her an innocent smile. All right, Angelina looked skeptical. Clearly not entirely convinced by Harry's explanation. Just remember, Harry, there will be consequences if you don't show up. Her playful threat hung in the air as she turned and left, leaving Harry standing in the corridor near the stairs. Bossy, isn't she? Daphne's voice, muffled by the invisibility cloak, whispered next to Harry. Harry chuckled softly. Can't blame her. She's excited to be the Gryffindor team captain this year, especially after there was no Quidditch last year. Plus, it's her final year. Mind if I watch your practice? Harry raised an eyebrow, feigning annoyance. Oh, so, you're going to spy on the competition for your house team. They continued walking, making their way towards the 7th floor. Who said anything about spying? I just want to enjoy watching you. Daphne responded playfully. Harry raised a suspicious eyebrow. You watch me often. Daphne's response was a thoughtful hum. I do when Tracy drags me to your matches. Harry chuckled. Well, she does watch every match. Daphne groaned in acknowledgement. Yeah, you're right. Harry had collapsed onto his favorite plush couch, letting out a satisfied groan. Even though it's just an illusion. This couch feels as comfortable as the one back in my flat, Daph. He exclaimed with excitement. Daphne had looked around the room in awe. The room they had conjured was an exact replica of Harry's Muggle flat in London, with the exception of personal photos or mementos. Despite their engagement, they had still maintained separate residences. Daphne had resided at the Greengrass Manor, as her conservative father had disapproved of cohabitation before marriage. It's astonishingly realistic. This room is absolutely incredible. Daphne had settled onto the couch, where she often perused work files or indulged in her favorite romantic mystery novels. Harry had beamed with pride. It's meant to be a place of solace, a way to relive the times we've spent together. I know it's not real, but it's still comforting. You're absolutely right, Daphne had agreed warmly. As Harry had risen from the couch and then settled back down, his expression had grown more serious. This room also provides us with a safe space to discuss things that we wouldn't feel comfortable talking about in other locations, like Myrtle's bathroom or anywhere else. The only drawback is that it's quite a distance from where you are, and it doesn't make food. Shame, I could have gone for some tea, she had smiled at him. It didn't bother me, Harry. We were free to roam the castle during the day, right? A sheepish grin had crossed Harry's face. You made a good point. Daphne had leaned back into the chair cushion, her curiosity piqued. So, what was the reason behind the occlumency lessons? She had asked. Hugging the cushion, Harry had taken a deep breath before launching into his explanation. Originally, Snape began teaching me occlumency after the winter break under the guise of remedial potions lessons. But the true purpose was to sever the connection I had with Voldemort. He had held up a hand when he saw Daphne about to interject. Hold on, let me finish before you ask questions. Daphne had nodded reluctantly, her curiosity still burning. Harry had continued, "It all started with a nightmare I had during the summer before my 4th year. In the dream, I had seen Wormtail and Barty Crouch Jr. conversing with Voldemort. It had felt so real, as if I was right there with them. I had told Dumbledore, but he hadn't seemed to take it seriously." Winky had suddenly appeared, carrying refreshments for them both. "Winky, how did you know we were here?" Harry had asked in surprise. Winky heard Harry Potter Sir and Mistress's thoughts from this room, requesting refreshments. "So Winky came to deliver," she had exclaimed proudly. Harry and Daphne had exchanged glances, amused by the coincidence. "Thank you, Winky. You can go back to whatever you were doing," Harry had said gratefully, offering her a warm smile before she had disappeared. They had each taken a cup of tea, Daphne adding 2 sugar cubes to hers and stirring them in before taking a sip. Harry had added milk to his. "I didn't know they actually read thoughts like that. At least that takes care of getting snacks here, at least." She had nodded in agreement. "So, what happened next?" Daphne had prompted, eager to hear the rest of the story. Harry had taken another sip of his tea before continuing. "The culmination of my nightmares had occurred the night before we left for the winter holiday. I had dreamt of Mr. Weasley being attacked by Nagini, Voldemort's snake, at the Department of Mysteries. Just like the previous dream, it had felt incredibly real. What had been worse, I had seen everything from the snake's perspective. When I had shared this with Dumbledore, it had seemed to trigger something in him. He had then ordered Snape to teach me occlumency." Daphne had stared at Harry in disbelief. "That can't be possible. I know it sounds impossible, but it's true. Mr. Weasley had to stay in the hospital for over a week. His injuries had been severe. The difference between then and now is my scar." Harry had indicated the lightning bolt-shaped scar on his forehead, which had appeared faded. Daphne had frowned, puzzled. "What do you mean by healed? Didn't it always look like that? I mean, you often hide it with your bangs during school, so I never really paid much attention to it besides noticing its shape." Harry had gaped at her. "Are you serious?" Daphne had sighed. "I was not some starry-eyed fangirl, Harry. Why should I care about your scar? It's just there. Besides, I remember you often concealing it during our school years." Harry had cringed at the mention of fangirl. "Oh, right, I had forgot about that," he had muttered. "So yeah, we left for Sirius House via Portkey that night," Harry had mentioned casually. "And then the lessons had begun after we had returned to school. Once a week." He had shaken his head. "So, ideas on how to keep Snape from learning we are from the future. Care to share?" She grinned sadistically, and crossed her arms in front of her, trying to project as much intimidation into her pose as a 15-year-old girl could. "You know, internal affairs isn't just about storming departments to root out corruption or misconduct. We also play the roles of lawyers and interrogators, going after some of the most influential people in the government, including the unspeakables. It's a tough gig, trying to pry information out of people whose job description is literally, keep your mouth shut. Kingsley's given us the green light to use potions during investigations if things get tricky, and IA's private library is a goldmine of forbidden and arcane texts, almost rivaling what the unspeakables have. I've got a few tricks up my sleeve with potions and spells that I'm itching to try out. The best part, they're practically invisible. I've been dying to test them." Daphne's eyes glinted with enthusiasm. "But, there's a hitch. Getting hold of a couple of rare ingredients might be a bit of a headache, not to mention expensive. I had a hunch Snape might have them, but I don't want to go all sneaky and swipe them from his office," she explained, a thoughtful expression on her face. Harry had looked pensive for a moment before his face had lit up. "No worries. Just tell me what you need, and I'll get them for you," he had said, winking playfully. "I won't argue with that," Daphne had agreed, a wicked grin on her face. "But how do we place the order? Umbridge monitors every letter students send, you know." Harry's face had fallen slightly as he had scratched his head. "Oh, right. I hope Hedwig is all right," he had mumbled. "Who did you send a letter to?" "Not a letter, just a mail order. I was planning to do some clothes shopping. I'll ask Winky to pick up my order from Madame Malkin's." Daphne, aware of Harry's past struggles with clothing, hadn't pressed further. Daphne had suddenly stood up, surprising Harry. "House elf. That's a brilliant idea, Harry. We can have Winky do the task, Harry had offered with a broad smile. Yes. I'll write down all the ingredients we need to buy. Daphne had quickly retrieved parchment and a quill and had begun jotting down the items. She had looked up from her parchment. When is your lesson scheduled? After dinner next week, I think. But you're really not going to tell me what potion you're planning to brew. Daphne had hummed in response. No, you'll have to wait until next week to find out. She had teased, her tone cryptic. Winky. Harry's voice called out, and with a small pop, the energetic house elf appeared before him. Master Harry Potter is calling Winky. She responded eagerly. Yes, Winky. Could you do me a solid? I need you to order some potion ingredients and pick up my order from Madame Malkin's. But before that, swing by Gringotts and withdraw around 500 galleons. Here's my vault key, Harry said, handing over the key. Just tell the teller you're Harry Potter's elf from House Potter. I know how to do it, sir. Winky is experienced in handling such tasks. Winky said confidently. That's awesome. And here's the list of ingredients you need to grab, Harry said, passing her the shopping list that Daphne had jotted down. Of course, sir. Winky will get right on it, Winky said before disappearing in a pop. Pulling out a hefty sum there, aren't you? Daphne remarked. Is it? Just being cautious, Harry replied with a wink, prompting an eye roll from Daphne. Speaking of scars, what's the deal with your scar and those recurring dreams? Daphne asked, sliding into a seat next to him. My scar, Harry trailed off, his fingers subconsciously tracing the faded lightning bolt on his forehead. It's not just a regular scar from the war. Remember that Halloween in 1981? Daphne nodded, recalling the tale of how Harry survived Voldemort's attack as a baby. Well, the story's a bit more complex than just my mom's love saving me. Dumbledore liked to say it was her love that did the trick, which was a solid explanation when I was a kid. But as I got older, I started questioning it, Harry continued. Totally natural to want some answers. I mean, it's a pretty big deal that's been hanging over your head since you were a baby, Daphne reassured him. Exactly. So, here's the rundown. That night, when Voldemort tried to zap me with the killing curse, it backfired, wiping him out. Or so it seemed, until a few months back, around June 1995. Daphne leaned in, fully engrossed as Harry spilled the beans on the connection between his scar and Voldemort's anchors. So, you were on a mission to destroy these anchors during the time you were on the lam. Daphne guessed. Nailed it. That was high on our priority list, Harry confirmed. Daphne felt a mix of emotions, curiosity, relief, and gratitude, knowing that Harry was sharing something so personal. Damn, I'm so glad it's gone. The scar was like a constant reminder of everything, but now it's actually healed, Harry said, his fingers tracing the faint scar on his forehead. How did you manage to ditch it last time? Daphne leaned in, intrigued. I let Voldemort hit me with the killing curse. Remember when I gave myself up to him in the Forbidden Forest? Harry recounted. Daphne nodded, her eyes glistening with tears. I remember. You were being carried by Hagrid, and everyone was a mess. Including me. It was the most gut-wrenching and hopeless moment. Until you miraculously got back on your feet and faced him again. Daphne's voice wavered, and Harry pulled her into a comforting hug, patting her back gently. I'm sorry you had to go through that, Harry whispered. I don't want you to do that again, Daphne sobbed. I won't, Daph. We'll find another way to take him down, one that doesn't involve me sacrificing myself, Harry reassured her with determination in his voice. I know, Harry. I trust you. Daphne managed a smile through her tears, looking into his eyes. He wiped away her tears gently with his thumb, a comforting gesture that made her heart flutter. But it's still hard to wrap my head around the fact that you actually died and then came back to life for the second time. I was beyond relieved when you defeated him and returned. Thanks, Daph, Harry said, planting a tender kiss on her temple as he held her close. I'm sorry it took me this long to share this with you. Especially considering we're getting married. Daphne squeezed his hand reassuringly. Don't beat yourself up over it, Harry. You don't have to tell me anything you're not ready to. I get it, especially given how heavy this topic is. You haven't even spilled the beans to the minister or the unspeakables, after all. I still feel bad, though, he admitted. Don't. I know you have your reasons, and I respect that, she said, her eyes softening. He peered at her intently. His gaze locked onto her face. I've kept such a huge secret from you. How could you still want to be with me? Daphne hugged him tightly, nuzzling her face into his chest. Oh, Harry, I should be the one wondering how you could still want to be with me. I'm practically held together by my family's reputation. Daph, you're brilliant, gorgeous, compassionate, one of a kind. And you've accepted me as just Harry, not some label people slapped on me. I've never felt this content even when we're just sitting next to each other, doing our own things, Harry gushed, a fond smile on his lips. Daphne blushed at his compliments. And the most important thing, he continued, his voice growing softer, I love you, Daphne Greengrass. I love you too, Harry Potter, Daphne murmured. Their eyes locking in a moment of pure connection. The desire between them was palpable, and without hesitation, Daphne leaned in, tilting her head to the side, and their lips met in a soft, electric kiss. The sensation sent a shiver of excitement down Harry's spine, and he pulled her closer, deepening the kiss as her lips parted, inviting him in. Daphne's fingers wound into his hair, pulling him impossibly closer. And their kiss grew heated, their moans of pleasure mingling in the air. Reluctantly, they broke apart, their foreheads resting against each other as they caught their breath. Smiles tugged at their lips. A mixture of happiness and longing dancing in their eyes. Harry peppered kisses along her blushing cheeks before wrapping his arms around her in a tight embrace. They cuddled for a few blissful minutes, still catching their breaths. Harry sneakily planted soft kisses along her neck, eliciting a delightful shiver from her. Harry, as much as I enjoy your attention, Daphne playfully scolded. We do need to finish our conversation. Harry grinned and straightened up, still holding her hand. I promise, we'll pick this up later, Daph. But for now, let's get back to business. Daphne chuckled. Okay. So, what's the deal with that abomination? Does it have a name? Harry nodded solemnly. Indeed, it's called a Horcrux. It's created through an act of murder. Sounds dark and sinister, Daphne remarked, shuddering at the thought. And that's not the worst part, Harry continued, his expression growing graver. There are actually 7 of them. Well, 8 if you count his original body. 7. Daphne's eyes widened in shock. Yep, 7. My scar was actually an unintended one, he didn't realize he made it, Harry explained. That's unnerving, Daphne admitted, feeling a chill run down her spine. But here's the silver lining. 5 of them are already as good as gone. The Slytherin locket is at Sirius' home, the Ravenclaw's diadem is somewhere in the room of requirement, my scar is already gone, and the Gaunt family ring is, well, that one's a bit tricky. Dumbledore destroyed it, but I don't know where exactly or when. Daphne nodded, her curiosity piqued. And the last 2? Next we have Hufflepuff's cup in Bellatrix Lestrange's Gringotts vault, the last one is Nagini, his giant snake. Those are the 2 that will cause the problems. Once they are gone, it's easy to deal with Voldemort, any muggle with a shotgun could do the job then, it's just a matter of actually hitting him. Harry said. Daphne was left speechless, her mind reeling from the revelation. You went through so much during the war. It's a miracle you made it. We'll defeat him this time, Daph. Together, Harry affirmed, determination burning in his eyes. Absolutely. We're in this together, Daphne agreed wholeheartedly. Thank Merlin for that, these little buggers are no joke. Remember Dumbledore's hand in 6th year? That was from the ring. It was killing him, and if he hadn't died during the invasion, he wouldn't have lasted through the night anyways. Ah, that makes sense. I remember we were all curious about that. Poor Dumbledore, Daphne mused. Yeah, he went through a lot, Harry agreed. And Snape, did he really kill Dumbledore? Harry nodded solemnly. Yes, Dumbledore asked Snape to do it. He was already dying, and He wanted to spare Malfoy from the guilt of killing him. Daphne sighed. I knew Malfoy was acting strange that year. Pansy was devastated that things weren't the same between them. It's how she ended up clinging to me. Harry's lips curved into a sympathetic smile. You've been through quite a lot too, haven't you? Daphne nodded, her eyes reflecting a mix of emotions. We both have, haven't we? We have, Harry agreed. Their eyes locking in a shared understanding. Daphne leaned her head on his shoulder, finding comfort in his presence. You know, when I saw you going head to head with Pansy. I genuinely thought you two were becoming best buddies. And speaking of missing people, where was Bulstrode? Harry asked, his eyes dancing with amusement. Daphne shot him a glare, choosing to ignore his teasing. Bulstrode. Oh, she was busy trailing after Crabbe like a lost puppy, she replied dryly. Harry couldn't hold back his laughter, which earned him a sardonic look from Daphne. I'm sorry, it's just, the visual. He managed to say between chuckles. She rolled her eyes, her lips twitching despite herself. I'm glad my misery could provide some entertainment for you. Now, back to business. Let's talk about destroying these Horcruxes. I can tell you right now, I'm not keen on learning how to conjure fiendfire. He nodded in agreement. Understandable. Well, there's only one other option. Considering the sword of Gryffindor is off the table. Daphne crossed her arms over her chest, a determined look on her face. All right then, spill it. What's the alternative? Harry ran a hand through his hair. His expression a mix of seriousness and hesitation. We'd have to use the fang of a basilisk. Daphne's eyebrows shot up. A basilisk. Harry, those are extinct. He turned to her with a hint of a smirk. Not entirely. Remember my second year. I happened to slay one then. Daphne's frown deepened as she recalled the story of Harry facing a basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. You're telling me we're going back down to the Chamber of Secrets? I mean, I've always wanted to see it now that I know it's real, but, really? Harry shrugged, a slightly sheepish grin on his face. Well, not exactly. We'll need to go down there eventually to check on the state of things, but I think we should focus on retrieving the cup first. Daphne's eyes gleamed with excitement. We get to explore the Chamber of Secrets. That's going to be amazing. Harry nodded, but then caught the glint in her eyes. I sense a, but, coming. She smirked, her tone playfully taunting. Oh, you're good. Yes, there's a, but. We might need to learn how to cast fiendfire, just in case. Better safe than sorry, remember. He winced at the reminder, knowing she had a point. All right, we'll consider it as a backup plan. But first, we'll try the basilisk fang. Good, Daphne said, her playful demeanor returning. Oh, Daph. Speaking of dark magic, I almost forgot I got you a present. Harry rummaged through his book bag. Excitement dancing in his eyes as he pulled out a slightly tattered and well-worn 6th-year potion book. Daphne's eyes widened as she took in the sight. Is that your old textbook? Harry, you didn't. What did I just say about stealing from Snape? Despite wanting to curse him, she still couldn't keep the smile off her face. In the dimly lit confines of Professor Snape's study, Harry Potter stood hesitantly, his heart racing within his chest like a caged bird. Anticipation hung heavily in the air, each breath mingling with the impending weight of occlumency. Shadows danced along the damp stone walls, conjuring eerie shapes that whispered secrets known only to the darkness. Harry was half convinced that Snape had erected some kind of ward to breed unease and dread in outsiders. He shuddered at the thought of the cursed item that could cause such a reaction, but decided Snape was creepy enough of not need any sort of extra help. Professor Snape stood at the center of the room like an authoritative specter. His long, black robe swirled, exuding a sinister mystique. Potter, he sneered, his voice a venomous serpent slipping through the stillness. Today marks the beginning of your occlumency lessons. The Dark Lord reveled in infiltrating minds, mastering the art with ease. With a mere glance, he could strip away layers of your subconscious and ensnare you in endless illusions until your thoughts drove you to madness. In these lessons, I will delve into your mind, and you will attempt to resist me. I have no desire to plunge into the toxic quagmire of a hormone-fueled teenager's mind. And I trust you share that sentiment. So, expend some effort, if you please. Kindness wasn't woven into the command, nor was it a request, as Snape couldn't possibly believe Harry could stand against his intrusion. Harry swallowed the nervous lump lodged in his throat. A plan simmered in his mind. He surreptitiously glanced around, trying to pinpoint Daphne's location. He felt his wand tingle within its holster on his forearm, ready to summon. Yes, Professor, Harry replied, his voice a blend of apprehension and hidden determination. He met Snape's steely gaze with a flicker of vulnerability. Snape gestured toward a rickety chair at the room's heart, mirroring the discomfort Harry was about to experience. As he settled into the seat, the wood groaned under his weight. Snape circled like a predator, eyes drilling into Harry's soul. Legilimens. Snape hissed, wand thrusting forward, unleashing malevolence that surged like a tempest toward Harry's mind. As Snape probed, Harry strategically inserted glimpses of mundane memories, guiding him through seemingly trivial moments that shaped his life. Images of brewing potions under Snape's scrutiny. Hours of careful measurements and meticulous notes painted a backdrop of monotony and frustration. Snape's scathing remarks echoed, emphasizing the daily challenges Harry faced to meet his standards. Suddenly, an intense energy hit them, throwing Harry backwards as Snape snapped out of his trance. Staring bewildered at the ceiling, dizziness overtook him. His head throbbed from impacting the unyielding stone floor. Wah! Confusion clouded his panic as he struggled to grasp what had happened. Snape lay unconscious on the floor. Harry, Daphne, who had silently followed Harry under the invisibility cloak, breathed a sigh of relief as Snape realized only Harry had entered the office. She had feared Snape's keen awareness would catch her. All Slytherins knew that Snape's wards would alert him to anyone approaching his office, unlike other houses who believed he had uncanny awareness. She thought back to the plan they had come up with, and marveled once more at the cloak she had seen many times before, but had just learned of its significance. Daphne, you remember the tale of the three brothers, right? Harry's voice broke through her thoughts, remembering back to their conversation half an hour earlier. She nodded hesitantly, unsure why he suddenly invoked a story from children's books. This cloak belonged to Ignotus, the last brother. The story claims it could even hide one from death. It's called an invisibility cloak not just because it's unseen by human eyes, but truly invisible. His explanation rekindled her confidence in the idea of sneaking into Snape's office. With her wand tight in her grip, Daphne waited for the opportune moment to strike Snape. She mentally reassured herself their plan was foolproof. His cloak was her ace, granting her invisibility beyond mere sight. She stood back as the professor raised his wand at Harry, and began his attack on his mind, and began to walk slowly closer. Finally she shot Snape with the stunning spell, then rushed to Harry's side as he collapsed. Relief washed over her when he regained consciousness. With concern etched on her features, she helped him onto a chair. Harry, are you okay? Her voice carried genuine worry. Harry massaged his temple, his head still spinning. Damn, I never expected the backlash from interrupting the legilimency process would give me such a headache. Harry, she couldn't help but scold him. I should have been more careful. You're hurt. He grinned, remember, you'll have to stun me again later. Damn it, I know. She looked over him and the concern lifted off of her shoulders. You're fine, just a bump on the head. Madame Pomfrey can fix it, she reassured him while casting a diagnostic spell. He chuckled, you still have to stun me again, though. Don't remind me. Their conversation was interrupted by Snape's groaning as he regained partial consciousness. Both of them immediately rushed to him, and Daphne couldn't help but smirk at their success. Drawing a vial from her pocket, she explained. Now we give him the potion. Can you open his mouth, Harry? She watched as Harry complied, her confidence unwavering. Ah, so we are going to drug him while he is unconscious. Harry's glee was palpable. Absolutely. If we did it while he's conscious, he'd likely kill us, she quipped, a playful glint in her eyes. Harry's sheepish grin appeared. Well, let's do it. As the potion flowed into Snape's mouth, she couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. Professor Snape, can you hear me? She called out, her voice tinged with faux concern. Seeing him nod weakly, she couldn't hide her triumphant grin. Their potion had worked flawlessly. All right, Professor, listen closely. You won't remember anything that happened after Harry entered your office. Besides being thrown out of his mind by him, she commanded, satisfaction evident in her voice. She observed the response they needed, then stunned Snape once more, leaving him unconscious. Harry gave her an appreciative smile, and Daphne sensed a weight lifting from their shoulders. Their audacious plan was proceeding as intended. What's the sign that the potion is working? Harry's curiosity was evident. He'll be partially conscious and will follow our commands. It's like a combination of the Confundus charm and the Imperious curse. It's more of a hypnosis than anything. It's supposed to be used to help loosen people's tongues in interrogations, since Veritaserum is not court admissible. This brew is supposed to make someone more open to suggestions, and therefore more likely to give us information. But if you use more Ashwinder's egg yolk, the protein thickens the mixture and increases the potency so it can be used to boss people around, she explained. Daphne's eyes softened as she watched Harry grin. Damn, that is scary, Daph. And you remembered that whole recipe. It can only be brewed by people with blonde hair and dragon heartstring wands. I'm one of 4 people in internal affairs that can brew it. As a matter of fact, she beamed with pride at herself. They paid me extra to brew it on my days off, actually. Are we going to have to dose him more than once? Does this stuff wear off? Daphne smiled with a small chuckle. Nope, he won't remember a thing from the next hour. With a chuckle, Harry leaned against the wall. Well, I think our plans are finally coming together. So, what do you want to do now? Harry chuckled at Daphne's question. Well, considering we're in Snape's office, I suppose we could take advantage of the opportunity and explore his book collection a bit. Who knows? Maybe we'll stumble upon something interesting. Daphne's eyes sparkled mischievously. I'm all for that. Let's see what secrets these shelves hold. They began perusing the assortment of books, each spine whispering secrets of spells, potions, and magical knowledge. As they browsed, Daphne plucked a particularly worn-looking book from the shelf. The Art of Subtle Charms and Enchantments. She read aloud. Sounds intriguing. Harry leaned in to take a look. Oh, I remember that one. Snape used to reference it during our potions classes during 4th year. He always did have a thing for subtlety. Daphne opened the book and flipped through its pages. It seems like the kind of book that might hold some hidden gems. Let's take a closer look. They settled into a couple of chairs nearby. Their heads bent over the pages as they dove into the world of charms and enchantments. As they read, Harry found himself getting drawn into the complexities of magical theory. He could see why Snape had favored this book. It delved into the nuances of magic, exploring how even the smallest adjustments could lead to vastly different results. Daphne seemed equally engrossed, her eyes scanning the text with rapt attention. Hey, Harry, listen to this, Daphne said, her finger tracing a passage. It says here that certain charms can be layered to create unique effects. It's all about understanding the underlying principles and finding the connections. Harry nodded, intrigued. That makes sense. Magic isn't just about memorizing spells, it's about understanding the underlying concepts and how they interact. It's like a puzzle. Exactly, Daphne agreed. And it's also about creativity. Finding new ways to combine spells and create something entirely different. I think that's what Snape always tried to instill in his students, the importance of innovation. Harry thought back to his time in Snape's class. While the professor's methods had been harsh, there was no denying the depth of knowledge he possessed. You know, Daph, as much as Snape was a pain to deal with, he was an incredibly skilled wizard. Daphne nodded in agreement. I can't deny that. And being in his office right now, surrounded by his books, it's like getting a glimpse into his mind. There's a lot we can learn from studying his collection. Harry leaned back in his chair, contemplating the shelves of books that surrounded them. You're right. It's like he left a piece of himself behind in these pages. Daphne closed the book gently and set it aside. Well, I think we've had our fill of magical theory for now. What else should we do while we wait for Snape to wake up? Harry grinned. How about we take a look around his desk? Who knows what secrets might be hidden there? Daphne's eyes gleamed with excitement. Now that sounds like a plan. Slowly, Snape's eyes fluttered open, the world spinning around him and pain coursing through his body. What had compelled him to I sprawled upon the frigid stone floor in this manner eluded him. Gradually, he eased himself into a dazed sitting position before mustering the strength to rise, his weight leaning heavily against the nearest table. Amidst the haze, his surroundings remained distorted, and he blinked repeatedly until clarity was restored. While the throbbing in his head persisted, it seemed less intense than mere moments ago. What happened? Snape questioned, piecing together the fragments of memory. All he could recall was Harry Potter's arrival at his office, seeking occlumency instruction on Dumbledore's behest. Harry Potter. Suddenly alert, he cast his gaze about, discovering the unconscious form of the young wizard on the ground, blood trickling from his nose. Potter, wake up, Snape implored, delivering a few ineffectual slaps to the boy's cheeks. Yet, Potter remained unresponsive, lost in unconsciousness. Cursing under his breath, Snape swiftly retrieved his wand and invoked a levitating charm to lift Potter's limp body, bearing him through the air towards the infirmary. "Poppy." Snape's voice echoed with a tone of near panic as he crossed the infirmary's threshold, a departure from the stoic demeanor usually associated with Severus Snape. "Severus, must you shout? This is the infirmary, not the Quidditch pitch." Madame Pomfrey scolded, though her reprimand softened upon recognizing the agitation in Snape's countenance. Drawing nearer, she observed Snape tenderly placing Harry Potter onto one of the beds, his wand still at the ready. Astonishment etched itself across Madame Pomfrey's wise features upon seeing the unconscious figure before her. "By Merlin, what happened, Severus? This because of those lessons you were giving him?" she inquired as her wand danced in intricate patterns, gauging the extent of Harry's vitality. Having settled into a chair, Snape watched as Madame Pomfrey went about her healing rituals, his temples massaged in an attempt to quell the throbbing ache in his head. His skull seemed intent on asserting itself as a relentless anvil, pounding away. "How did you know?" he inquired, his features contorted in a manner that betrayed the pain lingering in his head. Madame Pomfrey spared him a quick glance before responding. "Albus informed me, just in case such an eventuality arose." Relief coated her words as she ascertained no grievous injuries aside from a lump on Harry's head and a scattering of minor abrasions. The nosebleed, it seemed, stemmed from a concussion-induced trauma, a manageable concern promptly remedied by spells and potions. "Severus," she began, her voice laced with concern upon noticing Snape's pallor and the rivulets of blood descending from his forehead. Unaware of his own condition, Snape displayed a flicker of surprise upon glimpsing the crimson stain marring his attire. Swiftly lifting his head, he endeavored to stem the flow, blood coursing through his fingers as he applied pressure. "Merlin's beard. What in the world happened?" Madame Pomfrey muttered, wielding her wand to staunch Snape's bleeding before resuming her care for Harry. "I am well, Poppy. The boy has a mere headache. Could you provide a potion for it?" "I'm confident it will abate shortly," Snape evaded. "I suspect this is no ordinary headache, Severus. Now if you are not going to tell me what caused Mr. Potter's affliction, then lay down and let me to examine you," she implored with a motherly tinge of apprehension. "I am fine, Poppy, focus on Potter." "The headache potion, if you please," Snape persisted, his face clenched in poorly concealed pain. "Not until you get a proper checkup, Severus, your face is covered in blood," she asserted firmly, her gaze unrelenting. The continued argument only exacerbated the pain pounding within Snape's skull. Relenting with a resigned sigh, he acceded, allowing the practiced matron to attend to him. Madame Pomfrey's wand whisked through the air, directed at Snape, who obstinately remained seated. His aversion to reclining upon one of the infirmary beds palpable. A former student, turned colleague, Snape's stubbornness was a familiar note to her. "By Merlin's grace. No wonder you are bleeding, you've cracked your skull open," Madame Pomfrey exclaimed, causing Snape to flinch at her diagnosis. Silent surrender saw him reclining upon a distant bed, separate from Harry's prone form. What was Dumbledore thinking? Allowing him to practice on students, she muttered disapprovingly, as she initiated a communication through the flow network. Meanwhile, in his reclined position, Snape wrestled with the foggy recollections of events unfolding within his office. Potter's entrance, the intended occlumency lesson, beyond those fragments, the canvas of his memory remained blank. Even his occlumency revealed no unsettling disturbances. The supposed lesson hovered like a phantom, eluding his grasp. Daphne observed from beneath the protective shroud of her invisibility cloak as Snape gradually stirred from his unconscious state. Her worry deepened as he tried to rouse Harry, his attempts proved fruitless. Concern gnawed at her when she witnessed the trickle of blood stemming from Harry's nose. A consequence of the stunning spell she had cast. Had her spell been overly forceful? Within the confines of Snape's office, the duo endeavored to erase his memories, focusing particularly on Harry's arrival. Subsequently, they indulged in a fruitless hour-long search for intriguing artifacts, their exploration uncovering naught but the potion master's forthcoming creations. The hands of time moved sluggishly as they pored over dusty tomes, their conversations weaving between topics both whimsical and profound. In a gesture of caution, Daphne periodically administered a stunning spell to Snape, allaying potential risks. Finally, The hour grew too late and they had to part ways, as Harry took position on the ground and gave her a dumb smile as she hit him with a stunner as well. Amid her frantic musings, Daphne lost track of reality momentarily until her senses sharpened at the abrupt creak of the door being pushed open. A swift glance revealed Snape hovering Harry's motionless form, exiting with purpose. Without hesitation, she trailed after Snape, her steps as stealthy as a whisper. A sidelong glance at the infirmary's entrance offered Daphne a view of Harry's supine form, provoking a desperate internal debate. How could she remain by Harry's side in the infirmary without compromising her invisibility? Remaining concealed beneath the cloak held risks of its own, inviting inadvertent discovery. Daphne was resolute in her determination to avoid such a fate. Moments later, Madame Pomfrey attended to Harry, employing her expertise with an air of finesse. Daphne strained her ears, eager to glean any insight into the conversation between the matron and Professor Snape, yet their words remained beyond her reach, stoking her frustration. An owl's arrival and its cheerful hoot seized Daphne's attention, a fleeting notion flickering within her mind. Of course, Daphne, you idiot, she murmured self-critically. Her actions sprung to life, propelling her towards the nearest classroom. She hastily bundled the invisibility cloak into her bag before reducing the bag's size with a shrinking charm. A deep breath steadied her nerves as her body seamlessly transformed into her animagus form. The familiarity of the metamorphosis brought gratitude. Discovering her animagus form survived her trip into the past made her smile, as she was now free from having to repeat the grueling process of relearning the skill. She shuddered at the memory of that ordeal, fervently hoping never to endure it again. An Egyptian Mao burst into the infirmary and hopped onto Harry Potter's bed, causing Madame Pomfrey to startle from her concentration on treating Harry's injuries. "Oh, for Merlin's sake. Whose cat is this? Shoo!" Madame Pomfrey tried to shoo the cat away, but Daphne, in her cat form, let out a loud and annoyed meow while gripping Harry's clothes with her claws. Madame Pomfrey's eyebrows furrowed as she attempted to get the cat to leave Harry's side, but it just hissed a ngrilly at her each time she attempted to remove it. She let out an exasperated sigh and gave up. "Are you Mr. Potter's pet? I can't remember him having a cat," she said, her head shaking in disbelief. "You're quite the loyal companion, aren't you?" She shook her head slightly and then turned her attention back to healing Harry. Daphne, as a cat, responded with another meow, her bright blue eyes watching Madame Pomfrey's hands intently as she cast spells to heal Harry. Purring softly, Daphne moved even closer to Harry, her presence seemingly bringing some sort of comfort as she listened to his heartbeat. Madame Pomfrey's gaze shifted from Harry to Snape, but her expression suddenly changed when she noticed the blood on his nose. She quickly moved over to Snape with concern etched on her face. Just then, Albus Dumbledore entered the infirmary, looking rather concerned. Daphne Cat's gaze flicked towards the door, her eyes widening in surprise. Why was Dumbledore appearing in the infirmary? The matter of the occlumency lesson had escalated beyond her initial estimations. "Severus, I heard from Poppy that both you and Harry are injured. What on earth happened?" Dumbledore's voice held a mix of worry and curiosity. Snape's expression remained impassive. "I don't remember exactly. Perhaps you should ask Potter over there when he wakes up." Daphne Cat couldn't help but feel a little smug at Snape's response. Her potion had worked like a charm. Dumbledore's gaze shifted between Snape and Madame Pomfrey, clearly sensing the tension. "Severus, could you give me some insight into what occurred?" Snape's annoyance was palpable. "As I just said, Headmaster, I don't recall. Feel free to interrogate the brat once he regains consciousness." Dumbledore let out a sigh, his expression showing a mix of frustration and understanding. "Very well, Severus. We can wait for Harry to wake up." Meanwhile, Harry groaned softly, drawing everyone's attention. Dumbledore and Madame Pomfrey immediately turned their focus to him, their concern evident. "Mr. Potter, how are you feeling?" Madame Pomfrey inquired with concern. Daphne Cat remained faithfully by Harry's side, keeping watch. "My head feels as though I've been trampled by a herd of hippogriffs," Harry groaned. His confession prompted Madame Pomfrey to cast a series of healing spells, alleviating the weight in his head. "Drink this. It should help you feel better." "I really shouldn't have let him bother you, but he insisted it was important," Madame Pomfrey said, rolling her eyes in exasperation. She sighed, conceding, "The headmaster wishes to speak with you." With a tight grip, she placed a vial into his hand. Harry obediently swallowed the potion in one gulp. Daphne emitted a soft meow, capturing Harry's attention. He turned toward the feline voice. Astonishment evident in his widened eyes. "Daphne, why are you here? And how?" he whispered, ensuring only Daphne could hear. Another meow from Daphne and a gentle head nuzzle against Harry's hand conveyed her presence. "We'll discuss this later," he murmured, gathering her into his arms and tenderly stroking her velvety fur. "Remember, don't overexert him, Albus. He's still in recovery. He's only been awake for 5 minutes," Madame Pomfrey reminded sternly before departing, leaving the two alone. "Hello, Harry. How are you feeling?" Dumbledore's voice greeted as he approached Harry's bedside. "Headmaster." Harry acknowledged, "I'm feeling better, thanks to the potion from Madame Pomfrey," he replied, his tone respectful. "Do you recall the events leading to your loss of consciousness?" Dumbledore inquired succinctly, getting to the heart of the matter. Harry's brow furrowed as if he struggled to remember. "What comes to mind after you entered Professor Snape's office?" Dumbledore altered his question, hoping to spark his memory. "After entering the office, Professor Snape had me sit down and proceeded to give me instructions on occlumency. Following that, I met his wand at me and incanted a spell, legil, something, I can't quite recall. From that point, I found myself in the infirmary, my head throbbing with pain." "Do you have any insight into what occurred, Headmaster?" Harry asked, feigning a touch of panic. Dumbledore pondered, stroking his long beard thoughtfully. Before he could offer reassurances, Harry's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Oh, Professor, I remember something. When Snape cast the spell, it felt as though something invaded my mind. My brain was like, when my fingers got caught in the car door, but my entire head. I remember seeing flashes of memories and then I went all like I was pushing a large block across ice. Like, it was heavy at first then it just slipped away," Harry proclaimed, a note of confusion in his voice as he recalled the details of a standard occlumency defense. Dumbledore's surprise was fleeting, replaced by a proud smile directed at Harry. "I understand now. The initial encounter was rather substantial. Rest assured, I won't require you to repeat the lesson," he affirmed kindly. "Does that mean I won't need to undergo the lessons again?" Harry's spirits lifted at the prospect. Regretfully. You will still need to continue your training. Perhaps 2 or 3 more sessions to ensure mastery of the technique," Dumbledore informed, delivering a grandfatherly smile that softened the blow. "Professor Snape will arrange the schedule." It seems I can already hear Poppy's footsteps approaching, and I'm afraid he has quite the substantial concussion," he chuckled. "Good night, Harry." Harry sighed, offering a small smile in return. "Very well, good night, Headmaster." As Albus left Harry and Severus in the capable hands of Poppy, he caught the sound of Harry's protests about returning to his dormitory as soon as possible. A chuckle escaped him. What Harry and Severus had encountered was beyond his expectations. Never had he imagined that Harry held such potential in the realm of mind arts. He had thought he might have some skill in the area, but this was unusual. His eyebrows creased at his thoughts as he stroked his long beard in contemplation, as he walked towards his office. He opened the door to his office and walked over to Fawkes, stroking his bright red and orange plumage. "Let us observe his progress in the upcoming lessons," Dumbledore mused to himself, intrigued by what the future held. Under the somber expanse of an early October sky, Harry's forehead creased as the gray heavens continued to release a chilly drizzle. His gaze shifted towards weathered facade of the shabby pub, the focal point of their secretive gathering. Hermione and Ron had slipped inside, undoubtedly preparing the place for their meeting. Harry found himself once again puzzled by Hermione's choice of venue. The 3 broomsticks would have made more sense, he thought. It had that cozy private room where they could discuss things without being overheard, shielded by the bustling activity of the main area. He almost regretted agreeing to meet here at Hermione's suggestion, despite her rather unconvincing explanation. It was her dedication that swayed him, though. He couldn't help but shake his head at her novice approach to secrecy. A small chuckle escaped him as he contemplated the intricacies of Hermione's persuasive powers. Leaning against the entrance of the Hog's Head, Harry skimmed through the proposal once more. Hermione had gone to great lengths, even enchanting the parchment to guard their plans from prying eyes. The idea was interesting, but he found himself doubting its effectiveness. She hadn't specified the consequences of breaching the enchantment, leaving room for it to be exploited. The potential for blackmail crossed his mind, and he sighed as he closed the proposal. Memories of their conversation lingering. As students trickled past him, Harry remained a steadfast observer. Some shot him curious glances, while others offered fleeting smiles. He stood there, a sentinel feigning to wait for someone, mentally counting the number of students entering the pub. When he was certain that those interested in the study group had arrived, Harry finally stepped inside. Before proceeding, he discreetly cast a spell on the pub's door, leaving a subtle safeguard. Seated at the bar, he ordered 3 bottles of butterbeer and cast a sigil. On glance at a figure cloaked in a witch's attire, Mundungus Fletcher, no doubt. Nearby, he also spotted a bandaged figure holding a glass of a smoking liquid, who he vaguely recalled as the one Respo. N. Sybil for ratting out the original meeting to Umbridge. Well, there was a threat he would have to deal with before the day was up. Silently, he smiled as he sent his focus out to the wards he had plaque. Ed on the front door earlier that day. Anyone in a Hogwarts robe who had left the building and had not signed the agreement for the DA would find themselves not remembering exactly what they were in the pub for in the first place. The room, however, offered no signs of Hermione, Ron, or the earlier arrivals. Furrowing his brow in mild confusion, Harry surveyed the scene. The barkeep's deep voice directed his attention upwards, indicating the private room. A faint smirk tugged at his lips. Perhaps Hermione had learned from their past experiences, or she simply wished to evade his admonishment. Drawing closer to the stairs, Harry subtly flicked his hand in the direction of the bandaged wizard, casting a discreet confundus charm. He couldn't help but relish the sight of the man rising with a dazed expression, stumbling away in bewilderment. With a satisfied nod, Harry continued on his path toward the staircase leading to the upper floor. Upstairs, his eyes alighted upon Hermione, who stood by the entrance of a rather shabby-looking room. She rubbed her temples in clear frustration. A mischievous glint danced in his eyes as an idea formed. Why not play along a bit? Trouble finding them too? Harry asked, his tone laced with feigned concern. There you are. Don't you start that with me, Harry. It's like trying to herd Kneazles in there. Half of them just want to know when you were showing up. Hermione's voice carried a mixture of anger, panic, and relief as she spotted Harry ascending the staircase. He extended a bottle of butterbeer to her, a gesture to quell her emotions. Don't worry, Hermione. Everything's fine. I hope I'm not keeping everyone waiting, Harry reassured her casually, making his way toward the room she had secured. He paused, a playful innocence taking over. By the way, which room are we renting? His innocent query lingered in the air, underscored by a hidden amusement. This one, Harry, she said, grinding her teeth in frustration, pointing at the slightly open room. Harry just grinned and nodded before stepping inside. The room, once buzzing with chatter, fell silent as all eyes turned to Harry and Hermione. Harry followed Hermione towards the front, Ron shooting him an awkward smile. Taking in the scene, Harry found a seat next to Ron. The room was packed with students, some simply curious about what had happened the previous June, others there perhaps for an easy way to excel in defense against the dark arts. With a smile, he remembered that a handful were simply drawn by curiosity, hoping to witness his prowess with spells like the Patronus charm. Hermione took center stage, her nerves barely concealed behind her grin. Hi. Thanks for being here. I'm sure you're all aware of what went down last year, and I thought, studying defense against the dark arts together might be a good idea. While Hermione poured herself into her speech, Harry let his attention drift. He took a casual sip of his butterbeer, exchanging smiles with those who met his gaze. Hermione's words felt like déjà vu, a reminder of his first time through. Oh, Hermione, he thought, amused, taking a deep breath to stifle a chuckle. Another sip of butterbeer followed as Harry leaned back, watching the animated discussion unfold about Voldemort's return and the skepticism surrounding it. He found it oddly entertaining. Then, as expected, the conversation took a familiar turn. Led by none other than Zacharias Smith, his tone as aggressive as ever. And I think we deserve to know what makes him so sure you know who is back. Hermione jumped in, trying to steer the ship. This wasn't really the main point of our meeting. Harry's calm voice cut through the tension. It's okay, Hermione. Internally, he sighed. The moment he'd anticipated had arrived. He set his butterbeer down, eyes fixed on Smith. He couldn't avoid this conversation forever, even though he'd rather not relive the tragedy of Cedric Diggory's death once more. Why do I say Voldemort's back? He questioned, his gaze unyielding on Smith's face. I saw him. Dumbledore already explained everything last year. If you don't believe him, why would you believe me? I'm not here to convince anyone. The room held its breath as Harry's words hung in the air. Smith, undeterred, pressed on. All Dumbledore said was that you know who killed Cedric. He didn't give details. We want to know. Harry's patience waned. He cut Smith off, his tone firm. If you're here to hear a vivid description of Voldemort murdering one of my friends, you're in the wrong place. His eyes bore into Smith's with unyielding intensity. Stepping forward, Harry captured the room's attention, a ripple of silence spreading like wildfire. Why this morbid curiosity? He mused, his voice laced with controlled restraint. There's nothing glamorous about how he operates. This isn't some comic book where the bad guy plays by the rules and goes to jail when caught by the hero. Voldemort has no rules besides to kill anyone who stands in his way. A quiet, chilling certainty entered his tone, sending shivers down spines. If you're so eager to taint your innocence, Harry continued, leaning in slightly, then, by all means, seek out the details. Ask your parents what it was like during the war. But remember, once you cross that threshold, there's no turning back. His gaze swept the room, a challenge laid bare. Settling back into his seat, Harry's expression softened. But that's not why we're here. Hermione called this meeting to study, to learn to defend ourselves. His voice took on a gentler, yet persuasive note. We're not Aurors. We're not investigators. We're students, seeking knowledge that might save our lives someday. So, let's focus on that. Believe in the value of preparation, even if the truth feels daunting. Amidst the subdued lighting of the room, Harry's voice cut through the palpable tension. I reckon some of you, especially the Hufflepuffs and those who had a personal connection with Cedric Diggory, might understand what he meant to people. He wasn't just a memory, he was a role model, someone to admire, perhaps even a friend or something more. Though my time with him was short, I can vouch for the fact that he was a great person. The best of us. He paused, allowing his words to hang in the air like ripples on a pond. So, if you're looking to do right by him, instead of incessantly picking fights with me, which, honestly, I couldn't care less about, let's channel our efforts into something more productive. Let's learn to protect ourselves together in this study group. Or you can try your luck going solo against the forces of darkness. He swept his gaze across the room, watching as expressions shifted from defiance to contemplation. But let's be clear, I'm not twisting anyone's arm here. If your agenda doesn't align with Hermione's, Ron's, and mine, feel free to march right out that door. Silence reigned for a moment, broken only by hushed conversations and thoughtful glances his way. His attention veered to the background chatter, as one voice rose above the rest, interrupting the collective contemplation. Is it true? A girl with the lengthy braid interjected. Her gaze locked onto Harry. Can you really conjure a Patronus? Harry smiled at the question that had momentarily broken the tide of conversation. He could feel a whisper of interest ripple through the group, curiosity tugging at their thoughts. Yeah, he replied, turning toward her. A corporeal Patronus, to be precise. A ripple of whispers swept through the room as curious glances shifted toward him. He decided to go all in, meeting the girl's eyes with a confident nod before casting the Patronus charm. A majestic stag emerged, its presence filling the room with a silvery radiance before fading away. The onlookers were left in awe, their astonishment tangible. With a satisfied grin, he turned to Hermione, giving her shoulder a gentle pat before extending his hand to her. As the room buzzed with chatter, Harry's attention was diverted once more. Cho Chang's voice rang out, inquiring about his previous year's exploits. A hint of irritation crept into his voice as he answered her. A touch of impatience in his tone. I don't want to talk about that damn tournament. Nothing good came from it, and I don't consider myself the winner of anything. Earing the conversation back to the task at hand, he presented the parchment before them, outlining the commitment they were undertaking. Look, everyone, this parchment represents our agreement. Sign. Ing your name on it signifies your commitment. But here's the deal, this isn't a casual promise. If you betray our trust and let our secrets slip, you'll be marked as a traitor. We'll know exactly who's responsible. Umbridge isn't going to be too happy with this, so we must keep it secret no matter the cost. This is your chance to leave, but remember, we know who is walking out of this room. If you leave, leave us in peace. The room buzzed with astonishment and whispers, caught between fascination and apprehension. A firm rap of his knuckles on the table refocused their attention. So, who's in? Outside the Hog's Head Inn. The trio's conversation continued, this time in the cool afternoon air. As Harry took a bite of his chocolate frog, Hermione's frustration was evident in her words. Why did you have to reveal the parchment? Harry, it was meant to be a surprise. Ron chimed in with a grin, his approval clear. Nah, it was clever. The look on their faces was brilliant. Nice move, mate. Harry's grin widened, and he gestured to Ron. See, even Ron's on board. Hermione's cheeks flushed with a mixture of embarrassment and exasperation. I thought it would. Harry's expression softened as he reassured her. Don't worry too much about it. If someone is going to snitch, they are going to think twice about it now that they know there is a risk. Their conversation shifted, turning to practicalities. So, I know of the perfect place to hold the club. What about scoping it out tomorrow? Harry suggested, gauging their reactions. Hermione's objections rose. But tomorrow's Friday, Harry. We have classes. He countered, his tone persuasive. True, but we only have one morning class. The sooner we start, the better. We can't keep those who've signed up waiting. It's already October. He paused, considering their schedules. I've finished my homework already. If tomorrow doesn't work for you, I'll manage on my own. Her eyes widened. You what, Harry? But her voice tinged with pride. Do I need to repeat? He said with a smirk. Ron stared at him, utterly incredulous. Harry, you're still my best mate, right? What's happened to you? Harry's expression softened, but his determination remained unwavering. I'm just giving it my all. It's ROWL year, remember. I don't want to waste any more time. You should finish your homework soon too, Ron. His encouragement was evident, his gaze fixed on his friend. Don't you still want to become an Auror? Hermione's smile grew wider, and she playfully nudged Ron's arm, trying to bring him out of his shock. Harry's got a point, Ron. You need to buckle down. I'll help you study. Hermione's enthusiasm was palpable, and without further ado, she seized Ron's arms and began tugging him towards Gryffindor Tower. Ron was left speechless, his face redder than a boiled crab. He merely nodded in response as Hermione pulled him along. With a grin at Hermione's spirited intervention, Harry followed them, the trio, retracing their steps towards the tower. Just as Harry, Hermione, and Ron were about to head toward Gryffindor Tower, a hurried figure approached Harry. The student handed him a piece of paper, speaking in haste before quickly departing. Harry took the paper and scanned its contents, recognizing the handwriting. Without further delay, he slipped it into his pocket. What's that, Harry? Hermione inquired as she noticed the interaction with the first-year student. Harry offered a nonchalant shrug and casually let the lie slip off his tongue. Dumbledore's requesting a meeting, he explained. Right now. Hermione's curiosity was piqued. Harry nodded, his expression carefully composed. Yeah, seems like it. Hermione gave him an apologetic smile as she grabbed Ron's arm, pulling him along. The two of them hurried off, leaving Harry alone in the quiet corridor. ROR at 4, the message read. Fortunately, he was already on the 7th floor, which meant he was just a short distance away from the room of requirement. Without wasting any time, he picked up the pace and swiftly made his way towards the hidden room. In mere minutes, he reached the room's entrance and was greeted by the sight of Daphne Greengrass, chalk in hand, writing on a blackboard. The blackboard itself was unusual, reminiscent of those used by Aurors. Harry. Daphne's voice held a mix of surprise and delight as she turned toward him. He greeted her with a charming smile, leaning in to kiss her cheek. Hey. He looked at the blackboard in awe, his curiosity piqued. What's all this? Daphne beamed proudly, Our arms crossed as she looked at her handiwork. I'm jotting down everything we've uncovered so far. It's a way to keep track of our progress and what needs to be done in this timeline. What do you think? Harry stepped closer to examine the writing, a mix of admiration and intrigue in his eyes. Impressive. Did you do this all by yourself? Daphne nodded, her satisfaction evident. Yes, I thought it would help us stay organized and focused on our mission. It's been quite the journey, and I wanted a visual representation of how far we've come. As he glanced at the blackboard, he noticed Daphne had documented their progress from the first bombing case onward, detailing their investigation, the dead ends, their pursuit of Wibbly, and a side section filled with crucial information about their plans to defeat Voldemort. How did your meeting go? And did Ron and Hermione buy your story? Harry nodded, his demeanor relaxed. Yeah, it went good. Around 18 students joined this time. It's a smaller group compared to last time. And I think it will be a tighter-knit group. Everyone seems really committed. And they were not suspicious at all. Told them Dumbledore wanted a meeting. Daphne's brow furrowed inquisitively. 18. That's unusual. Did something happen during the meeting? Harry nodded, his expression serious. I informed them about the jinx Hermione put on the parchment. And I made sure not to let it out of my sight this time. Daphne raised an eyebrow in surprise. And Hermione wasn't angry about that. Harry chuckled, a wry smile on his lips. Oh, she was angry, all right. But she also realized the importance of precautions. Besides, she actually came up with the idea herself. I just took charge to make sure things went smoothly. Daphne grinned, her amusement evident. So, you're saying she's the mastermind behind this whole circus? Harry shrugged playfully. Well, she had the idea the first time around. But let's face it, without me, I doubt so many students would have been interested. Daphne nodded in agreement. No doubt about that. Before the conversation could continue, Daphne shifted gears. Oh, did Astoria show up? Harry's face lit up as he replied, she did. And I must say, I'm pleasantly surprised that she actually came. She's quite cute, isn't she? Daphne nodded, triumphantly. I told you, she's got a lot of potential. Curiosity piqued, Daphne turned the conversation. Did you happen to notice if anyone else from my house applied? Harry pondered for a moment before responding, I think it was just Astoria and her friend. He hesitated, uncertain about the identity of the other Slytherin. I'll have to ask her name later. Harry's gaze shifted back to the blackboard. You've really been thorough with this. How did you manage to gather so much information about the investigation? Daphne's eyes sparkled with pride. I've been following your leads in any new developments. Plus, I've had access to the Auror's information, thanks to a certain someone. She grinned, giving him a playful nudge. Harry's eyebrows shot up in mock surprise. Wait, you've been consulting with the Aurors? Daphne winked at him. Just one. Of course, with the right incentives. He's willing to share some useful details. Miss Greengrass. Bribing an Auror for information. How sneaky of you. She smiled and swatted her boyfriend's arm playfully. Oh, come off it, you prat. Speaking of, he rummaged through his book bag and handed her a box of her favorite Honeydukes chocolate. Her eyes lit up with excitement and happily accepted it. Why, Mr. Potter, are you bribing me now? Daphne teased, a mischievous glint in her eyes as she looked at the box of chocolates he had bought for her. Her smile was wide, and it was clear that the gesture had caught her off guard. Harry chuckled, his eyes dancing with amusement. Anything for you, darling, Harry replied with a wink, earning him a deep blush from Daphne. Damn it, Harry. How do you manage to make it so I can't stay mad at you for long? She exclaimed, her mock frustration tinged with a mix of affection. Because I'm charming, Harry quipped, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Daphne rolled her eyes, a playful smile tugging at her own lips. Oh, please, she said in faked exasperation. Daphne hummed thoughtfully, munching on a piece of chocolate. Her expression grew doubtful as she considered Harry's words. As they sat in silence, Harry's gaze shifted to the blackboard before him. A sudden realization about Wibbly struck him, a knot of worry forming in his stomach. Swallowing hard, he voiced his concern. Daphne, he began, his voice tense. She looked up at him, a frown forming on her face in response to his tone. Is it possible that Wibbly might have Aurea? Dai started acting upon future knowledge and initiated his plans earlier than we expected. Daphne's brow furrowed, her concern mirroring his own. She paused, the chocolate she had been eating suddenly losing its taste. She placed the box of chocolates in her bag, her focus fully on their conversation. I don't know, Harry. We don't know if he even came back either, she admitted with a sigh. But you're right, that's a valid concern. He rubbed his face, his anxiety growing. It's another problem if he's come back as well. We already have enough on our plate with the Voldemort. Daphne offered a suggestion, her voice thoughtful. Perhaps we should try to locate him. There aren't that many squibs in Britain, after all. Harry turned his tired gaze towards her, frustration evident. How? We've already discussed this. It's not like he'll be openly advertising his presence. Daphne's frustration simmered beneath the surface. I know, she snapped, her irritation palpable. I know that the Ministry and the Muggle government wouldn't have any records of him as a squib, but there's still a chance his birth certificate is filed away somewhere in the Ministry. Most families keep them after their child turns 11 and receives their Hogwarts letter. If the child is deemed a squib, they're often discarded or abandoned in the Muggle world. In the worst cases, they're even killed by their own families. And our ministry doesn't bat an eye. She took a deep breath, letting out a heavy sigh. I'm sorry our civilization is so messed up, Harry said guiltily. Daphne's response was a tired sigh. Me too. Their gazes remained fixed on the blackboard, each lost in their own thoughts. After a moment, Harry broached the conversation again. So, what exactly do you mean by the birth certificate? Daphne explained, her voice calm and knowledgeable. Well, the ministry has a records department, apparition licenses, building plans and permits, business license, and in our case personal informations. And it's not just about birth certificates. Apart from birth certificates, there's a person's biological data, address records, health records, school records, criminal records, job records, achievements, assets. Marriage certificate if applicable, family tree, and finally, a death certificate. It's the last record before they're moved to the unupdated shelves. But because it is all updated via magic, the records update only for magical individuals, squibs remain static. Who exactly can access these records? Daphne's response held a wealth of information. In essence, nearly everyone. You're not allowed to get other people's information, but you can obtain copies of your own information. The department isn't heavily guarded, and the records update on their own. There are a few individuals who genuinely care about them, like internal affairs agents, Aurors, prosecutors, lawyers, and unspeakables. It's a bit surprising that you weren't aware of this. Harry contemplated his own situation, his thoughts clouded by worry. So, that means my personal information is in there as well. He couldn't help but feel a shiver run down his spine at the idea that Voldemort might Avenue gained access to such personal details back during the war. Daphne confirmed his suspicion with a nod. He continued, I've never been assigned to check that department for background scans. It's always been someone else's job. The records just appear on my desk the following day. Daphne's teasing nature resurfaced, a playful grin tugging at her lips. Sounds like the Auror department was coddling you. Protecting their golden boy from getting his hands dirty with the more mundane tasks. Harry chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. You've got it all wrong. Giving me menial tasks was my boss's fetish. As their conversation segued back into the realm of their investigation, Daphne broached a potential plan. Should we try to retrieve those records, then? Harry's frown deepened as he considered the logistics. We'd have to go to the ministry for that, but I think it's a good idea. How would we go about it? Daphne's determination shone through as she proposed a solution. I have an idea. I'm thinking about winter break, maybe when Mr. Weasley is attacked. We can split up, me for the records, and you to take care of the snake you told me about. First we need to get to Hogsmeade. From there, we could flow to the Leaky Cauldron or even attempt long-distance apparition to London. We can sneak in at night under the cloak and be back in the castle in just a few hours. Sounds like a plan, Harry agreed. His mind now focused on the task at hand. He couldn't believe he had overlooked such a straightforward solution. We can get two birds in one stone then. Take out a Horcrux and find a lead on our bomber. Excellent idea, Daph. Before we get ahead of ourselves, though, we need to figure out how to get out of the castle discreetly, Daphne reminded him. Harry grinned, a hint of mischief in his eyes. No worries. I know a secret tunnel that leads to Hogsmeade. Getting out won't be an issue. That's for today.